What'd you do?
I was pressing buttons. I messed up. It happens. But what's up, everybody? We're live. We're doing a thing. It should be going, yeah. It's a wonderful Sunday. We're doing Calm and Fury with myself, YourFace, and is Angel Stream not up?
Yeah, no, I don't. It's not up. I don't see it.
I guess it didn't start. All right. Well, nobody watches my stream anyway, so let me we'll restart from the top. only blue cheese is here, so it's fine. All right, we're gonna start over. Yeah, I don't know why I didn't start.
That's weird.
All right, it should be starting now.
There we go.
All right, let's get into it. Hello, everybody. This is the true beginning. There was no beginning before this. We're live. We're here. We're doing a thing. It's Calm and Fury with Trindominus, YourFace. Thank you for hanging out, coming around, viewing, and stopping by. We got a few interesting topics because it was a slow news week. Angel, how are you doing?
I'm doing outstanding. Thank you for asking.
I was getting around to it. I'm sorry. Hey, don't bring that Doom Eternal Rage in here, man.
Oh my gosh. Yo, shout out to Blue Cheese and the Rage controller. I was getting so angry.
It was the whiskey, apparently.
Perhaps. Proper 12, baby. Proper 12.
But yeah, what are we talking about? What do we want to talk about first? It's an Angel show today. He's going to be leading the topics. And
oh yeah, congratulations, ladies and gentlemen. No. First, the first thing that you brought up that I thought was kind of interesting. So we do have somewhat of an outline, so I'm going to try and stick to it, so I could a creature of habit. But the video game book club, you talked about it. You brought it up briefly. You said it, and I thought it'd be kind of cool. You piqued my interest. So what is this video game book club that you were thinking about?
Well, it's always been a little thing I've wanted to do, just kind of like a regular book club. Everybody gets a game, or they already have a game. If you can, it's okay if you can't. And we just start a game at the same time, like at the end of a stream, or at the end of a podcast, and then play it through the week. Maybe we'll set like a limit to what we can talk about, like level 3, up to level 3 or level 4 or something. And then we'll come back the next week on the podcast and just talk about what you're thinking about the game so far, and then eventually finish the game, and we'll have a full review of the whole package, I guess.
I like that idea. I like that idea a lot, especially if we play, some older titles that are easier for people to get their hands on, or if people are hyped up about a newer title. I think that would be kind of fun because that would allow us to have a good dialogue. Which it's interesting because this video game book club kind of bleeds into all of the things we're going to be talking about, with the exception of the movie. But everything else it goes into. So, because we kind of did something like that with Doom, right? We kind of did something like that because we were playing at the same time.
Yeah, and actually, whenever we start a game and then we end up like doing a death race run, see who has the most deaths, we kind of do that as well. But yeah, with Doom, it just came out and we started around the same time. I honestly thought you beat the game on Thursday, because you were playing Destiny, and I'm like, damn, you beat the game already? I'm so far behind. Because I was doing like a level a night. It was terrible, because I was going through and getting all the secrets and stuff. And
yeah.
And I popped in Friday. I popped in Friday, and I saw you were like a level behind me. And then that night I finished. But it took me forever. That ending, or not ending, but like you were a level behind me. I thought the next level after that one was going to be the end. And there's like 3 other levels. I'm like, what the hell? But I didn't hate it.
They kept it going. It's not artificial, but it was just long as shit.
Yeah. I didn't hate it like the first Doom, or Doom 2016, where like it was 15 levels, but like after level 7, I was ready for it to be over. That didn't happen here, thankfully. I found out...
It'll be all good.
Since we're talking about Doom, I found out that they had hidden in the code a pistol for the game. Let's see if this is working. So they just kind of took it out, but it's there. If you like use the console on PC, you can like and have like the right cheat settings set up. You can use the pistol. It's basically like the one from Doom 2016, except it has like an auto fire thing instead of like a charge up heavy shot thing.
That's pretty funny.
But it's kind of a good takeout, I think. Starting with the shotgun. Nobody really used the pistol anyway. Why is it still say physical versus digital?
Nah, nobody really uses the pistol anyway. I only use it as a way to conserve ammunition, and that's unnecessary, honestly.
Yeah, and that's kind of with the chainsaw and the flamethrower and what do you call it? The glory kills. They kind of take the place of the pistol and allowing you to like get easy kills on the fodder enemies, and then also replenish your shield and health, which Angel needs to work on from what I was watching the other day.
Shout out to playing incorrectly. Oh man, you know what? Let me just say what's up to the chat real quick. The chat, some people jumped in. What up, Nene Malo? What's going on, man? Welcome to the chat. Thank you for watching the show with me and Eric. Lunatic, what's going on, man? Just give you a heads up. The Predator demo that we were talking about, today is the last day to play it. Like it's supposedly being taken off the PlayStation Store. So just keep that in mind.
Terrible.
Greaves, what's up, girl? Welcome. Queen of the Nerds. Thanks for jumping in. Appreciate you guys. And everybody else who's watching on the channel. I really do appreciate you guys. Sit back, relax, enjoy the show. Right now we're talking about our thoughts on Doom because we don't care about an outline. We had one, but now we're jumping around. So let's just keep going.
Angel's title didn't save? What did it say?
Yeah, no, I did. Calm and Fury, speaking truth.
Oh, I guess it's because we're not speaking the truth. I don't know.
I think we are. So yeah, Doom's kind of rough, man. Doom's kind of rough. It's a lot of fun, but I found one enemy encounter that I haven't quite figured out yet. So I'm kind of stuck, if you will. And then I got a bit angry. So that's why I jumped off and I started playing Destiny some more. Need a break. Stuck. Broke my rage controller. You know how much rage you have to have in order to break a rage controller?
Wait, you broke it? How did you do that?
Yeah. Like I don't know. The insides. Yeah, like all the insides coming out. Yeah.
Oh, no. You gotta get you like one of those dog toys that are supposed to be indestructible, but the dog still finds a way to destroy it. I don't know how.
Yeah, that's me. Apparently, that's what I'm doing. But it's all gravy. It's a good game though. But I'm glad I got to play it. Highly recommend anyone to play it if anyone hasn't. But you know, it is what it is.
Yeah, go check it out. Probably start on like Hurt Me Plenty. Don't go if you're like an experienced shooter just to learn the game, because you definitely got to get into the flow of like using all your equipment and stuff and all your weapons. You can't just focus on maybe just using the shotgun the whole game. You're gonna get messed up. But the game does a good job of teaching you how to play and how to be better. And over time, you will be a master and be running around, blowing up faces. I was gonna find a clip of some gameplay, of us, but I didn't do that. So there we are.
I see what you're saying, guys. My notifications messed up. Yeah, it didn't save. I'm sorry. But whatever, you're here now. So hang out, guys. Hang out.
I mean, we're talking about Doom. It's the same thing.
Kind of similar. It's the same.
We did see some gameplay a second ago. But I wanted to point out about what Devmani said last week, mentioning that it felt like Quake playing the game. And I wasn't sure at the time when he said that, but after finishing the game now, and like having the air movement added ability and then the rocket launcher, as soon as I picked that up and started like just bouncing all over the place shooting it, I'm like, this is Quake. This isn't Doom anymore, it's Quake. I'm just running around doing everything that I would do in Quake. But that added to the enjoyment, just the movement abilities that you can have.
It's a lot of fun. Don't get me wrong. It's a great game, a lot of fun. I still think 2016 is better. I think 2016 is the better of the two new Dooms.
You're just mad.
Yeah. No. I mean, yeah, I get a little bitter about it, but no. In all seriousness, I think the story was better, the ambiance was better. The combat is basically the same. But the new one, Doom Eternal has some quality of life improvements that are much better. Like how the chainsaw works, having it on its own dedicated button for console. It's kind of nice in comparison, but I don't know. I preferred the story in 2016 Doom.
I guess I can agree with that, and I can agree on the quality of life stuff because I was saved by it. My game crashed on the final level, final boss, and I thought I was gonna have to start the whole battle all over again, and it like saved me right in the middle. I'm like, oh, thank you, id, thank you, id.
Oh, you're good then. You're good, right?
I was so happy. I'm like, I don't have to play this whole encounter all over again because it can be kind of long. I'm not gonna spoil anything, but it can be long.
Yeah, it can be.
But yeah.
So, all right. Well, moving forward, or shall I say backwards, the video game book club is an interesting idea, and it's funny that you brought it up because I'm actually in a Facebook group, but they do the same thing, but they do it specifically for retro games. It's called Retro Gaming Monthly, and every month they play a new retro title, and people will post pictures, ending their thoughts on it, and I think that'd be kind of cool to have like the community do as well. I think it'd be a wonderful idea. Like we pick a game, everybody plays, and then we talk about it. So, because Greaves had put in there, she had put in there like, you guys play weird games, right? And I guess that could be true. That is absolutely true for some people, But being in a club, if you will, doing something like that will expose you to some games that you normally wouldn't play, and could turn out to be an incredible experience. So, I don't know. I like it. I think it's a great idea. Great idea.
Oh, wait. I'm trying to figure out what Blue Cheese is talking about.
Oh, she's talking about Rage 2.0. She's talking about the controller. She's doing a new version of the controller, which I'm bringing it right here. This is Rage 1.0. Super delicious and nutritious. No, it's actually pretty dope, but she's working on one to make it a little bit stronger. So I guess by sending it to me, it was a perfect way to test it out.
I mean, that's a good product. Well, if I was a rage monster, I might be inclined to probably buy one of those, so I have something to throw.
Oh, she's legit. I highly recommend them. They're also good to just look at.
I was banging on my desk playing Apex last night. I was hot. I was not happy about playing that.
Oh, well, it sounds like you need a Rage controller.
But there's nothing more satisfying than just like hitting your desk, just like, damn it. And then I'm not going to hit my desk now with the microphone, but yeah. I don't know.
Oh my gosh.
I had some choice words as well.
Oh, see, with the chat guy over here. It sounds like we need somewhere for community to get together, Angel. Have you thought about this yet? I have thought about it only in the general sense of like, hey, I would like to get together with my people. As for specifics, I haven't gotten any specifics yet, but that is one of my dreams, is to have the entire community just meet up in a specific place, take something over, play games, chit chat, talk, eat good food. And it will happen. I guarantee you, it will happen.
Yeah, one day. That'd be an interesting experience. We'd probably have to do something like Game Attack, where we'd have to ask you to pay like the majority of the hotel fee or something if we were to put on an event. And that's kind of hard to ask.
To do like a convention type thing?
Yeah, like a small convention. But it looks
yeah,
like...
I mean, we could do something like that. Anything's possible in the future. I shouldn't say it could happen. I know it will happen. I don't know when, but it will happen in person. But yeah, there's also online opportunities that we can do. It will happen. We'll just figure out the logistics in the future.
All right, looks like they meant like more of like you should make a Discord finally, which I agree.
Yeah, I'm not. I have to get smart on the Discord. There are a lot of technologies out there that I'm not hip to because I'm a console player, so I'm just new to this Discord stuff. I think this was the first time that I actually jumped in our stream chat correctly. The first time.
Yeah, this is the first time.
For the show.
He got on Discord and was like, how do I talk? Where's the channel? Do you hear me? I'm like, oh my god.
Where you are, you, Eric? Save me.
It's like when I talk to the boomers at work on like resetting their password, except a lot harder.
Oh shit, it's so much fun. It's so much fun.
That's the
But
worst.
yeah, Discord is the way to go, and I actually want to start using more Discord, even when I do console gaming, because as I'm moving forward, whenever I get a mixer and ALXR, XLR mic and everything, you have more control over sound input. So something in the future, a couple steps in the future. But yeah, you want to move on to the next topic because I'm curious what your thoughts are on this one.
Well, this is your show.
Oh, oh, oh! All right. Well, here we go. Hey, let's go ahead and move forward. The topic that I would like to discuss today, because it's more of a, I don't know if it's like ethical, philosophical, legal. There are different perspectives on this one. So I was thinking about emulators and ROMs. Do they help or do they hurt the industry? Discuss.
And feel free to call in at the Discord. And let me see if I can. Oh, oops, messed something up. See, I thought we were doing something. We were going to the other topic, not that topic, but.
I don't know what other topic you're talking about. There's only like two topics left.
I didn't think you were gonna go with the main event so early, but yeah.
Oh shit! My bad. You want to back up? You want to back up? We can strike that.
No, I mean we have time to talk about some stuff. If we want to wait for people to jump in the queue, if they want to call in and chat. But yeah, emulators and the legality of them. It's always been like a touchy subject with within gaming and just trying to like. I feel like emulation is so key to like preservation when it comes to gaming into the future, because these cartridges, these discs, they have like a lifespan. They're not going to work eventually. So being able to back those up somewhere that's free and available to everyone is so important, I believe. But of course, you're talking about someone's property, or like intellectual property of a game, and just the legality behind that of like having someone's game posted on the internet for free. Now, I think it's okay to just like share stuff, but if you're selling it, that's illegal. When you're trying to make money off someone's stuff, that's bad.
Yes. Yeah, I agree with that.
But I think it's important for emulation to prosper, for sure, for gaming, for all the kids out there who will never get to play an Atari 2600 game. I mean, that's the way I've played like some games for tournaments. It's so important because I can't find them. There's no way I'm going to find a Centipede on the Atari 2600 and find an Atari 2600 that works and a controller that works with the specific shooting buttons and joystick that the tournament was going to be using. So it all comes down to just availability and backup. What is that music? Oh, that's me.
I don't hear you. Yeah, I'm like, I don't hear any music.
Oops. But yeah.
Well, I agree. I agree with you on that one, man. I agree with you.
So I've got a website pull up here. It used to be my go-to for emulation and ROMs. It's Emu Paradise. Now, since Nintendo cracked down on everybody, they've taken down all their ROMs, and now you can just download emulators. So you just go there, and it's like, what kind of what kind of system are you using? Oh, N64, Project 64. Stuff like that. And it just gives you options for emulators. You have to go. See, this is why you should make it available, because you have to go to like the underbelly of the internet sometimes to find these ROMs now. Like you have to go to someone's shared drive and you don't know what's on there. Someone could be loading it up with viruses, and then you just like download something and it'll break your computer.
Right.
But
I like to say, give your computer AIDS. That's what I like to say.
Yes, exactly.
Like Napster.
Or LimeWire or something.
LimeWire. Oh my god.
That was terrible.
Wild Wild West. So I actually agree with everything that you said, right? So there was, in the beginning, I was a little apprehensive because I'm like, hey, this is an intellectual property. Someone needs to get paid for this stuff. We shouldn't just be grabbing all of these video games for free. But how it really is that the developers aren't making any money. The majority of the time after they create the game and they put it out, The only ones who make money later on are the publishers. So even when the developers end up closing, the publishers still have the rights to the games. So any new copy of that game only goes to the publisher, who wasn't even the people who created the game. So the ones who did the work to create the property aren't receiving the money for said property. And to make things even worse, even talking about the GameStop resale markets, right? So anytime that you buy a used title, I equate ROMs and used titles to being the same thing. So a ROM you get for free, meaning that you're not giving anyone any money. When you are buying a used title, you're giving that money for somebody else's work to someone who had nothing to do with it. So you buy a used game from GameStop, GameStop makes the money. The developer gets nothing off of that, which is why GameStop pushes so hard for their used game market. So personally, I think ROMs are amazing. And in terms of the legalities, if you own a physical copy of that game, you are legally allowed or legally authorized to have a ROM of said game.
Well, backup, since not all game files are ROMs, but yeah.
Yeah. So, look, whatever. But I think it absolutely helps. It helps the industry, is what I think. Because just as you said, there are some amazing video games out there that you can't find that are very difficult, whether it be because they didn't make enough copies of it because they didn't expect it to be so good, or it is rare and all the collectors have bought up all the copies, so it's very difficult to find them out in circulation. Like trying to find a copy of Super Metroid out there in the wild was difficult for a long time. So, but I like ROMs. I support ROMs, and I think it should be easier to get your hands on them because it's very good for the industry and for people. So that's what I think.
There you
If
go.
you guys have any, give me a DM. You know what I'm saying? I need some.
Lunatic was talking about the importance of emulators are good for games like Star Wars Galaxies, I believe, is the game you're referring to, where the company stopped the servers, and so it was taking upon the community to be able to resurrect that game for people to be able to play it.
That is a perfect response. And I say that because as everything can transitions to games as a service, always online, we're going to be running into this more and more, where the games that we're buying today will be unplayable maybe like 10 years from now. And those experiences will be gone. They don't exist. Destiny 1. There you go. There's an example, right?
For the most part, that's already happening, unfortunately, with these live service games. As soon as they touch the market, they're already not the same game they were when they were released. And with each continuous update, it's making it impossible to, it is impossible. You can't go back and play the original version of Fortnite. And that game's like light years beyond where it is now, or where it was then, and where it is now.
Completely different game. Completely different game. I think it's really good, especially I like what you had said too in regards to the preservation of the intellectual property for years to come. Yeah. For instance, like one time I had downloaded a ROM just so that I could play the ET game that came out on, that was on Atari as well, right?
Yes, Atari.
Yeah. So it came out on Atari and I wanted to play it, not because it was one of the greatest games of all time, but it was one of the most controversial games that was credited as being the reason for the video game crash. So by being able to play the ROM, I was able to have that experience, and it made it easier for me to understand what everybody was talking about. So I was able to understand a part of history that I wasn't alive or that I wasn't able to live through, but I now understand, have a greater appreciation for as an adult. So I like it. And for tournaments as well. Like Eric was saying, comes in handy for tournaments.
Yeah, honestly, I had to wait to play it like on actual hardware before I ever played ET at like the Video Game Museum, which is here in
that's in Dallas, right?
Yeah,
that's the one in Dallas.
Area.
Yeah. I was there on the opening day. Years ago.
That's right. Was it opening day or like they did like an early opening for the SGC?
We were early.
Yeah,
it was early opening for us.
Yeah, it was completely different than what it is now. Like that was really like bare bones. What it is now, it's pretty amazing. They have like a room set up. Let me see if I can find some like footage of this. But they have like rooms set up with like themes from like the 80s and stuff. And like you can lift up the mattress and there's a Playboy magazine under there.
Yo, I can neither confirm nor deny that I participated in any of those magazine viewings. I'm just saying American Gladiators had a good spread.
Oh crap. I gotta turn that music off.
The only Playboys, this has nothing to do with what we're talking about, but I'm sharing stories because it's story time, right? The only Playboys that I've ever purchased were the ones featuring China from the WWE. I had a huge crush on her. Huge crush.
So I got some footage of the video game museum as it is now, I believe. It's they have like a little game store set up with like there's ET thing in the background, ET standee, stuff like that. It's a cool experience. Whenever you come back to town, I say check it out again. Definitely worth re-going. I wish I still had free days. Like you can go for free on a day and kind of donate to the cause. If that ever happens again, with all the touching and stuff, it's this is a place that would be first to go if we never go back.
Wear gloves.
It's a normal.
Wear gloves.
Yeah, I saw a lot of people. I went to the store Friday. I saw a lot of people walking around with gloves, and it's kind of gloves and masks, and it was weird, like because for myself, I kind of have like an OCD thing when it comes to like cleanliness. I don't like to get my hands dirty, so like that's kind of something like I've had to deal with in reality is like going out in public and then like having to get my hands dirty with stuff. So like I'll go through life. This is a secret. I have like I always have a napkin or something in my pocket so I can like open doors and stuff, and I try to like hide it. And now like it's socially acceptable to like wear gloves. It's so weird. Like now as I am now, I can't wear the gloves and go walk around because it's just embarrassing to like live with like this like OCD thing. But I see people just casually walking around with gloves, and I'm still like pulling out my napkin and opening the freezer door. So I don't know. It's weird. It's a weird experience now going out in public.
Bro, I totally understand. I am almost the same way. I bring hand sanitizer everywhere. So I'll be washing, like I wash my hands multiple times. Sometimes I'll leave a store and I have to wash my hands. I put on the hand sanitizer. But what gets me about the gloves though, is that these guys will wear the gloves. They'll touch everything with the same set of gloves. They walk out, they get in their car, they touch the car with the same gloves.
Oh, yeah.
And they go into the next store with the same gloves. I'm like, oh my God. You're spreading cooties. You're spreading the cooties. Stop. Stop touching things. But I don't say nothing, though. I don't say nothing. I just judge them inside my head.
Blue Cheese is saying the person in the museum video I have up is being very reckless with all the stuff, all the little rares.
I know. I was thinking the same thing. I was like, look at this douchebag just throwing stuff around. Show some respect. Show some respect.
I probably could have found a better video. I just wanted to find something really quick. But
it's all good. But yeah, I get the same way too about cleanliness. But a lot of mine has to do with the fact that I was this weird, smelly kid when I was young.
Always got to bring up the smelly kid phase.
Oh my gosh. Anyways, I guess we can close out this specific point talking about emulators and ROMs before we move on to the next thing. So, final thoughts. What are your final thoughts on emulators, ROMs helping or hurting the industry?
It's always gonna help. I can't. And your face nerd at the same time. Wow.
Greaves.
What is this hate? What have I done to deserve any of this? But anyway, yeah, it's important. Emulators will always be important to me. It got me through gaming as a whole. Like growing up, since I couldn't always afford to even go back and get old stuff or play new stuff, it's just a way to play games, and that's always good. Having more ways to play games and experience history. That's it.
Well, that was a final thought. What's up, Jefferson Raw? Welcome in. No, nerd's not an insult. I just like to react to it though, because everybody reacts to it. It's great. Nowadays, it's like I'm a nerd. It's like a badge of honor.
That's that's another topic of discussion for me. Is like the the evolution of the word nerd and becoming cool. To me, it hasn't become cool. It's still. I mean, I'm not going to be insulted if someone says nerd, but it's just like I can't go around being like I'm a nerd because I'm just like I don't agree with saying that in public and feeling like it would benefit me in any way. I talk about what I like, but I'm not going to say I'm a nerd. I don't know, or a geek or anything. That's me.
Well, well, some some people take it as like a term of endearment,
Yeah.
or even nowadays, especially with the younger generation, it's like it's something cool to be. It's like, yo, I'm a nerd. But nerd means, I think it means something different now than what it did before. Because before there was a clear distinction between the people who did all the computer comic book slash nerd stuff and then the jocks, right?
Yeah.
Sports, lifting weights. Like there was a very clear distinction and there was a line between the two. But nowadays it's been blended so much that there isn't a clear distinction between the jock, And I'm not saying that I'm the perfect example, but I am an example because on one aspect, on one side, I actually used to do amateur MMA fighting. I would go to martial arts tournaments and I've won medals actually fighting. And then I would also like stay in the house all weekend playing a video game in my underwear, not taking a shower. You know what I mean? Like mastering a specific video game and studying frame rates and searching the internets and scouring the internets for the lore behind the game I was playing, which I guess some people consider to be nerdy, but there's like almost an amalgamation of the two nowadays. So I guess a nerd doesn't necessarily mean what it used to mean anymore.
Yeah, no, you can be a nerd in anything now. So like you can be a stats nerd for sports, anything. Just like it kind of just means like you're
That's
obsessed about, or not like in a good way or a bad way, but you have that passion for something, like to get down to the nitty gritty of what something's about, like football stats, improving your form in basketball when you take a shot. It's just like you can be a nerd about anything, I guess. I still don't like
you
the
are
word.
absolutely right. Absolutely. Here's two good examples. One, right? First example, there are nerds who play Dungeons and Dragons, right? A fantasy pretend made up world, right? That they bring to life with their imagination. You know who else does that in real life? Any of those nerds out there who do fantasy football, you bunch of D&D for sports fanatics. That's what it is D&D for sports. Bunch of nerds.
Exactly.
I don't know what the second example was. I know
Yeah.
it was going to be really good, but I forgot it. So we'll just stop on that. We'll stop on that.
All right, there we go. You only get one, and maybe we'll remember the other one. Wait, 3 p.m. What time is it for Jefferson Rolls right now? Or Jefferson Roll?
I don't know. I don't know what zone he's in, but yeah. See, literally, even Lunatic's talking about D&D. Listen. I'm not hating on D&D. You will never hear me say anything terrible about D&D. What I will say about D&D is I'm not really a fan. And that's because I just couldn't get into it. I would prefer to play a video game than talk about one. That's all. I will never talk trash about D&D.
I don't know. I feel like
But I will talk trash about fantasy football, though.
Hey, I like fantasy football. I've never done D&D, but I can't hate on it. I feel like Angel just probably wasn't D&Ding with the right group. Because I feel like with his energy, his imagination, he'd fit in quite well in the D&D crowd. He's got to have the right people, I think. But I've never done it, so I don't know.
Maybe I do have to try it again. I don't know. I should. Maybe that should be something we should do. I should stream that. Do a D&D thing with my stream team here and see how it goes.
Hey, go for it. I'll always do something different. I know there's a group on Mixer that like streams their D&D like plays, and I'm like, I don't know what's going on, but you guys seem like you're having fun. That's all that matters.
yeah, I don't know. Like, are you sure you decided to do that?
Yeah, actually, I do decide to do that. Shit, I just rolled a 17. I'm gonna win this.
The DM is like, no, you have died to frostbite.
Oh no!
I don't know. I don't know.
I feel like these are just like your examples from Stranger Things or something. When it comes
Yeah, I
to-
just made some shit up, bro. I have no idea what I'm talking about. Oh shit! Like, but yeah, I don't think the term nerds has morphed. It doesn't necessarily mean what it used to mean, and But at the same time, there's like that cultural appropriation happens a lot too, you know? So the things that I used to get made fun of for and beat up for are pretty cool now, you know?
Yeah.
I don't know. It is what it is. Which I guess is a good segue into the topic of the movie.
I guess it is
that.
surprising. we somehow made a good segue
Yo.
into Joker.
Eric, we are the greatest talk show hosts ever.
I don't know if I can agree with that
Talk
yet,
show
but
podcast? I don't even know what this is. Podcasters.
hosts, thing.
We're a pod talk hoster chatting. I don't know.
Anywhoozy. So Angel, I guess, just watched Joker for the first time. Yesterday? I don't know.
Oh yeah, you're asking me. Yes, I just watched it last night. As a matter of fact.
We got the trailer here in the background. If for some reason you're not familiar with this movie,
who wants to talk about this and jump in the chats, please feel free to jump into the queue. We'll bring you guys in. But if there's someone who hasn't seen the movie and they're worried about spoilers, please put that in the chat now so that we won't talk about the end of the movie. But I figured like we could talk some generalizations of said movie. So I guess what we should start off first with the first general perspective would be YourFace. You saw it a while ago.
yes.
What do you remember most about it? Like, what are your thoughts about it? How did you feel watching it? What did you think of the movie, The Joker?
It was an interesting experience. I watched it. My job was having a movie night, and this is the movie they chose. And I'm like, are you sure that's a good idea, guys? So we went and watched the movie, and it was not a good idea. Everybody walked out, and like the looks on people's faces, like everybody's like, crap. Everybody's just in a shitty mood when we walked out. You're just like, oh god, this is not a good idea. Next time we'll watch Toy Story 4, guys. We're not gonna do Joker ever again. But I didn't really like the movie, if I'm being honest. It was like, hold it.
What? I'm gonna hit the mute. All right, I'm back.
I think it's mostly just because I couldn't get over the Batman skin of it, like having the character be the Joker, and just like contrasting with what, like, I know there's different universes and different things in regards to Batman, but just contrasting to what my idea of the Joker and what my idea of Batman and like how they become to be, that was always in the back of my mind, just being distracting. Now, if this is a movie like that didn't involve the Joker, if it was just like any guy, I think it would have resonated better with me. But in that regard, it did not. And there's just like some filmic things I didn't like. You asked me, you were talking about like my film and television background, what I studied in school. That kind of was. Oh, that's the ending. We don't want to show that. Yeah, there's some like things that just pacing wise and stuff like that were distracting as well. It didn't hit with me, but I can see how it like resonated with people. I don't know. Yeah.
I guess I might be on the other. So the Batman skin, as we're going to talk about it, I didn't really catch onto it till a little bit later. And now here's why. Because I'm originally from Bronx, New York. So some of the places that they went to, I recognized. So like the stairs that he walked up and down, I've been there. The projects that he lived in, my mother has driven by them or drove us by a couple of times. The way that the trains looked back in the 80s, that's exactly what I remember them being, like graffiti everywhere. Going into an apartment complex and getting into that scary ass elevator, I totally remember that. And when I see this elevator, I remember how it smelt. And for some reason, it always smelled like urine and fried chicken in the projects in those elevators. Shit made no sense. So for me, I immediately was grounded in the movie, what they were trying to portray, because I grew up during that time in that area. And it wasn't actually until a little bit later that it dawned on me that, oh my God, this is actually a Batman type movie. So I enjoyed it because understanding how the Joker is, like this intellectual sociopath, seeing how he came up and then would eventually evolved into that, I think the movie showed a perfect trajectory of how somebody could get to that level. So there was a certain level of realism. To me, it felt grounded, and by the end of the movie, it did make me feel a little sad about how things were, but it was sad because it was so true. And not only that, I had a very difficult time disagreeing with what the Joker had done in the movie. But so I really liked it because it hit on a human level. It humanized the Joker character so that we could understand him more. Not necessarily agree, but we were able to understand him more, which I think helps out the entire universe. Because now, as a result of understanding the Joker more, we can kind of understand the trauma that Batman went through, Bruce Wayne went through, and as to why he ended up becoming Batman, and that the dynamic that they have between the two. So I really enjoyed the way that they did this. I think if they didn't have the Batman skin, I'm not sure if it would have been as successful.
I think nobody would have watched it. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with that because there's a lot of extra nuance, emotion, and understanding that we came into the movie with as a result of knowing that it was about the Joker. And then we were able to have that filter, and we laid that onto the movie itself. So where the movie may have come up short, I guess you could say, we were able to fill in with our understanding of the Joker character, and then we were able to create the best version of the movie within our own minds. At least that's what I did. That's what I did during my viewing. And also, Bruce Wayne's dad was a jerk.
So I pulled up the Metacritic scores. We have from critics 59% average and a 9.1 average from users. And now, like the user scores out of 10 and the critic scores out of 100. But obviously, there's kind of a disconnect there between critics and average viewers, as per usual. But yeah, just wanted to point that out.
So it's interesting up here. Greaves had put something. Oh, wait. Let me back up. Oh, no. I'm sorry. It was Nene Malo. It was hard to get away from the comic book and all the other movies. So what I had to do during my viewing was that I had to remind myself that this was a different interpretation of the Joker. And that the Joker, the movie itself, was trying to humanize, to show how it could be possible in today's world. Even though it was set in the 80s, right? They still had the same problems that could happen now.
I mean, the same problems
right?
are kind of happening now, but...
Right? It is the same, right? So by humanizing the Joker, I had to humanize the entire universe with which Batman takes place. So as I started watching, I started thinking about Arkham Asylum, the video games, and then I started thinking about the animated cartoon, like and then I started thinking about the movies, Heath Ledger. So as I started coming up, I had to force myself to stop and then just absorb the movie for what it was. And then I would fill in some of the characteristics that were indicative of the Joker later on in his most sociopathic form. Not necessarily the comedic Joker, but trying to understand why he became, a little crazy later on in the comics or the video games than anything else. But for anyone who's played the Arkham games, we also see how Batman changes as he starts dancing closer and closer to the ledge and jumping into darkness. And I think even Batman's story is encapsulated in the Joker, and how he became, the Joker himself. So I thought Joaquin Phoenix did a phenomenal job because I was able to understand why he did the things that he did. So I don't know. I enjoyed it, but as I was watching it though, when they did the stair scene where he's dancing on the stairs, I was like, I remember that place. That place was a shithole. Those stairs were nasty. You were just worried about like falling down and getting gingivitis on them steps. That was like iconic.
Jefferson Rawl asked, why did I bring up the Metacritic score? I mean, it's important. You got to get the overall average of what everybody's thinking here. I feel like that's important always when it comes to like the perception of a movie and how it's digested by everybody.
Because it's good. It's good.
I don't know. Yeah, it's just because not everybody's going to like a movie, not everybody's going to love a movie. It's like when I go buy something on Amazon, I make sure to read the 5-star. I read every star rating, like 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, just like to get a general sense of like, is this product something I want to buy? Or same with movies. I want to make sure this is a product I want to see or spend my hard-earned money on. Luckily, it was free. So that was the only reason why I watched it.
No, it's good. I think the Metacritic is good too because it brings up conversation to see the difference between what critics would think and what the general public's perception is in regards to a game, or I'm sorry, in regards to the movie. But then on top of that, to see what the commentary is on people who aren't even a part of that world, you know, being critics, so to speak. So just general viewers, moviegoers, and what their perception is, and then trying to take all that in. So there's, I thought it was pretty interesting. And Greaves has wrote in here quite a few times that people were missing the message. Like the message is completely lost on people, and I have to agree with that because the Joker is a multi-level movie, it goes multiple levels deep. So you could take it as just like the top tier level, and you'd be like, oh, this guy is reacting a certain way to the way that he's being treated. You know, whatever. It's kind of funny what he does. It's kind of crazy. You laugh at some of the crazy stuff, you know, whatever. That's one level. And then you can get super deep into it too, where you start identifying with the person and you start putting yourself in their shoes, in the shoes of the people who are poor, in the shoes of the people who are rich, those who passed away, those who didn't. And then it starts making you question how you would react in those same situations, which then forces you to judge yourself according to whatever filters and perceptions that you have. So you may judge the Joker and be like, what is he doing? And then you put yourself in that situation, which forces you to judge yourself. And you're like, well, wait a second, maybe he's not really being so crazy. Which then forces you to start looking at society like, well, shit, maybe society's messed up. What's going on here? So it can be a slippery slope of chaos if you allow it to be. But
I'm ready.
What did you think of his laugh?
It was not a bad laugh. I liked and the take on the Joker's laugh and just having it be like a medical condition from some trauma. That was an interesting take. I did like that, and just how like it can paint him in a bad light when he's in public and he just starts laughing, like he's on the bus and he just can't stop, and he's got to give out a card, and people don't take him seriously, and it's it definitely like puts you. It makes you feel sad for the character as like, oh, that's one of the things they use to gain what do you call it? Sympathy for the character, because there's so many things that are out of his control that just keep happening to him, like with his mom and stuff like that.
So how do you feel about that, Eric? Let me ask you this. Like, here's a straight, poignant question. How do you feel about them putting you in a position to where you had to feel a certain kind of way for a character that you know is a violent sociopath, like almost humanizing him? How do you feel about them doing that to you as a viewer?
Well, that's what I was talking about before with like Batman theme, like the backdrop and stuff. It was too hard for me to like disassociate this newer take from other takes. So that hurt me in terms of like appreciating what was happening in the movie, or even like digesting it properly. I don't know, but I did understand like what they were presenting in front of me. I understood like the turmoil, the trials and tribulations. I don't know. It's hard. It was hard. To put it in simple terms, it was hard.
I like that quite a bit, actually. Let me see. Let me jump into some chat points before I jump up. So Jefferson Rawl is still on the was bringing up the Metacritic. Lobbied scores doesn't qualify as fair reviews. Reviews from viewers, sure. Critics, no. Grieve says about the Joker laughing, his laugh was painful. It was difficult to watch. Interesting. And then in terms of gaming, I'm not going to be playing any tonight. I'm streaming. That has nothing to do with what we're talking about right now, but I wanted to make sure I said that because I have gotten a couple questions about that. So no stream past this tonight. But here's a question for you coming from Greaves.
I did see
Has
that.
YourFace ever pondered the consequences of Batman's actions?
You know, as a child, you know, you don't really think about that. You just think about Batman coming and saving the day. But when you play the Arkham games, and you're like, you are like punching these people in the face, you are driving your Batmobile around and shooting them with your rockets that are not supposed to kill them, but you're pretty sure they're dead when you blow them up with your rockets on your Batmobile. I'm like, ooh, I'm not okay with this. I might not shoot these guys just so I don't kill them. I might not take this encounter so I don't have to hurt people for no reason. That being in the shoes of Batman definitely puts into perspective what he does and what the pain he can cause to people just on the street and whatnot. People in a bad situation, people who are kind of forced into the situation by getting put into that by these supervillains, forced to work for them just based on their condition. You know, I definitely do think about everything, but I don't know. This movie is definitely supposed to make you think, and I was just distracted while I was thinking a lot. And
That's a tough one because most people don't look at from Batman's perspective, right? So most people will look at it and say that there is a clear distinction between bad, good and bad, right? They'll be like, well, Batman obviously is the good guy because the Joker is obviously the bad guy, but I think it was when they did the transition to the Dark Knight series in the comic books where Batman became more darker. And I believe that who is the villain in this world within Gotham is it's a very fluid term, right? Because from different perspectives, someone and I like that Eric brought that up. I'm glad that you did. You brought up that some people were forced into working for these supervillains, right? They legitimately had no choice. They either worked for the villain and was paid for the work they did, or they didn't work for the villain and then them and their entire family was killed, right? Those are the two options they had. So, and then Batman comes along like, oh, you should have known better. And then beats the crap out of them. You know what I mean? So then it kind of puts it into perspective. You're like, stand by, billionaire Bruce Wayne. You can't go beating up people who don't have anything, who are forced into a situation because they ain't got nothing. Not everybody has a choice. You know what I'm saying? I ain't got no butler. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know. But I do think that it is very difficult to have a fully good hero, so to speak, in the world of Gotham because there is so much darkness. You have to match the level of darkness / violence in order to stop it and then allow things to reset. That's what I think. So, but as a result of the movie, The Joker, I completely understood where he came from. And I think that's why in the end, so many people were screaming and supporting him because even though he went to the extreme in terms of expressing that frustration, what the Joker was doing and was saying was the embodiment of the emotion, the thoughts, and the negativity that was felt within all of the people who didn't have a voice or didn't have the power to express themselves to those, you know, with power and money who wouldn't listen anyway. So I don't know. I watched it. I felt sad about it. You know, I was like, fuck, man, it's difficult living in a world that's set up this way. But at the same time, I was like, damn, I completely understand what the Joker was doing.
Yeah, it's definitely a rough ending for sure. That's why never watch movies like The Joker on a work event. Just BT dub. Pro tip.
Oh my gosh. So it's funny because Greaves is all like, the hero is only the hero in his own story.
Yeah,
And there was something that I saw on Instagram where it had the picture of Thanos. And it was like, no matter how good you are always the villain in someone's story.
Yep. I feel like I'm
That's
the villain
deep.
in a lot of stories.
That's deep. We all are, man. We all are. We all are. We're all, every single person out there is a villain in somebody's story. Regardless of how good you are, you're a villain in somebody's story. That shit is deep.
I'm the villain in Greaves' streaming story for Angel. Yeah. Why do you keep making him do these podcasts? You nerd. But yeah.
Nah, it's all good. But it is important, though. If you're watching The Joker, you cannot think of Heath Ledger. Heath Ledger was like on another level, man. Like his Joker was on another level. So let's bring that up. Let's bring that up. Let's compare and contrast, right? Let's compare and contrast. And just to verify, Eric, did you see? I know it's a stupid question, but I'm gonna ask anyway, for the sake of confirmation. Did you see the Tim Burton's Jack Nicholson's Batman? Right. So you've seen.
I haven't
his
seen it
Joker,
recently, but I've of course seen the movies. Yeah.
Okay,
But-
so you've seen that. So you've also seen Heath Ledger's Joker.
Uh-huh.
You've also seen Jared Leto's Joker.
I pretend that doesn't exist, but yeah.
I'm gonna comment on that when I get to speak. And now you have seen Joaquin Phoenix's Joker, right?
Uh-huh.
Okay. So going across those, out of those Jokers, which one was it easier for you to identify with? We'll start
Oh,
there.
identify with. I thought the question was going to be which one's your favorite, because I had an answer for that.
Nope.
I didn't have an
We're
answer.
first going to go with identify with. As a person, which one did you watch their performance and go, yeah, I understand. Like if I was in that situation, yeah, I understand.
I'm just gonna use my answer. I was gonna say if you were gonna ask who was my favorite, I'm gonna go with Mark Hamill as the Joker. That's who I identify with.
Oh man!
I identify with the Joaquin Phoenix Joker, which is also like painful to say, I think, or painful to come to terms with, like, just like having a crappy job, then losing your crappy job, and then just trying to do your job, and some kids come down the street and steal your sign and beat you up with it, and you're like, damn. Just like everything that could go wrong does go wrong, and you're like,
Yeah.
I don't know.
So Joaquin Phoenix's Joker was the one that you were able to identify with. So,
Yeah.
but now your favorite version was.
The Mark Hamill Joker from the animated series.
I'm not
Always.
gonna lie, I forgot about that. I feel like I disrespected him. How could I forget that? That's correct. Mark Hamill did voice the Joker. So why is that version of the Joker your favorite?
It's just like, just being a cartoon, like literal cartoon character. He's got the perfect laugh for the character, I think, that I've ever heard. Just the antics, and especially in cartoon form, you can get away with like different things, like making giant boxes, like Jack in the Boxes that attack, like come after Batman and stuff. It's just a more fun Joker to see on the screen. I hate to say that, but yeah, he just it was a different experience in cartoon form versus what you see in movies. Which, don't get me wrong, there are great Jokers, but I don't know. I prefer the animated Joker for sure.
Well, I'm on the opposite end in terms of favorite Joker, but the one that I was most able to obviously see myself in that same situation and be like, yeah, I would possibly do the same thing. Obviously, it was the Joaquin Phoenix one. I feel it was because they humanized him and they made a play on the emotions of people in tough situations. Because when I was growing up, as I said before, we lived in Bronx, New York. So the stuff that he saw, people getting jumped, him getting jumped, like I completely understand that. You know, I had people rob me of my sneakers and throw my sneakers on the electrical lines. I've said this story a couple times, right? And I used to live in the area where some of those scenes were filmed, so I completely understand why he became what he became, how he reacted. And as a result of watching the movie, even during the movie, I was evaluating myself and my own self-image based off of how I was judging this character. It was an incredibly philosophical echo chamber that I was in as I was watching it. It's a very powerful movie. In terms of my favorite Joker, however, my favorite Joker right there on the screen is Heath Ledger. He's my absolute favorite version of the Joker. And that's because I think the way that I take the Joker to be is someone who is so cold, calculated, and absolutely crazy at times that people have a hard time taking this person serious because they're so the way that their perspective on handling things, handling problems, the extremes that they go in order to make a point, that it seems so crazy to some people. Like, oh, this guy has to be joking. So I think Heath Ledger, in my perspective, was the perfect Joker, but the one that I felt a better connection to was the Joaquin Phoenix. But just to take it back, I want your perspective on it real quick before I say what I'm going to say. Not Joaquin Phoenix, I'm sorry. Jared Leto, his Joker. Explain to me why you were like, yo, I try and pretend like it doesn't exist.
Well, I mean, I think just like off the bat, they kind of just ruined his take on the Joker with like that poster with like the tattoos and just like the nonsense. That's not the right one. That's a different character or a different guy. But it just, I don't know. I don't know. It felt like a terrible take just to see like the silver teeth as I pull it up here, the tattoos, I don't know. It just, I would have to like, I never really saw like what this movie was just because of this, like what I was presented with initially with damaged on his forehead. Like that immediately is like, that's dumb. Why do you have to write damage on your head? You're supposed to be just not just crazy, but cerebral as well. You don't. The Joker to me would not have to write damaged on his head to get his point across. He does that with his actions and that's, I don't know. You got me on like my heels. I'm not gonna lie, but with his actions.
You got impromptu speaking, baby. Let's go.
I wasn't prepared, but yeah, just what he does is more than enough to tell you who the character is. You shouldn't need that represented physically in tattoo form, I guess, is what I'm trying to say.
So
but yeah, he didn't get a chance to really flesh out his character, as Grieve said, or you didn't really get a chance to see him fleshed out. He was just really flashbacks in the movie and whatnot. So maybe he could have been a good Joker, but nobody will ever know.
Yeah, I was actually a little disappointed. So whenever I see an iteration of the Joker, I try and take it as its own thing. It is very difficult in order to do the same type of Joker after someone else has done it, because this may sound cliche, but everyone has had a masterful performance of the Joker to the point where if someone else was to perform the Joker the same way as the previous actor, that would come across as a mockery, right? So going from Jack Nicholson's version of the Joker to Heath Ledger's. If Heath Ledger acted the same way of Jack Nicholson, we wouldn't have been able to take it serious. We would have been like, nah, son, Jack Nicholson was better. So I think there's somewhat of a requirement for each person who plays the Joker to have to play it differently in order for their performance to be taken seriously, right? So, and that's because I think every performance has been masterful. In terms of Jared Leto, his version of the Joker made sense for the context of the Suicide Squad. I think that's might be where some people are lost in the sauce. If we think of Joker as Joker in terms of Joker versus Batman, then yeah, that Jared Leto's Joker doesn't make any sense. But if you think of it in terms of the shenanigans of the Suicide Squad and that particular time, along with what's happening, it's the Suicide Squad that's supposed to be grounded in some of the banana stuff that we see right now. Like if you look at all of the rappers these days that are super fancy and super popular, they all look like the desk in detention center that everybody would write some shit on, right? So every new rapper's face looks like a detention desk. You know what I mean? Like ice cream cones and other dumb shit on their face. So I think Jared Leto's Joker was supposed to be a version of today encapsulated within the world of the Suicide Squad. But I think the worst problem he had was that he wasn't given enough time for us to understand his Joker. And if you look in every single movie that the Joker has appeared in that we all appreciate, it's because the Joker was giving enough time to flesh out the character so that we could understand that specific character's motives. Because when you go from Tim Burton's Batman to... Why am I drawing a blank? To Heath Ledger's... So Jack Nicholson's Batman to Heath Ledger's Batman, they are so different that it's almost jarring. For those of you who've seen the original Batman and then jump into Heath Ledger's Batman, you're like, yo, what the hell is going on? But then we're given enough time to embrace what Heath Ledger is doing, and we're like, oh shit, that makes sense. Because when you first see him, when he has that crazy voice going on, you're like, yo, what the hell is going on here? Shitty makeup, crazy voice, Heath Ledger is not doing a good job. So by the end of the movie, you're like, oh shit, that voice makes sense. His makeup changing over time explains, is like a visual indicator of the chaos that's going inside of his mind. Like, oh shit, this Batman or this Joker is incredible. And then you move forward, Jared Leto didn't have the time to breathe. And now we watch the Joker movie. He's just a normal dude. He's just a normal dude. Not impressive. Everything that he goes through is not impressive and wouldn't make any sense if we didn't have the skin of the Batman and the lore propping up the movie. Oops. And then by the end, when he paints his hair green and he puts on the paint and he's wearing the outfit, we're like, okay, that is the Joker. And now that we've seen and we had an entire movie showing how he transitioned to the Joker, we were able to embrace it and be like, yo, this guy is phenomenal. Phenomenal. So I think Jared Leto is probably... He's going to go down in history as the worst Joker of all time, but I think he is the missed opportunity. Had incredible potential because even in the short amount of time that he had, he owned the screen. You know what I'm saying? He owned his scenes. You're like, oh shit, yo, he's doing pretty good, but he just didn't have enough time to breathe. I don't know. What do you think, Eric? Am I full of shit here? Am I just talking? What do you think? Impromptu speech, go.
To be fair, I wasn't paying attention. No, I'm kidding. I mean, no.
Where's my?
You hit the nail on the head. I would say is like, if you don't have time to really fully develop your character in a movie, then it's just going to be hollow and shallow, and that's what's going to happen with when you have a character appear on screen for like a couple of scenes. It's you're just kind of just wasting the time, and that's going to put like in a bad perspective that character, even though the character is not a full character. It's just like, I don't know. It doesn't work in the concept of character building, character creation. You can't just throw somebody on screen for a couple of seconds or a few seconds at a time and be like, okay, now judge him based off all these people who had full movies and everything. I will concede to that point, yes. I'll still call him the worst Joker though. No.
Yeah, well, no, I mean, I'm not gonna argue with you because he was, but I think there was a very specific reason behind it.
Yeah.
So here's something. I don't know if you've heard this, Eric, because Kane of Fury just put this in here. It caught me off guard. They said the Joaquin Joker may not be the actual Joker. Did you hear anything about that?
No, not lore wise, but like I'm pretty sure I saw or read somewhere that like Joker as a script wasn't about like set in the Batman universe. It was just like a movie that someone wrote a script about, and then they put the Batman themes in it, made it the Joker, and then put it out there. I'm pretty sure on that. Correct me if I'm wrong, chat. I'm okay with being wrong, but that's kind of like the thing that was bugging me about it too when I was watching. It's like this wouldn't fit in like a universe with Batman.
Yeah.
So
not as we know it.
Yeah.
No.
So I don't know if this is the same Joker that would be going head to head, not head to head. I hate saying that, but would be battling with Batman later on. I don't know. So that would make sense if you're gonna like make it into a lore thing and add it into its own universe and maybe like inspiration for someone down the road. I don't know. We'll see what they do. I'm sure they'll make a sequel that doesn't need to be made, and
I'm glad you brought that up. Because the next point that I want to bring up and talk about is because the director and Joaquin Phoenix have both stated in the beginning that they did not want to make a sequel to the Joker. And Joaquin Phoenix, as an actor, is known for not making sequels. That's not his thing. However, the tremendous success of the Joker, making what is like over $1 billion that this movie has made.
I'm sure.
It has been both financially a success and critically a success. That they are actively going to be pursuing a sequel. So I'm throwing that question at you, like. Would you partially answer? Like, do you think it deserves a sequel? Should there be a sequel? And if there is a sequel, what could that look like?
Hell, I don't know. Definitely wouldn't work. I don't think it would. There should not be a sequel. Sequels are dumb. I hate sequels. Just in general. Like, a sequel is usually the downfall of any like movie franchise because it creates a franchise and then eventually wears out its welcome, and then everybody hates it, and then somehow in some way people will find a way to love it. I don't know, through cult followings. I don't know, it's weird. I do enjoy some sequels like Godfather Part 2,
Terminator 2,
Tron Legacy.
Yeah, no, it actually is good. People talk shit about it, but it actually is really good.
Yeah, that's one of my favorite movies. People hate on Tron. Yeah. I hate it.
No, it is so good. It is so good. Digital high five. Quarantine high five.
Okay, but I think I got it. I don't know.
A bunch of nerds. Oh, shit. That's funny.
In the chat, you guys are talking about the Killing Joke and the Joaquin Phoenix Joker. They're not the same, per se, story. They're similar. They're definitely inspirations or takes that were inspired by the Killing Joke, but it's definitely not the same. There's a different way in which Joker becomes Joker in that, if I remember correctly. But they definitely took some inspiration from it. That's another piece of media in the Joker lore, Joker universe, alternate universe. That definitely throws a wrench into everything as well. But it is what it is. I didn't enjoy the animated take on it. It was weird. They came out with an animated movie a few years back, and it was odd. There's like a whole thing where like Batman and Batgirl get it on, and I'm like, huh?
I mean, it's Bruce Wayne, right? I'm just saying.
Sure, yeah, but it was weird.
I get it.
It was weird.
So there is a fear of sequels, right? So most people will look at a sequel as a cash grab, and there absolutely is a reason for that, right? Because most sequels are predicated on the truth that the original made money, so they're trying to create a sequel to just make more money.
Yeah.
But I don't believe that having a sequel or even creating a franchise is inherently a bad thing, because there are times where the story that you're trying to tell is so big that you need more time in order to tell said story. So with Terminator 1 going into Terminator 2, it told the same story, but it needed more time and to give you a better perspective on that story. And I believe like having a sequel was required. You know, it was a good thing. There are other movies out there where the sequels help out that are really good, but
Yes, Hariel's
the
correct. The first 20 minutes of the Killing Joke animated movie did not exist in the actual graphic novel. I just wanted to point it out. It was weird that they added that in just to give backstory to a character that barely appeared in the actual graphic novel. I don't know. It was I don't know. It was that attempt to flesh out a character that didn't need to be fleshed out for.
that's what I was going to say, like fan service or something like that.
Yeah.
But
Back to sequels, yeah. I mean,
Yeah,
if you have the story if you have the overall story planned out ahead of time, then yeah, I'm all for sequels. But when you just make a sequel to make a sequel, like The Hobbit was the smallest book out of all the Lord of the Rings, and then they made it into 3 movies, and I'm like, how? Why are you making me come back 2 other times? I just want to watch it once.
yeah, that was unnecessary. That was unnecessary. There are some times where the story goes too long. You brought up earlier The Godfather. Godfather 1 was good. Godfather 2 was good. Godfather 3 was a waste of everyone's time. I don't even know why they made that shit. Terminator 1 was good. Terminator 2 was good. Any Terminator added after that was a waste of time. With the small exception being Terminator Salvation, only because I liked the way the story went with that one. But outside of that, they were just trying to get money. One of the few franchises that just keeps making sequels that really have nothing to do with what started the franchise but are still entertaining. Guys, you're going to hate me, but I'm going to say it anyway. The Fast and the Furious.
Oh, God.
I love that shit. I love the Fast and Furious, man. I love it. Love it so much. Oh, my gosh. Yo, Michelle Rodriguez, I know you watch our show. Thank you very much. If you're ever free, I would love to have dinner with you sometime. Chit chat. I've had a crush on you for a long time. Maybe we could have a conversation, be fun. So just throwing that out there.
I'll be sure to clip that and tag her in on Twitter and see what response we get.
Please go viral, please. Okay, so talking about because I had asked you, should there be a sequel and what would it look like? Well, I absolutely believe that the Joker could be done where it was, and it would be a good movie, and it would make sense, right? But I think there is enough story, there's enough intrigue, there's enough curiosity as to what happens next that it could warrant a sequel. And I might be part of the minority who believes that a Joker Part 2 could actually be a good thing, depending on what they talk about, because the story was so compelling. And I would love to see how the character reacts moving forward, especially with the introduction of Batman, who is supposed to be the good guy, who's the vigilante. But when you really think about it, he does a lot of bad things for a lot of good reasons, so to speak. Yeah, I would like to see what a Part 2 would look like, especially how they would flesh society after the Joker. Joaquin Phoenix's character did everything that he did in the movie, to see how it reverberated across society, and how society changed as a result of that within that universe. I'm curious. I would love to see that.
Yeah, I don't agree. It told its story. I mean, you'd have to have a 20-year, like not 20-year, maybe like 15-year like time jump to even get Batman involved in anything that's going on. So what would the Joker be doing for 15 years? Be
Yeah,
in and
he's
out
in
of
the
prison.
insane asylum, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then having Batman be the bad guy, that would be interesting to watch. Yeah, but I don't know. Then they got this new Batman coming out with Robert Pattinson. I think I got his name right. That's going to be interesting, but that has nothing to do with anything with that. I don't know. People would still watch it. People are going to go see it either way, but I don't think it should be made.
I think the success of the Joker kind of threw a wrench into what they had planned for this Batman with the Twilight guy.
Money-wise, maybe, just for how successful it was. I could see that. Now, and like Warner Brothers is really bad about trying to like pivot to something that's successful. So
Pivot!
Pivot! But yeah, I could see them making like a bad move in that regard. Like they try to make a cinematic universe out of all those or Universal. This is a different company, but Universal for a fact is like trying to make a cinematic universe out of all those old monster movies, and look how that went. Just because Marvel had a universe, DC, Warner Bros. The same way. It's like, let's make our own cinematic universe, and then we get like Batman versus Superman and stuff like that. And just like they're gonna try to always capitalize on what's making money at the moment. And with Joker being so successful, I can see them changing their entire strategy just based on that case. But
agreed.
Greaves in the chat asks if we've seen The Boys. I've seen The Boys. Have you seen The Boys on Amazon?
No, I haven't watched it yet. I want to.
It's pretty good. I would suggest it.
I guess I need to start binge watching it so we could talk about it later.
Yeah, I think the new season comes out in, well, I don't know with the coronavirus stuff, but it was supposed to come out
Coronavirus!
late spring, if not summer, I believe. So, oops. I was excited for that. I think you'd like it. You'd enjoy it, just for like the nuance, the different takes on superhero dumb.
I'm gonna have to watch it because I am a proponent that the line between good and bad is incredibly thin, and that sometimes the means justifies the end, regardless of how the means may be perceived by society.
Sometimes you got to crack a few eggs to make an omelet.
Yeah, absolutely. I absolutely believe that. So I think that's maybe why I prefer, I really enjoy anti-hero movies. Like, oh my God, The Transporter. There's another unnecessary franchise, but he's an anti-hero, isn't he? Anti-hero?
I don't know if I've seen
He's a bad guy.
But
you're rooting for him.
I can see where you're coming from on that, yeah.
Yeah,
he works for bad guys, right? And then
yeah.
But you're rooting for him to get the job done, do all the cool action moves, stuff like that.
Yeah. I really like it, and I enjoyed what DC tried to do with their universe, but I think they were too scared to be too original because they were worried about money. But I think that's why I've never really been attracted to Superman.
I've never liked
all
Superman.
Powerful, but he's just he was never real to me. Like I couldn't identify with that shit. It's too real, too good. Ain't nobody like that.
Oh, you can fly. Oh, you got lasers coming out your eyes. Oh, you can see through people or see through steel or whatever. X-ray vision. You got everything. How can you not be successful? It must be hard.
Yeah, I don't understand. It's like I'm gonna work for the Daily Planet, bitch. Really? That's what you choose to do? Come on now, son. I don't know.
Yeah.
But maybe that says more about me as a person than it does about Superman as a character, right?
Maybe. I mean, I don't know. I feel like there's been a pushback on Superman lately. He's more of like a golden age kind of character, like that shining example of Americana. You gotta have the big guy, the big strong guy, take on all the evil doers and whatnot. I don't know. I don't think he's as successful now.
It's back in the day when they would make comic books or movies where it was very clear who was the good guy and who was the bad guy. I think as movies begin to progress, and I'm going to go ahead and refer to the Joker. Because that's what started this conversation. But as things begin to progress, we begin to agree, realize, or see, whatever word you want to use, that the world is not as clear cut as these movies claim to be. Who is a bad guy? Who is a good guy? A lot of it is circumstantial, so a bad guy in one set of circumstances is actually a hero in another set of circumstances. So going back to the first Superman movie that came out, in terms of what was it called, Man of Steel, where he actually broke Zod's neck.
Oh,
I loved it.
In the newer this franchise thing.
Yeah, the newer franchise where he actually broke Zod's neck. That is not something that's specific to Superman. That's not a characteristic of Superman, but he did that, and I thought it was a wonderful take on the idea of what we would do, what we would decide to do in, faced with the grim reality of the real world. Do we not kill this madman who absolutely would use all of his powers to destroy everyone there? Or do we take the life of this madman, which is, it's wrong to take the life of somebody, but to take his life in order to spare the millions of people that he absolutely would have destroyed, bringing back to life Krypton.
Blue Cheese says, "Isn't Superman like a privileged white dude?" I feel like that could be why people struggle to relate. I mean, technically, he's an illegal alien.
He's an illegal alien.
But he does identify as a privileged white dude, so there's a.
To be fair,
we need Mexican Superman,
time, right?
We need Mexican Superman.
I don't know. To be fair, it was written during a time, whatever. Things were kind of racism and everything else, right? But that's weird, because even being as like a brown guy, I never had a difficult time trying to identify with Superman. The idea of Superman. It was difficult to identify with Christopher Reeves. He was like the epitome of the awkward white guy superhero, you know what I mean? But I preferred, what's this guy's name? Calvin something, right? Something Calvin?
The new one?
The new one, yeah. I can't remember his name.
I don't remember.
We're just going to go ahead and call him the Witcher, right?
The Witcher. Oh, that'll make it easy for me to look him up.
I preferred that his version of Superman was easier to identify with, because he wasn't such a goody-goody. He had an interesting perspective. He seemed more human. So as a result of humanizing Superman, I think it makes it go beyond color. So if you can humanize a character, then it goes beyond gender, color, nationality, all that stuff. As I was playing, just to get back into video games, as I was playing Horizon Zero Dawn, it was incredibly easy for me to identify with the protagonist, who was a white female. But as she was going through her struggles, I completely understood where she was going through, and it was very easy for me to identify with her and live through her in that experience. So what it comes down to is good writing.
Yes, 100%. And by the way, the Superman you were talking about was Henry Cavill. So
there it is. Henry Cavill. Thank you.
So Calvin was close, I guess. Kind of had the letters there, just not in the right spot.
It was there. I didn't see the picture correctly, but we tried. We tried.
Yeah, I hate to get into this topic. Well, I want to touch on it a little bit, but with like the Mary Sues and like forcing women into roles. I mean, you can make any character anything you want them to be, just as long as you write them well. It doesn't matter. Like you got Sarah Connor from the first two, her growth in those first two movies.
Loved her.
Good writing, good direction, good movies. Nobody cared.
Inspirational.
Sigourney Weaver, Alien.
Loved her. Inspirational.
There's all these great characters. You just gotta, I can name more, but you just gotta write them well. You can't just force them into your stories and completely. Nobody banned me on Twitch or Mixer I'm gonna say women wash. And I don't mean it in a negative term. I'm just saying like Ghostbusters with like just completely going all female cast. I mean, pushing an agenda is what I'm trying to say. Is I don't know. People will see right through that, and the problem when people do see right through it is there's like the people on the internet who just like go too far with how much they don't like something, and then they paint everybody that way. It's like, oh, these weird nerds on the internet are scared of women. That's why they don't want them in their movies. I'm like, no, it's just not good, guys. It's as simple as that. Make it good, nobody will care. I just wanted to say that real quick.
Nerds love women in their movies. There's a whole movie dedicated to that shit. It's called Weird Science. Okay?
Well,
nerds love women so much, they figured out the way to make one. You know what I mean?
That's more the objectification of women, but sure, yeah. The 80s were a weird time. You know, I was speaking with some comedians in LA about this, and they were talking about how all these 80s movies were like, there's always like a scene where it got like these weird nerds or these weird guys are like sneaking into women's locker rooms and trying to get a peek, and just how like stuff wouldn't fly nowadays. It's kind of, you're like, oh
absolutely,
man. It's like, oh.
It's some cringeworthy. There has been a how to put this. The agenda has destroyed many a movies and many a titles. I do not believe, I'm one of the few who does not agree with Ghostbusters was actually a bad movie as a result of the push of the an agenda. I think
it was
the female version.
It was just like jokes.
Yeah.
It didn't matter if they were all female. It's just a matter of like how poorly it was written. It's like,
yeah.
There's
so
like
the female. I think the female Ghostbusters was there. We had this expectation that they would either pay homage to the original, or somehow bring what we enjoyed of the original Ghostbusters into this female version, but they didn't. They created a new version of Ghostbusters with an all-woman cast. Is what they did, almost as if the original Ghostbusters didn't exist in that world, right? And when I watch the female version of Ghostbusters, I think of it as its own thing in its own world, independent of any movie that came before it. And when I view it that way, it's actually an entertaining movie. It's a funny, silly movie, right? Something that you don't take serious. You go there, you watch it, you see a woman's perspective on the jokes. Shit's hilarious. And then I enjoyed it. The way that they objectified Thor and the jokes that came from, I thought it was a funny movie. I enjoyed watching it. But when I tried to think of it in terms of, well, this is supposed to be connected to this amazing heritage of the original Ghostbusters, then I could understand why some people were so offended by what they created. But in terms of it just being its own movie, I am one of the 7 people on Earth who enjoyed the female version of Ghostbusters. I thought it was pretty fun, but I have no problem with strong female characters. None. I love strong female characters, right? You know, the same way that I love strong male characters. I loved Sarah Connor. She was absolutely phenomenal in Terminator 2. A freaking badass who was also humanized. So her femininity was still there, but she was also a freaking badass. An incredible character. Loved her. Loved it. The same way that I love Schwarzenegger, right? And just almost every movie he's made. We'll go ahead and go with Mando, because that's probably the most egregious version of the male fantasy that you will find. My man took a saw and threw it at somebody and killed a dude with a saw with the power of his throw. Shit is ridiculous. But I enjoyed it because he was a strong male power fantasy, right? Loved it. Whatever. Moving forward. What I did not like, talking about Mary Sue's, I absolutely hated the female protagonist in the new Star Wars franchise. What was her name?
Rey.
Rey?
Yeah.
Hated Rey. Hated Rey with a passion. I mean, the actress was absolutely beautiful.
I was about to say, like,
I know she's
She's
I
a
know
beautiful
she's watching
woman.
the show. Like, hey, I would love to spend some time, but right now I'm focused on Michelle Rodriguez. Please don't take it personal. I enjoy you as a person, but I didn't like Ray. Hated Ray. An absolute Mary Sue. And the part that sealed it for me was how the F was this rando from a sand planet going to grab a lightsaber and beat a dude who honed his whole existence around using a lightsaber to murder millions of people. Are you fucking kidding me? How is she going to beat? How could she beat Kylo? How could she beat Kylo Ren? That shit don't make no sense to me. She was a Mary Sue. It has nothing to do with her being female. It has nothing to do with an agenda. It was shitty writing. Shitty writing. They created a Mary Sue. They destroyed the franchise with Rey. I need to calm down a little bit. I think there's more plastic shit all over my floor. But anyway, Rey, Mary Sue's. It has nothing to do with female characters. It was shitty writing. Anyways, pushing an agenda. That's ridiculous. I lost my mind. Lost my mind when I watched that.
The audio sync is bad. Oh crap! I'll have to fix that. Dang it.
Whose audio sync? Is it my audio sync?
I guess yours because I just went to a full screen with you and it might have been off. But
oh man,
that's my bad. I mean,
anyways,
like to some points, I did like Ray. Blue Cheese talking about watching the last movie to understand. The last movie doesn't save anything. It's stupid. The fact that they had to put a story element in Fortnite, and that's the only way you even knew it existed. And then they're like, "Oh yeah," right at the beginning of the movie, remember that thing in Fortnite that you probably didn't hear because you don't play Fortnite? It's stupid.
It was terrible, absolutely terrible.
But
so
yeah,
I think a good one up there. Hariel actually posted a good one. Wonder Woman and Captain Marvel. Go ahead, you talk on it.
No,
please.
I was gonna say I was gonna wait for your reaction to that in terms of Captain Marvel because I remember you had some opinions on that.
Yo, Captain Marvel needs to be punched in the fupa. Let me explain something here, all right? Let me explain. This woman, Brie Larson, first off, terrible actress. Two, terrible person to put as a Captain Marvel. I did not believe at any point in the movie that she was going to have any type of growth. She started off as a badass, being this amazing fighter pilot in the United States Air Force of Space. Come on, bro. So she started off as a badass and she just continued through being a badass, beating everyone that she faced. This chick never lost a fight. She never lost a fight. How do you get any better if you're already the best? That doesn't make any sense. And then she gets imbued with these superpowers to become Captain Marvel. And then she's the best of the best, facing people who think that she's not the best, but she further proves that she's the best. Are you kidding me? I lost my mind. I was like, this movie is shit. And you know how I knew I wasn't crazy? I didn't say nothing. And after my daughter watched it, she was like, Dad, this was not a good movie.
And that's why the show is called Calm and Fury, as you saw the Fury.
I'm sorry. I just lost my mind on that. Brie Larson, trash. Captain Marvel, trash. I'm sorry. Let's move forward.
We need a female opinion, so we're not like...
I don't know.
We're not going to get canceled soon on the internet.
But Wonder Woman, phenomenal. Why was it phenomenal? One, she had growth, right? She faced a problem that was difficult for her to beat. She had to grow, so there was growth as a person and a character. Two, her power. She was powerful, but there was a possibility because of vulnerability that she could lose. Now, vulnerability isn't always a bad thing. Vulnerability is a very human thing. It's a very personable thing, something that we're able to identify with, right? And not only that, she was also very feminine. Now, femininity doesn't mean weak. To some people out there, being feminine is synonymous with being weak, which is bullshit. Right? Femininity is something that's inherent to being a female, which is also a form of power because there's shit that women can do that men can't do. I can't grow a human. I can't feed a human for my body. That shit's amazing. That's some superwoman shit right there. I can't do that. But Wonder Woman, she was feminine. She was powerful. She was fierce. And she was an inspiration. Far better character than the trash bag Lee Larson.
Brie Larson.
Trash.
Lee
Her name
Breeson.
Just trash. Trash Larson. We're just gonna call her Trash Larson.
I guess that's what you were trying to go for. But yeah, Brie Larson.
Terrible. The Wonder Woman, phenomenal character development, powerful woman, inspirational, great representation of a strong female character that was well written. Brie Larson was trash. Anyways,
All right.
there was a lot that went on in the chat. What else did we miss?
Greaves loved Captain Marvel. Hariel loved
Gross.
Wonder Woman. Rosario Dawson will be Ahsoka and The Mandalorian, which is promising. That's going to be interesting.
She's a great actress too. Great actress.
And then Brie Larson was in Scott Pilgrim, which I don't remember. And then again, I didn't like Scott Pilgrim, so
She was. She was. Now, I actually liked Scott Pilgrim. I thought it was fun. Greaves, if you could put in the chat what it was about her that you found empowering. I'd love to read that. Because I never found her. And I don't mean it. Maybe it's a gender thing. Maybe that is a thing. But I didn't find her empowering or enlightening or anything. I found Wonder Woman. But I think it's even better if you go further back. I think Sarah Connor is probably one of the most empowering women that I've ever seen in cinema. She made me check my own shit. You know what I mean? I was like, God, man, I need to learn some stuff because Sarah Connor's a badass. Or trying to think of some other strong female characters.
while we wait for Greaves, I want to mention a movie that's kind of like a remake, a female retake. That's actually a good term. I'm gonna trademark that. A female retake of what do you call Superbad, a movie that came out last year called Booksmart. I loved Booksmart. If you haven't checked it out, check it out. Fantastic, hilarious. It takes it's two girls instead of two guys, obviously, and they go through their experiences graduating from high school. You get their their how they are perceived by other people. I'm not going to spoil anything. I mean, it's a comedy, but it's still, check it out. Enjoy it. I loved it. But anyway, Greaves did not type anything. Dev Monty was talking about.
I like Dev Monty, but he put there
Mighty Morphin Power Rangers. Yeah, I saw the chat update. I thought it was Greaves, but it was Dev Monty. But Rita Repulsa, yeah, strong female villain.
She actually was good. Yeah, I liked that actually. I don't think people gave enough respect to the new Mighty Morphin Power Rangers. I thought it was an entertaining movie.
Oh, we're talking. I haven't seen the new one.
It's good. I recommend it. It's a good movie.
I don't know. I don't think I'd like it. I need more Power Rangers in my Power Rangers movie. From what I hear, there's not enough of it. But I will give it a try. I'm stuck here. But
so Dev is asking the question. You can speak on this one too. Who do you prefer, Sarah Connor or Ripley? Which one do you think is a stronger female character?
I don't know. I would just say, just based on, I prefer like seeing a character's growth into the character. Like I want to see them start off from nothing, and then over the course of time become what they are. I feel like, well, no, Ripley was not perceived as the character until the very end, when like she established herself as strong versus everybody around her. But I don't know, I prefer Sarah Connor. I think just my personal opinion.
Really?
I don't know. I don't want to put my name on that opinion, but I'm gonna say that.
Well, you know what, Eric, I got you. I'm gonna put my name on that because I agree with you on that. And the only reason why is because Ripley already started off being at a higher level of badassness by having the bravery to go into space and to do her thing in the void, right? Where death is, if something goes wrong, death is almost certain, right? So there's already a level of bravery. Sarah Connor, her growth from the first movie to the second movie,
Yeah.
woo! She started off as being what, like a fearful waitress who had no idea what was going on. And then she grew into this freaking machine killing, dude beating up badass leader who was also feminine, who was also very feminine. So I think she was the top. She was the top. Like, she's wife material. I would make her sandwiches and dinner, bro. I don't care. That's wife material.
I would let
Crazy.
her beat me up.
Yeah, she was crazy. I'd be like, could you imagine that? Hey, Sarah, what are we doing today? Oh, baby, I'm sorry. You're right. You're right. I apologize. I apologize.
Now we're promoting terrible relationship.
Domestic violence is not promoted here. It was jokes, just straight jokes.
We're just checking all the boxes this time.
Oh my god! But anyway, yeah, I agree with Hariel. Elizabeth Banks' performance was very surprising. I really enjoyed it. Now, I don't know if I should be the one who could speak on the new Power Rangers movie, because my familiarity with the franchise is just from what came on the TV, like within the first few seasons of Power Rangers, and then the next time I watched Power Rangers was the Power Rangers movie. So, but I enjoyed the Power Rangers movie. I think a lot of people didn't, though.
You know nothing.
She right though. She right. She
I
right.
mean,
I mean, she right.
It's crazy how expansive Power Rangers is in Japan. It's not even, well, I think it's, what is it called? Like Q Ranger. And how long it's been going on. I think it's like in the 70s, since the 70s, if not the 80s. And then it was like imported in the 90s for the American audiences. And then it's been continuing ever since. Like they have I think they had a 50-year anniversary a few years back where they had like a bunch of like Red Rangers teaming up together. It's crazy. Like just how much history is in that, and just like how Devmani's here. He's gonna hop in about Power Rangers now. All right, Devmani, we're waiting for you.
Is that what we're talking about?
I guess so. I guess we're talking about Power Rangers, but I don't see him. Where are you? I don't see
Such a shift. Such a shift. But yeah, I guess just to summarize my thoughts, right? Because I actually thought about this quite a bit in terms of what I was to identify with. Being up as a oh my god, where'd I go?
Don't worry. I'm fixing it. I pressed the button. Oh, wrong button.
Oh no,
wrong button. I'm breaking it. I'll fix it in a second. Hold on. But continue talking.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand by one moment as we're experiencing some technical difficulties. Please hold on. Boop.
I was trying to find Devmani because I thought he was waiting, and then I didn't see him.
So do I need to like change screen?
No, you don't have to do anything. I got this.
What is that?
There we go. We're back.
We're experiencing some technical difficulties right now, ladies and gentlemen.
Damn, what was I going to say? Oh, okay, so female. All right, so females, right? Because I know some people get bent out of shape thinking that, men only want to see men in strong roles and powers and blah, 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 blah. Let me tell you right now. That's bullshit. Men love strong women, okay? And growing
I
up...
certainly do.
Right? Growing up in Bronx, New York, right? As a Hispanic descent, light-skinned brown dude in the dirty Bronx of the New Yorks, it was easy for me to identify, maybe not necessarily with the physical characteristics of my heroes, but with what those heroes represented. And just to show you how wide range of it was, Bruce Lee, huge hero of mine, a very inspirational person, right? He's a real person, but he was a Chinese man, a Chinese American, right? Which I don't know if you know this, but I'm not Chinese American. But I was able to identify with him in his kung fu flicks. Okay, if we're going even further back, the Bionic Woman. Okay, she was a white female. I wanted to identify with her because of the strength that she was able to show and the crazy stuff that she was able to perform. You know who else I identified with? The Hulk. The Hulk isn't even human, and he's green. But I wanted to identify with the strength that he exuded and the things that he did. Arnold Schwarzenegger. Or how about the Ultimate Warrior? Huh? How about that?
Okay.
I wanted to be like that. It's the Sarah Connors, the Ripleys. So I guess what I'm trying to get to is if you have good writing and people are able to identify with the struggles of that character, gender is irrelevant. No, Dave, I preferred the Bionic Woman over the $1 Million Man because she was beautiful.
All right. Well, we got Devmani on call. Hello, Devmani.
What's going on?
Hello, Divmoney. Welcome to the stream. How are you doing today, brother?
Hey there, fellows. All right. One, I'm gonna totally disagree with you about the whole Sarah Connor Ripley thing. Like I was saying in the chat, space travel was completely normal at that point, man. They were mining planets, and Weyland Yutani was sending people out to the furthest edges of space, man. That was like being a space trucker. She was the one person on the crew. They were like, all right, Ripley, cool, whatever. All of her compatriots, grabbing ass, having a good time. Aliens get involved, and she is freaked out. She's trying to save this kid and this tiny ass cat the whole movie, dealing with politicians and shit. And then, everything goes sideways.
Yeah.
And then, goes to sleep, wakes up, and it's like, hey, guess what? Shit's happening again. We were fucking around on another planet. There's more aliens. This time we're sending you with a bunch of Marines.
Yeah.
Right? So now it's
That's correct.
female thrown into a position where it's a bunch of hard asses, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so she has to prove herself to the Marines. I mean, like in the first scene, it was like, hey, can I do anything? And, the Sarge was like, I don't know, can you? And she was like, all right, check this out. Hops in a power loader. I wanted a power loader since the moment I've seen that scene. Hops in that power loader and is moving shit. Like, look at me. She's doing the robot in a giant robot. And everyone's just like, well, shit.
Listen, Devmani, I agree with you, right? I agree with you, kind of, because you have a very persuasive voice. But let me go ahead and point out that Sarah Connor was working as a waitress in a restaurant. No skills. No tough skills, not a hard
Now you
job.
just offended the lower income people. Okay. Good job, Angel.
She was very flighty. I'm just talking about the woman herself, right? How she was in the original Terminator. She was very fly by night, very flighty, didn't take anything serious. She had no strength. She didn't do anything that made you think she needed to be a strong woman to do what she was doing in the original Terminator. Right?
She was just a quote-unquote all-American girl.
She was the all-American woman. That's all she was. And then she goes through this traumatic experience. She ends up getting super strong by the end of the Terminator, right? Like she had no choice. She had to grow. And then we see her back in Terminator 2. Yo, I would hire her as my bodyguard. She was a badass, son.
But here's the thing. She didn't experience that growth until she lost the person that she loved and then also found out she was pregnant. So she had a reason to grow. She had to grow. She was bringing a son into the world that was supposed to like save the world, right?
Right.
So she had to step up into a moniker. I'm saying Ripley didn't have any of that. Her daughter was back on Earth, safe, living her best life. She was just being space mom trucker, moving minerals around, and then she's thrown into the deep end of the worst shit ever. So I feel that her growth was way stronger. I mean, she became a mother figure to Newt, right, when she found the girl.
Okay.
And, and then in Aliens, it was like, all right, well, I gotta protect these Marines, right? She's like, I'm Mama Bear, I'm fucking Ford Tough now, and that's, she was like, and really it was kind of like woman versus woman, right? So you got her versus alien queen, and it was like, who's really the baddest of badasses going on here? And then from that,
okay, I see where you're going with that. I see what you're
her growth arc was in a curve where Sarah's kind of was like going in an angle, and then it makes a sharp jump up, and you're just like, oh, she's a badass. She's locked in a mental institution doing push-ups and pull-ups every day and stabbing doctors and shit. Because she knows of a future that she has to prevent. If she had never known that, she would have been the same. But I guess you could say the same about Ripley, right? Like if aliens never got involved, she would just been Ripley, space trucker mom.
Well, you did bring up an interesting point, and that's true, because she was surrounded by a very strong cast. So she did, by virtue of the situation, have to grow as a person, because she was dealing with, even if you take out the whole alien thing. So that is true. That is true. That is true. I don't know, man. I think you might have changed me on that one, because I didn't think about it that way. If Sarah Connor didn't have the knowledge of the future, plus the motherly drive to protect her child, maybe she wouldn't have been as invested as much energy into being a badass as possible. So that makes sense. I like that. I like
mean,
that.
But you're talking about just like general movie storytelling. You have to have that initiating action. I think that's what it was called. I forget the movie's making terms. It's been a while since I've been in school, but but you have those actions that cause the character to grow and become who they become, and
Yes.
they're important to making any compelling story, really. Just wanted to throw that out there.
I mean, point is, I would love for them both to be my mom. I mean, my mom,
Yeah, hell yeah. Hell
my
yeah.
mom is pretty close to both of them to begin with. I mean, she's down in Florida right now. She's like, man, I bought a handgun. I'm at the range. She's showing me targets. She's hitting bullseyes. She's like, I want to learn how to fish and take care of my. I mean, she was in the army and all that. So, I mean, she's already pretty badass. But I'm just saying, you know, if I had to choose, like,
Right.
for whatever reason, my mother was not available to be my mother. It's like, I would like Sarah Connor and, you know, Eileen Ripley to be my moms.
Right. Right.
I don't even need a dad at this point. They can both be my moms. 'Cause they're pretty badass. I mean, there's a lot to learn from both of them.
So
I like that.
Greaves had an interesting question or statement topic. I wonder if you guys don't like female characters that act like men. So I guess more of these action-oriented characters that we keep bringing up. I mean, I did point out a couple in the movie I mentioned earlier, Booksmart, which is just two girls going to school, trying to get through life. I really enjoyed the characters that were written in that. I don't know, any characters that come to mind of women in media that you enjoy that aren't like action-y badasses, somebody who just goes through life, you know. If you can
So-
think of
Kerry Washington in Scandal.
Kerry Washington in Scandal, G.I. Jane.
The
No, that doesn't count.
Yeah.
That doesn't count.
Well,
'cause-
I mean,
yeah.
I did love Demi Moore in G.I. Jane. That is a fact. I did love her in that. So that's actually a very interesting question. And actually that has me evaluating some certain things. I enjoy women, like my characters. I enjoy women, period. But if we're going to talk about the characters, I do enjoy my strong female characters to still display feminine aspects, and that is because me as a person, I respect and appreciate the femininity of women. So when I see a character who is strong and exhibits certain characteristics that are associated with men, being very strong, brave, recklessly honorable, things of that nature, but at the same time still has things that are considered to be feminine in nature, meaning that I'm struggling for the word right now, but that motherly feel where they make you feel safe. They're confident in their vulnerability and willingness to show that vulnerability. Their demand for you to show a level of vulnerability in order to interact with them. To me, I find that a more compelling character, and I do prefer my female characters to be that way. If they have a female character that is only female in gender only, then I would rather watch a male version of the character, because at that point, when you take away the femininity of a female character, then that character has essentially become one-dimensional, and it looks like they are a poor representation of a male character. Then it's not compelling to me. It's actually quite boring. So at that point, if I'm watching a female acting like a man only, I would much prefer to watch a male in that role, because then at least at that point I can identify with the character. But if I see a female who is exhibiting some male characteristics, who also exhibits their female characteristics, that is a far more compelling character. I try to identify. I may struggle, and then because of their struggle and their ability to do both, that character therefore becomes inspirational to me. If that makes sense.
This is hard.
Which is why I hate Ray.
This is
So,
hard.
I mean, For that question, I was trying to think about it, right? And I was like, you know what? Right now, my woman du jour is Kelcrest Falconer from Altered Carbon. I don't know how many people have watched that, watched season 1 and season 2.
Jeff keeps talking about it. I haven't seen
But
it yet.
she is amazing. Like, she is the new Sarah Connor Ripley character in this. You're just like, can she get any more badass? Like, super scientist, amazing soldier, tactician, you know, caring, can see through a person and be like, yo, I know what you're actually about. You got feelings. I mean, she can get to the heart of you, and I'm just like, oh my god. You need to watch it. Like, watch Alter Carbon season 1 and 2. And not like you got anything better to do.
Quarantine.
I promise you, you will love it. It is great sci-fi. You know, I watch the shows. I have not read the books, right? And I was looking at the book synopsis, and I'm like, man, these books sound really boring compared to what I've seen in the show. So I'm afraid to read the books now because I feel the show, of course, cobbles together the books, right? Like, they rip pieces out and throw them all together. I feel that the show may have done a great job of that, where it took the best parts of this book, of this series of books, and, it's supposed to go for 5 seasons, and we're on season 2 already.
Right.
And they've done such a great job. Like, sci-fi, it has that, I don't want to say weird, but remember the Halo movie that came out?
I do.
Dawn?
Yep, absolutely.
It kind of has that feel to it, where it's like a little shiny, but still gritty enough. And you're like, that was entertaining, and I would like to watch more of that. And you get that in Altered Carbon. But anyways, yes, Kelcrest Falconer. That is my, like, tough, feminine, masculine woman. Personally, I love a good masculine-esque woman.
Yeah.
A woman that can take charge, that can look at a situation. And you don't have to be masculine physically, or even emotionally. You don't have to have toxic masculinity, or I should just say masculinity, period. I don't know, all of it's toxic, it feels like now. But just that ability to, like, look at a situation, read the situation, take charge, and, come to a resolution, right?
Right.
And I'm not going to get too crazy about it. My girlfriend's like that, where, she's a manager in an animal hospital. So there's times where it's like you have people going crazy and screaming about their dog, there's something wrong, or there's some sort of, crazy wound it suffered, and they're getting hysterical, and, the staff is trying to do their thing, and she has to, like, look there and kind of, like, look at the whole situation from a grand view and be like, this is what needs to get done right now.
Right.
And just, like, bam, 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 just throw it out there. And I appreciate women like that, because as men, we are afraid to admit that we need that from time to time. It is not our onus, but it's still stressful to be that person all the time. And it's like we're afraid to let other people be that. Whether it be friends or your the women in your life. You grow up around strong women, and it's like it's a pariah now. You look at your grandmothers and your great grandmothers and your aunts and stuff like that. They're all strong women. They've been through some shit. And, but we act like we don't want that. And it's like, that's exactly what we want. Why don't we want that? I mean, we can get into a whole other podcast about that, I suppose.
That's pretty deep, actually.
But point being, Kelcrest Falconer, you should watch Alter Carbon. It's great. She's great. All of it's great. Anthony Mackie's great. What's her name? Simone Messick from Luke Cage, who played Misty Knight. She's in it. She's great. It's like all your favorites.
All your favorites you don't know.
That's right.
I thought we were going to talk about Power Rangers, but we're here.
And we are. We're trying to get there, right?
But
I didn't want to just be like, switch to Power Rangers. Anyways, you said you didn't really watch Power Rangers.
Yeah, so now that we're going to make an awkward transition, I just wanted to talk on what Nene brought up real quick. Nene Malo, Gina Carano. I just wanted to talk about her because I have had a huge crush on her since she was whooping ass in the MMA community. So she started off as an MMA fighter, and she's an incredibly feminine woman, but she will beat you. like I don't know, the manliest man. Gina Carano is a beast.
Oh, I love her. And
she
she's
is
not
a
like smug. That's the best part.
no.
She
She's
is like the
humble and
Serrano
sweet, personable, beautiful, sensual, sexy, and she will break your neck. You know what I mean? She's like she's the perfect what. So it is what it is.
Why are you playing with your leg hairs, Angel?
Oh well, I what I did was I covered up my kneecap so that you could see that I was rocking all Star Wars from the pants to the shirt. Is what it was representing.
Apparently,
But
Greaves
big
missed like the
goals
most
bearing.
important part of our
yeah,
non-action female thing. But
Greaves, you're gonna have to rewatch it over
but
again.
we
You're gonna have to
struggled
rewatch it.
naming a few. But I think that's mostly because like these action movies are like stick with us more because we enjoy those more, and they're franchises, so we see those characters more. There's plenty of movies. Like I was trying to find lists of characters, and a lot of them, most of them, like 40 out of 50, would be action characters. So.
In terms of strong female characters.
Like greatest female characters, like list. A lot of them would be female, or like action movies and stuff like that, like Trinity and stuff like that. So you're like, oh,
Yeah,
it's
a
hard.
lot of it is going to be a lot of it's going to be that way because when you're talking about strong, there's this inference that we're talking about some sort of physical strength or something where there has to be this level of adversity that can put men and women on the same level. And the easiest way to do that is to have some sort of physical adversity. So when you talk about female strength in terms of a generalization, people want to look at, it's easier to understand physical adversity versus emotional adversity. That's where things become ambiguous. But, there are a lot of strong females in many different movies. And I can't remember the character's name, but one of my all-time favorite movies is The Notebook. Right?
Oh,
I don't care what
no.
anybody says.
Oh, no.
Nobody judge me. I don't give a shit. I love The Notebook. But even the woman in The Notebook, how she was expressing her feelings, how she was demanding the guy to express his feelings in order for them to create a relationship, in order for that relationship to be successful. I thought she was a strong female character. And again, I watched that movie and I left inspired. It's one of my all-time favorites. But, whatever. She kind of looks like the woman who played Rita Repulsa in the new Power Rangers transition.
There we go. We did it. What's up, JP? I did not quit my job to start podcasting. We're just trying new things. But Power Rangers. Let's go, Devmani. What do you got to say?
Well, I mean, Angel's like, oh, I never watched Power Rangers, then I watched the movie, and I don't know what's going on. Just on it.
Whatever.
I mean, I guess we can start with the new movie and work backwards a little. Anyways, new movie, not good. I didn't think it was that good. It was okay, and I wish there was more. If you really watch the movie, it's an editing nightmare, and I don't know what was going on in that year in film, but so many movies were edited poorly. That Transformers movie was one of them. Last night? Terrible editing. They had like 6 editors on that film. Like, how do you have 6 different people edit a film at once? Like, it's a jumble. Power Rangers was the same way. The big part was at the end when Jason returns the sword to Zordon. It was like, when did Jason get a sword? Never had that in the movie. Like, they just left that in there. They did not do a great job with that. I feel that R.J. Cyler was probably the breakout star, aka the Blue Ranger, in that film.
Right.
He was great. And that was the most disappointing part when they were like, oh yeah, we're going to reboot the franchise again and do another Power Rangers movie, but it's going to have nothing to do with the last one that came out.
Yeah, that hurt my feelings, actually.
Because RJ was so good. Everyone else, okay. What was it? Was Becky G the Yellow Ranger? Or
I don't remember the names. I'm not good with the name. I'm not good with the name. So what I thought, right? What I thought with the new movie was that they were trying to blend some of the nostalgia of the original series, right? Now, keep in mind, my understanding of the Power Rangers series comes from the original series that premiered when it came to the States, right? With the original version of exaggerated Rita Repulsa, the Asian lady, right? Over exaggerated. And then I went from that series and I jumped all the way to the new movie. So my perspective might be different than some of you guys who have a wealth of knowledge. But what I saw was that the Rita Repulsa was more humanized. I was able to understand why she was acting the way that she was. It was easy for me to understand the stupidity of the Power Rangers being teenagers. So as an adult, looking back on how they were all acting, all of their actions made sense. So the decisions that they made that were pretty stupid, that later on created difficulties for them, which later on created the struggle that allowed them to be the cohesive unit, made sense to me. And I'm probably one of the few that actually enjoyed the new Power Rangers. By the end of the movie, I was like, hey, I enjoyed this and I want to see what they're going to do next.
I mean, I enjoyed the movie. That doesn't mean it wasn't a good, it was a good movie. Like, I enjoyed it. I saw, like, my friend hated it. And I'm like, no, I get where they were coming from, but it just was such a bad delivery, right? So Rita Repulsa in the movie, she was the original Green Ranger of the team.
Okay.
And then she was corrupted
Wow,
or
spoilers.
whatever. There's a moratorium on movies that are like 3 years old, right?
Right.
I was gonna go watch it after this.
She was corrupted maybe by Lord Zed or whatever. So she was like, I'm gonna, we're so powerful as these Power Rangers, I'm gonna rule instead of protect, right? So she's this Green Ranger, that's this fallen Green Ranger.
Right.
From Rita Repulsa. She's on this quest to, get this energy to destroy the world or whatever. I mean, her motivations after that was just kind of like, well, whatever it takes for me to become more powerful. Rita in the original series,
Right.
in Zaiden Sentai Koryuger, she was like this space witch, who had, and this isn't even the American version. She was a space witch that had a son who was killed by dinosaurs, so she hates dinosaurs. So she attacks Earth because Earth had dinosaurs on it at the time. They seal her away on the moon. Then astronauts open up the thing, after 10,000 years, I'm finally free. So then she wants to destroy the Earth still. She doesn't like dinosaurs, and then she doesn't like children because she lost her child. That was her whole motivation in the original series. Was this weird thing. Then to skip to the end, that was all resolved. I don't know if you remember Scorpina and Goldar.
I don't, because I don't know shit, but continue.
So Scorpina and Goldar, Scorpina, of course, was this female warrior that turned into a gigantic scorpion, and Goldar was the flying golden monkey thing.
Remember him? Remember.
They were actually a couple in the show. They were boyfriend, girlfriend, eventually husband, wife. And, Scorpina was very, very forward thinking in the Japanese show. She was always like, women can be warriors, women can be on the front line, women can be leaders. And Goldar is like, woman, you don't know what you're talking about. Get back in the kitchen. I am not kidding about that. That's how it was. So that was crazy for a show that came out at that time, in Japan. And it was definitely trying to change the whole mindset of what a woman could do.
Okay.
At that time frame. So anyways, cut to the end of that whole series. Scorpina and Goldar have a child, which looks a lot like Rita Repulsa's son that died. So Rita Repulsa is technically like the grandmother. And now with this child, she's happy. And then she like leaves everyone alone. She's like, oh, well, cool. Life's great now. Yeah, like...
That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous.
But it's so very Japanese, right? She's just like, I found peace.
Yeah. I mean, it is. Like, the way that... I don't know, man. I don't know. There's a lot of lore. Now, we have to keep in mind there is dozens of years of information, right, in terms of Power Rangers. The only thing that's been consistent over the years is the Green Ranger. I can't remember the original Green Ranger's actor name.
Jason David Frank.
Thank you. He's been in everything, basically.
Right, that's all he's got. That's all he's got,
That's
man.
him. That's him. But outside of that, there has been so many differences going through, so much going on, that I think it would be very difficult to try and encapsulate all of that within the new movie. So I appreciated that the new movie created and retained the spirit of what the Power Rangers were, which is essentially young children thrust into a situation that they're not necessarily prepared for, and then going through the struggle to take responsibility for the power that they've been given and then choosing to do what is necessary, even sacrifice themselves for a greater cause. I think that's the fundamental story. That is the foundation for which Power Rangers is based off of. And with that in mind, that is why I appreciated the new Star Wars movie. And it had a strong female character who was sexy, and I'm a sucker. I don't know. Maybe that's part of it. I don't know.
Wait, what about
You just said Star Wars. Now I'm real confused.
Yeah.
Wait,
what?
You know what I mean? You know what I mean?
No, I don't know what
Power
you mean.
Rangers.
I mean,
I'm
I love Elizabeth Banks. Like,
Yes. Like her
as an
character
actress,
was
I love her.
phenomenal.
Yeah, and she did a great job of playing this character. You know, the problems with this movie is like any movie where they try to take a child franchise and bring it to the big screen is they overthink it, right? They're
Right.
like, well, the Zords can't look like the TV show, like kind of boxy and everything. They got to be kind of svelte and look really weird. And it's like, well, why? Why can't it look boxy? You know, the same thing that Michael Bay was doing with Transformers, where he's like, Sound Blaster can't be in the movie because he can't turn into a small radio, but let's have the Allspark, which went from a 20-story cube into the size of a football for a kid to carry.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they want to like keep injecting realism
Right.
into these movies, and it's like you don't have to. They can just not. You can suspend disbelief.
That is
You know,
that is true too, but that can happen. But I think in today's I don't want to say society, but within the way that we look at movies, a lot of the movies and their success is predicated upon their ability to have some sort of realism in there, which allows us to identify with the characters that we see. And I believe that is part of it because there are people in a position who don't feel that sense of power, or, you know, who are looking back to nostalgia, you know, a time that has passed, to try and feel better about the time that they're in right now. And to validate that perspective, I would refer everyone to the success of Stranger Things. Like, Stranger Things is essentially Goonies, but it's set in the 80s, and you get this overload of 80s nostalgia, which I believe draws in a lot of audiences because they look back to the 80s as, hey, this was a good time. I like the story they're telling. I can identify with it. Let's go ahead and move forward. And I think that's probably why the new Power Rangers fell short, was that there wasn't enough nostalgia in there.
right. And for Greaves, I agree with you. I love the new suits. The old suits are great. The new suits, I like these too. Like, you know, if we go back to the original Power Rangers movie in the 90s, they also kind of had these shiny, bulky suits, and I liked them. Like, I get that part. I still disagree with the Zords. I felt the Zords were a little over, a bit much.
That was I agree. That was probably my least favorite.
Like, it should have looked like the toys, more or less. I don't know who they're trying to appeal to, because the people that initially will go see Power Rangers, the movie, are like me, someone that's grown up with it.
Agreed.
You know, the fans they're going to be the first to see it, and then everyone else will watch it, right?
Agreed.
Like, you take Sonic the movie, after they redid Sonic to where he looks more like the actual game character,
Mm-hmm. Right.
it did well, but everyone's like, I won't watch this. Like, it was that simple. Like, this isn't Sonic to me. Mm-hmm. And I guess the flip side of the coin of that is the new Ninja Turtles, where everyone was losing their minds. I like the new Ninja Turtles. I'm like, well, I've grown. This isn't my Ninja Turtles anymore. Ninja Turtles has become something different, you know, since the 90s.
Yes.
Like, you know, I was there in the 90s when Ninja Turtles premiered in the movie theater. We were on 14th Street in Chelsea, you know, in New York, standing in line. Like, that
New York!
That blew my mind as a child, to be at a movie theater standing in a line that stretched outside and around the block for Ninja Turtles. I was, you know, and I was like 8, and it's just like, holy shit, like, what is this? Like, I didn't know that many people liked this film, this franchise, this property. That was amazing. And, you know, I've done everything Ninja Turtles when I was growing up. So, you know, that themed birthday parties. I went to the Broadway show, like the musical, the Coming Out of Their Shell tour.
Ooh.
Okay. Now, story time for that. So my mom at the time worked for Schubert, which is like the organization that sells tickets for Broadway shows. So we always had shows to musicals and things like that. So I really appreciate my mom for that, having that job. Lots of culture. You know, I've watched Les Mis and Cats and Phantom of the Opera, and they're all
Wow.
So we're there. You know, she got me tickets to this thing, like, for free. And they're pretty decent tickets. And we're there at the show. I'm having a great time. I'm a kid. I love Ninja Turtles. You can sell me anything Ninja Turtles and I'll watch it, buy it, eat it, play with it, whatever. Turns out that the people sitting next to us, there's like this really old couple sitting next to us. And my mom's just chatting them up. And it turns out they're the parents to one of the actors on stage. So, you know, my mom's chatting them up and they're seeing I'm having a great time. They're like, well, hey, do you guys want to go to the after party at the Hard Rock Cafe? My mom, she turns and looks at me. She's like, "Do you want to go to the after party?" I'm like, "I don't know what an after party is," but I'm like, "Sounds cool. It's party in it."
Right.
So we go to this after party. We're hanging out. I get all their autographs. You know, all the actors' autographs and stuff. Yes, there we go with the footage. All their autographs. Got to watch them give away Michelangelo's guitar to the Hard Rock Cafe. You know, free food. I was having a time of my life. You know, I will always be a fan of Ninja Turtles, regardless of what it turns into. It's timeless. You know, and Power Rangers is the same thing. No matter what it becomes, it always seems to evolve and attract new people, and you just have to kind of let it go at times. But you also got to hold on to the core. And that is what I feel the industry is missing. You know, they don't know how to balance those two.
I don't know what the heck I'm looking at right now.
Yeah. So that's actually a good point. Like holding on to the core, right? So, and I think that specific point transcends movies. It actually bleeds into everything else. The maintaining the core of what makes a specific video game franchise successful bleeds into the core of what makes a musical artist successful, right? And there's examples for all of that. So if we're talking about video games losing focus on the core, well, we could look at Mass Effect, for instance, how they lost the idea of what made that franchise successful growing into the most recent Mass Effect game. If we're talking about movie or music, we can go ahead and look at Kanye West, for instance. Like the things that made him successful at one point, he's transitioned so much and started doing things that were so different that his core fans don't really understand the music that he's making now. Some do, a lot don't. And the same thing could be said about movies. And I think Terminator is probably the best example because at one point it was the greatest movie ever made. And it is right now one of the worst movies ever made. So Terminator 2 was by far one of the best and is a gold standard in cinema. And Terminator Dark Fate is a perfect example of what not to do with your franchise. But that goes right, that validates exactly what Devmani is saying, is focusing on the core message of what makes a specific franchise successful. Focusing on the core of what makes an idea stick with the community. And I think there's a lot of people in movies and things of that nature where they don't anymore. They're more focused on other things, like how much money can I make? How many people can see it? We even see that with streamers, man. Streamers don't stick to whatever makes them successful or makes them happy. They start looking for ways to make more money and blah, 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 blah. And everything, I think, is made worse as a result of losing focus on the core of what is important to you, the medium, and your fan base, I guess you would say. I wanted to say your people, but your fan base. Oh, what did Greaves write there, Eric?
She was talking about just like Power Rangers, how for the time it's been in America, it's lifted a lot of like action footage from the Japanese version, and that's really just based on money. I mean, you have this, you're successful with the formula of shooting like the English actors and then just taking the footage that's already done and just working that into a story. And so it's more of the same, kind of like you save money, you're trying to make as much money as possible. And yeah, but Devmani says they're trying to start to get away from that, so that's interesting. I might check some of that out, see what they do with purely American action and stuff, if that's the case. But yeah, what you were saying, Don't let the money blind you from making your product good and keeping it good. I think it's a good place to stop. So, Devmani, any final words on anything related to women and and Power Rangers?
I mean, they wouldn't be final words. I mean, I love women, right?
Yeah.
I love what they do. I love who they are. You know, we all have our challenges and whatnot with people in general. That happens, but you know, like I said, I can always use more strong female characters in anything. In anything, yeah. Let's change up the landscape.
Yeah, I agree. I agree.
You know, let's let them shine. You know, let's give them, but do not water it down. I think like your issue with Captain Marvel is that it felt a little try hard. You know, it was like, it's like, let her be a badass and let that happen organically. Let it just be. Don't jam it down anyone's throat. Because that's not what works. But I get it. Representation matters. So these stories kind of have to need to happen. And then it'll equalize, you know, at some point. It'll balance out, right? Like everything, we'll get it. We'll understand it. Because still the problem is that in the movie industry, it is a male-dominated society. And there's still some guy at the top pulling the strings saying, well, we need her to be this way because that's what the guys want to see, right?
Right.
You know, they're pushing that. They're with all this like terrible data and whatnot. You know, these terrible focus groups and things like that. And it's sad, but we can, you know, the change is coming, right? The light's at the end of the tunnel. We're going to get more of that. And it's a shame that, you know, like you said, you get Terminator Dark Fate, which should have been a lot of like female empowerment and everything. And I loved all the actors. I felt that, you know, what was it? Gabriel Luna was great as a Terminator. You know, a little campy, but I loved it. Whatever. But they something about it, they tried too hard. They tried to make it very feminist, but not in a good way. It felt heavy-handed, and that's what. And it just dilutes the whole thing. You know, it just it makes it feel like it's a farce. Like they're trying to check a box to make their money, and it feels like they're not genuinely interested in promoting, you know, women empowerment and pushing the, you know, the needle forward.
I'll be the one to jump on the stage and just let you guys know that Terminator Dark Fate was trash.
Well, I think everybody.
That's what I'll say.
Sarah
Connor. She did or I can't remember the actress's name, but Sarah Connor, the actress who played her, did the best that she could with the script that she was given, but her character was destroyed. The female Terminator or human Terminator hybrid,
that tall
she
girl.
did the best that she could. Yeah, the tall girl. She did the best she could. But the new savior, the female who took over for John Connor, terrible. It was a terrible idea. She was a terrible actress. It was just terrible all the way around. And I ain't scared to admit it. Shit was trash. It was trash.
Right.
But my final thoughts, though, in terms of still on, since we're still talking about strong female characters, I strongly believe that there is no male out there who will object to a strong female character, because we all struggle. Gender is irrelevant in comparison to struggle. We all enjoy seeing someone who has to go through a problem, who then grows to be something greater, like a better version of themselves. That struggle, that trajectory makes sense to everyone, regardless of gender. Okay? So we need more strong female characters because representation is good. However, representation for the sake of representation is not a good idea. And just to get away from gender and all of this other political stuff, like I said before, many times before, I served over 20 years in the United States Air Force. And every version of representation that we have for the United States Air Force in any movie, it's terrible. Shit is trash. I have never seen the Air Force in any movie where I said to myself, I am so happy they had us in the movie. We're now going to get all the recruits. Okay, so representation for the sake of representation is terrible. But representation where people take it seriously and they write a good script, they develop good characters, is integral not only for the people, us who are watching and consuming the medium, but also is integral for the success or continued success of the medium itself. So strong female characters, love them. Strong male characters, love them. The people who straddle in between, where you don't know if they're male, if they're female, if they're heterosexual, if they're gay, as long as it's very well written and I can identify with the struggle that they are going through, is wonderful. It doesn't matter. So ultimate thought, representation for the sake of representation is terrible, no matter what no matter what they're trying to represent. But if you're just doing it for the sake of representation and you're just trying to cash in, not only are you going to destroy whatever it is that you're producing, you know, in this case, we're talking about Terminator Dark Fate. So the movie itself suffered tremendously at the box office. But not only are you going to destroy the product that you're producing, but you're also going to degrade the significance of the medium in which you are producing it. So movies in general that have an all-female cast that is not well written is already degrading the significance of a medium that has strong female leads. So on that, I'm going to end, and I love females. Period.
Anyway, at the risk of sounding like a broken record, doesn't matter. Get as many representatives of all races, cultures, genders, everything into media with better scripts, and we won't have problems. But I think that's going to be it for us tonight. Dev Bonnie, thank you for coming and chatting about Power Rangers.
Thanks, Dev!
I didn't know there was a Broadway show of Power Rangers. Or Team NT, excuse me.
Turtles?
Yeah, I didn't know
Turtles.
about the Ninja Turtles. I didn't know that either.
So I'm going to go investigate that after this. I'm going to go make a pizza first because I'm hungry.
Make a pizza. I mean, I don't know what state you're in and what laws are with what you can do with recreational fun stuff. I would suggest being at the peak of excitement, if you know what I mean.
Colorado.
Gotcha.
You're not a child anymore. So you're gonna look at this and you're gonna be like, what is this train wreck? You know,
I love a good train wreck.
It was a long way.
It was 30.
Damn, bro.
No, wait. 30 years ago? Yeah, it was 1990 on the video. But anyway, thank you guys.
Damn, bro. I feel like talking. Like, yo, Eric, go make a pizza.
Oh my god.
Let me take the show on until you come back and you're eating pizza.
All right,
I got this.
Are you... What else are we going to talk about? What else you got? Give me a good subject. I'll just go heat up the pizza and be right back.
I'm just over here looking at the chat, see if the chat has if anything has to say. Yeah, Greaves, if you wanted to jump into the chat, whatever, man. Link in the Discord and coming in, we'll talk about it.
Do I still
So
have
I don't
it?
know too much about Power Rangers. I'm super behind.
There you go.
Yeah, there's the link. I mean, if you want to jump in.
Oh, you're
Oh,
at
you
work.
can't. You're at
Sad
work.
day.
Oh, okay. I got you.
Oh, okay.
I'm
Well,
curious.
Blue Cheese has a topic that she brought up a second ago in the chat, and here we go again.
Okay.
She's
Okay.
curious on, she wants to discuss how the coronavirus, COVID-19, will affect shows, movies, and game productions down the road. Will we have a big gap of nothing or thrown together projects, excuse me.
Who do you want to answer that first? Me or Devmani? I mean, it's up to you. What do you want, Pizza Man? It's up to you, Pizza Man. You let us take over the show. We got this.
You guys decide. I'm going to change it to you really fast. Tell me if it's lagging, guys, if it's still lagging when he's talking. Just want to make sure.
Hello. How now, brown cow? Peter Piper picked a pack of pickled peppers. If Peter Piper picked a pack of pickled peppers, how many pickled peppers did Peter Piper pick?
I think we're good.
Well,
if people complain about it, I'll fix it in post. But yeah, my opinion, it's gonna slow down production and stuff, but it's a necessary evil just to make sure we're all safe out there. It's not a big deal. I can deal with delays as long as stuff is made well, and I'll be back.
All right. Oh shit, he's legitimately leaving into
To make a
Bonnie and
pizza.
Charlie. Oh, I was joking.
Oh, wait,
No.
the lag is
That's
bad.
it.
How bad? Hold on, I'll watch it. See.
I don't know. I can't even see how bad the lag is. Whatever. It looks delicious to me. All right. Oh, well, so now if I respond to you, everybody's just gonna think I'm being weird. Thanks.
Wait, think.
All right. So this is a good question there, Blue Cheese. Let's go ahead and we'll let I think I'm gonna let Debmani talk on this first because he actually has been involved in the development side of games. So we'll get his perspective first and then I'll jump in with mine. So Dev, what do you think? What's gonna be the overall impact of the coronavirus?
Well, you see, from an economic standpoint, it's gonna be a tragedy. It's gonna be huge bad numbers all the way.
Yeah.
So really, you look at game design development, you look at any sort of development, we're usually in an office with everyone, right? This has changed everything. Everyone's working from home. The way meetings are done is changed. We're not used to it. So initially it's going to, it's a ripple effect. Like everything's going to get delayed for the most part. And we're just talking about software, we're not even getting into hardware where you need factories up and running. Oh my God, my dog with this damn squeak toy. So that's the challenge, even with movies, Matrix 4 was in production. They shut it down because of coronavirus. They were out in like New Zealand or something. Like, we got to end this, or people are going to get sick. All of it's affected by it. And, the longer that we're in quarantines and we have this virus running rampant, I mean, we're pushed back with everything. They pushed back Fast and the Furious 9 to next year, and it's done. Next year. We got to wait till 2021 to watch Vin Diesel swing across the mountains in a car?
Don't disrespect.
I mean, come on now. A whole year? But it is what it is, right? Because we're not built for that. Now, as we go forward, I think a lot of companies are going to figure out how to... Oh my God, I can't concentrate with this dog.
Oh my God.
So, I mean, as we figure out how to overcome this, right? How to overcome the gap of not being in the same room with people all the time. Are we going to get to the point of green screening and cobbling together scenes? Maybe. Movie productions may be like, well, we're going to have you come in to the, into the theater with like 5 other people, shoot your scene, and we'll stitch it all together. Who knows, right? Or maybe this is the chance for more animated features to become a thing, because you don't have to be at the studio to record your lines. Like I was telling you before, when we're playing Destiny, my friend, she has her own recording studio in her house. I was telling you, Chris Rager wants to set up classes and do, well, you may have been gone, but I was telling Carlos and Lou about it. He wants to do classes using like Source Connect. So you could be I could be at my house in front of my mic. They're over in the studio or wherever where the engineer is. I say my lines, it's engineered in real time. Like, the technology is there for that. So we may see a big uptick in animated films because of this. Because it'll kind of be cheaper, right, to a degree, and 2, you can still get actors for it.
So what I expect, if the coronavirus was only specific to one country, then I would have anticipated that we would have had an influx of movies that would have been done quickly, that things would have just been popped together really quick because they're like, hey, we need to get this out so that we can get that money. But the fact that it's a global pandemic, right? I believe that they will be able to use that to leverage the idea that they will take more time to produce something, which will inevitably mean that we will get something of a higher quality. And then they will start using the information like, hey, We took the time after the coronavirus. We took care of our people. We paused production. We did everything we needed to do, make sure people was safe. And now we're producing it correctly and safely to make sure that we do what's necessary for our audience, our customer. So I think the coronavirus, even though it's a shitty situation, is going to be a PR gold mine for a lot of companies. And I anticipate that we're going to see a lot of companies who are going to say that they delayed something as a result of this in order to take care of their people to produce something of higher quality. That's what I'm seeing. That's what I think.
We could hope, right? But a lot of these companies are just, how can they make the most money? You know, good PR is money, and bad PR is money.
No. They absolutely. They are. So the longer that we stay outside of the movie theaters, right, they're losing money.
Well, that's why they're doing direct viewing.
Yes.
Right?
Yes. Yes. I'm glad you said that, because I was just about to bring it up. For instance, later today, I'm actually about to watch Vin Diesel movie with a bunch of my boys, but the new Vin Diesel movie, Bloodstained, I think is what it's called. Bloodshot, right? Is new in the theaters, but no one's in the theaters, so they're starting to release it so that you can rent it digitally so that you can watch it.
Right. But they're also, the companies are only releasing movies that they felt weren't going to do very great in the movie theater to begin with, which is why Fast 9 is not being digitally released, because they're like, no, this is a tent pole. Like, we can make tons of money in the theater off of this. But, you know, Bloodshot, Trolls 2, Invisible Man, they're like, yeah, well, just, you know, these are all kind of like filler titles until we get to the summer. I don't know. Like, I'm tempted to rent Bloodshot just to do some I don't know what we want to call it, repeat viewing for later on. I want to test their DRM situation. I'm curious, honestly. I'm like, I just want to see, what are they doing to protect themselves? And, you know, I'm looking at it from a business standpoint, because my job, we just started doing video uploads for our clients. Because, you know, I work in health and wellness. So like Orange Theory Fitness, yoga studios and stuff, they all use our software. And we didn't have a video upload platform until like Friday. Right, like this is something that we were going to release later this year, and this whole virus thing hit us. So then, like, it was all hands on deck. Like, everyone was working on this thing. My team was not, because that's high visibility.
Right.
But you know, we're not running any DRM on it. So I mean, technically, you could just copy the session that they're watching and save it for later. But I'm curious to see, how are they doing this? They're charging us $20. Is that $20 to cover the DRM? Because they're pretty much charging us the cost of a Blu-ray at this point,
right,
to watch it for 48 hours. And then they're going to release it again, you know, whenever, on Blu-ray or digital, and then charge us $20 again. So we've paid $40 to watch this movie, you know, if we liked it that much.
Well, I would think that they're looking at it as the same thing as if they released it into the movie theaters, right? So if they released it into the movie theaters, there are people there who would have the technology necessary in order to copy it, right? So instead of releasing it into the movie theaters, they're going to release it online. And yeah, there are going to be people there who still have the technology to copy that specific file, right? There's always going to be people who are going to pirate. But I think the likelihood that there will be more people who will buy online as a result of having nothing to do, as a result of quarantine, that they were going to be more willing to purchase this video that they may not have gone to the movies to watch, but since they have nothing else to do, they're going to purchase it, they're going to watch it, and I believe that's going to transition or translate into them making more money in this particular climate. Maybe. I think what's going to happen, tell me what you think about this, but I think eventually what's going to happen, because I've been a proponent of how antiquated movie theaters are, specifically because the concession stands are so expensive, right? So people don't go to watch movies not because the movie itself is expensive, but the movie experience is super expensive. So I think what's going to happen is that this coronavirus, this 2020 outbreak, is going to turn into a reason to transition into what they're testing right now, which is to have new movies, to release them during a specific time to make it seem exciting, to be like, hey, we're giving you a movie theater movie early digitally, and then to see how people react to that. Do you think there might be some truth to that, or do you think that I'm on like X-Files conspiracy theory in terms?
There's some truth, but I think it'll apply to exactly what's happening now. It's going to be the movies where they know they're not going to make that much money. It'll never be a tent pole, right? The other side of this coin is that after this whole isolation and quarantine thing, the first thing we want to do is get out in public and be in groups and hang out with our friends. So I feel the movie theater is going to be jam-packed when this is, everything is good to go, right? It's safe to be in large groups. People are going to be like, let's go to the movies. Let's hang out, especially in Texas, the home of the Alamo Draft House.
Oh my God. Woo! Bless their soul.
Everyone, we're all going to be at the Alamo eating and drinking and hanging out and having a good time.
Preach!
And doing all of that, right?
Right.
So, the whole digital delivery, it's great in quarantine, but I don't know how sustainable it is for every movie outside of that. Not to mention, at a $20 price point, a movie ticket only cost me, $12, $13.
Right.
If I buy, concessions, of course, then the price goes up exponentially at Alamo, among other places. But I'm at home, so I already have my own bag of chips or, carrots or whatever I eat, for that day. I have to eat carrots, man. Dude, being a diabetic, I can't go crazy on the good snack food. So I'm like, what's good to snack on? Still kind of sweet.
Right.
It won't kill me. Oh, carrots. Hey, carrots, how you doing? But it's you look at that, and I'm paying $20 just for me, just to watch the movie. Like, if I can have a group of friends with me, then it's worth it. It's like the UFC paradox, if you want to call it, where you're like, okay, I'll spend $70 on this fight, but I'm gonna have like 20 of my friends over and be like, yo, hand me like $2, and I'll pay for the fight and food. Like, I'll have food for us and drinks, and you pay $2 to watch the fight. But we can't even do that now because we're supposed to be self-quarantined. So unless you're a family of 4, it just doesn't seem that feasible. Bloodshot, like I said, is one of those films where it's like, that's not really a family of 4 movie. Trolls will probably do great digitally.
Right.
Because you got kids and stuff. So it's like, all right, let's throw on this stupid Trolls movie. The kids are going to love it. We'll sit around, watch it. We're all here together anyways. So they're going to figure out what's hit or miss for this sort of platform.
So you are correct. Like, yeah, I agree with that, because I just went to verify to see how much it would be to get Bloodshot right now, and they are charging us $20, which seems like a lot. So, and that was something that I noticed too with the Skywalker movie, because I wanted to watch that with my daughter. In a random backstory. So, what I do to strengthen the relationship between my daughter and I is that oftentimes we will have movie dates, at which point I will use Google Hangouts and I will cast whatever movie I'm watching, and we will watch it together in real time. And then this way I can see her reaction, she sees my reaction, and we're still able to talk to each other and we enjoy the movie, right? So this is a way that I can be a father over long distance. But the only reason why I bring that up is that I don't buy the movies digitally, right? I will rent them because there is a significant price difference. But now what I've noticed, and I'm glad Devmani said something, because that made me think and research. In order to watch these new movies that are coming out, the only option they're giving you is that you have to buy the movie, which is a $20 price point. Or, as Americans like to do, $19.99, because it makes you feel better than spending $20. So they don't allow you to rent the movie. You have to buy it, which is the same problem that happened with Skywalker. And I think that validates what Devmani was getting into, is that you have to look at what is the price point versus investments, right? So if I'm spending $20 to watch a movie once, how much would I have actually spent if I went to the movie theater to watch? Not considering the popcorn, the hot dog, and all that extra stuff, but just walking in to watch the movie. And I believe that Monty, correct me if I'm wrong, but like an IMAX movie is like $12, right? $12 to $15. Is that correct?
Around there. Yeah, depending on
Yeah.
the
So
market.
in between $12 to $15, and already starting out at $20 price point, right? So yeah, you get to own it, but how often do you watch a movie that you buy more than once? There are a lot of movies that you watch more than once, and I'll throw out some suggestions like Big Trouble in Little China, maybe even Bloodsport might be another one. But a majority of movies you watch it once and then it kind of hangs out on the
I
shelf.
was gonna say like John Wick, the whole
John Wick.
I'll watch that I'll watch it over and over again.
That is a multiple watch movie. I agree, but Bloodshot. I think it is too expensive. I think right now they're trying to see if I'm thinking of it from a business perspective, right? And I'm trying to gather data in order to make future changes. I'm going to see what people are willing to spend in order to watch this movie once. And then based off of that metrics, I think that's what's going to really change how we are delivered content that we therefore consumed. Brand new movies.
But see, here's the thing with Bloodshot, you're not even buying it, you're renting it for $20. You have 48 hours from the moment of purchase to watch that film, and then it's done. So you've spent $20 to rent it. And then, like I said, once again, when it finally does come out, an actual release, it's $20 to buy it.
Yeah.
So I feel that rental price is too high. If they were like, once again, $15, I'd be like, oh, okay, that's close to what I'd pay to get in the theater. $12. I feel their price point is pushing piracy at this point. Like someone's gonna be like, I'll spend $20 and then I'm gonna just record it playing on my computer, and then I can sell it to at least a couple of my friends for $5 a piece or something.
Agreed.
Recoup what I spent on it.
I agree with you.
If it was a lower price point, people don't think about. I mean, some people do. Some people just like to steal shit. That's just who they are. But in this case, it's like, most times I'd be like, whatever. Like, I don't think about that when I rent a film off of Amazon or anything. I'm not like, how can I record this for later? I'm like, the price that I paid for it is so low.
Yep.
What do I care? And I do collect movies. You've seen, my movie collection. I have a ton of movies.
That's true. Just to preface, I do know Dev Money in real life. So yes, I have seen his movie collection. That is correct. It's out of control.
And it isn't crazy. I've family and friends that have way more, but there's certain movies where I'm like, I like this movie so much, I will watch it again. Maybe not every day, maybe not every week, maybe it's a once a year thing, but I will watch it. I would say my first movie that I've watched over and over again, like consecutively, was Black Mask. Jet Li's Black Mask.
Yeah.
Back in the day, we had satellite TV, and here we go, talking about piracy again. Back in the day, satellite TVs used HU cards, HU cards. Same thing that the TurboGrafx 16 uses. You can actually decrypt these cards, so it will give you every channel for free. There was no back check on it. Like, did you actually, there's like, oh, well, your card says you have everything, so I guess you have everything.
Right.
So there's a whole network on, line that would, like, if they did change the encryption, someone would, like, within 20 minutes would be like, oh yeah, here's the new encryption keys. Here you go. So Black Mask was on some like movies on demand channel. I watched that movie 20 times in a row. Like, it just stayed on. Like, I would be playing Quake or something and just have it in the background.
Right.
And, you look at back in the movie, it wasn't really a great movie.
It was
okay.
Fun. It was fun. Yeah, it was fun.
But yeah, it's just, the price points are bad right now, and I think hopefully that's something they're trying to suss through, and they're not just trying to be like, we lost out on our box office receipts, so we're going to try to recoup that as fast as possible. But that is the case, right? That's always the case for them.
I think what's
the long game, they're not thinking of the long term.
Well, from what I'm seeing, right? From what I'm seeing, what I understand is that there is a clear difference between the ticket sales and concessions when we're talking about movie theaters, right? So the person who owns the movie theater gets a higher percentage of the concessions, almost close to 100% of the concessions that are sold. And then they get a percentage of the movie that is played, right? Ticket sales, unless they've worked out a deal where the movie studio pays them a specific fee to play the film, and then they just get a flat fee for however long the run of that movie is, right? So it depends. Right. But in this one, it's all about the concessions, right? When I see movies being sold on Amazon, movies that are in the movie theater that are being sold on, I'm going to go ahead and refer to what Grieve said, and it is people who are like, hey, I don't want to miss out. I got to have it. There are people out there who are going to jump on those movies and be like, I need to see it because I want to be able to see it before it disappears, right? There are people who are like that. And even in the gaming community, in the gaming worlds, what do they call those? Like big whales or the whales or some shit like that? Whales, like the people who have to have it now, right? Even early adopters for hardware, right? There will always be people like that. But what I see that's happening, I could be wrong, but I doubt I'm not. What I see is right now they're testing the waters. They're setting the price point at $20 to see how many people will actually buy it at 20. And if people don't buy it at 20, they're going to reduce it. And the reason why I say that is because if you go onto Amazon and rent a movie, you're going to be paying between $3 to, I think the most that I've ever paid to rent a movie to watch with my daughter was $10 to watch a movie in Amazon, right? Which is essentially the price that you would be paying to see for a movie ticket. But as of right now, by them giving you the only option, which is to buy at $20, not only are they leveraging on, hey, I got to have it now, but they're also leveraging on the idea that people will feel comfortable like, hey, well, at least I own it. So they will justify this unnecessarily high price point because one, I'm seeing it early while it's supposed to be, air quotes, in the movie theaters. And by the way, I now own this movie. But then
but you don't own it right now.
Right. But that's why I throw at people when I say, how often do you watch the movies that you own? Back when VHS was a thing, I owned hundreds of movies. I was a huge collector. And I didn't watch a lot of them often. And then that number became smaller with DVDs. I still had a lot of movies, but I didn't watch them often. I just like to see them on the shelf. And now Blu-rays is out. I only buy the movies that I've already watched multiple times. So movies like, don't make fun of me, Dev, but like The Big Trouble in Little China. I have that on Blu-ray.
I mean, it's a classic.
You know what I'm saying? Like 300. I have that on Blu-ray. But I think that's where we are right now. So the coronavirus, let's go ahead and cue the X-Files music talking about conspiracy theory. But I think it was a tragedy, right? There's a difficulty that was created, a legitimate difficulty that was created by the coronavirus that is now being leveraged to test out new ideas that people thought about doing that they are now implementing, such as, hey, these movies are in the movie theater. Are you going to buy this digitally to see how people react? And I predict that based off of what we see and those buys, that is going to fundamentally change how movies are distributed. I don't know. But then again, I could be full of shit. What do you think?
I mean, no, I mean, it's two sides of the same coin, right? I think it's just gonna balance out. Like we're gonna see a influx of digital, and we'll also see nothing really change with the movie theater. Oh my god, my dog is now chasing his tail.
But he's amazing though. Your dog is lovely. I love him so much.
the pitter patter of him going after his tail. Because it's just, as human nature, we need to be around other people, and this is a trying time. We've never had this before in our lives where it's like you need to not be around people. Mm-hmm. So I mean, yeah, to your point, yes, a lot of this is trial. We've never done it before. A lot of it's just see what happens, throw it at the wall, see if it sticks. And And yes, they're looking for the whales and stuff. So early on, I mean, the minute Bloodshot went to rent for $20, and there's still people that just don't believe in any of this quarantining and social distancing. So yeah, they will probably rent it for $20 and have like 7 of their friends over.
Right.
You know, they're going to do that. And, you know, the movie theaters, or not theaters, but production companies are going to make their money off of it. And then there's people that don't, you know, they're like, I live alone. I don't like other people, but I'll pay $20 because I just want some sort of distraction.
Right, right.
And I've sat there and I've definitely thought about renting it. I'm like, do I really want to pay $20 for this though? Like,
yeah, I'm on the same page. I'm on the same page, bro.
Like, 20. I don't like it. Like, it's one thing to be in the theater and don't like it. I'm like, well, shit, at least I got like a good hamburger and a drink out of it. Like, I was still I had restaurant quality food while watching a movie that I really didn't like.
Right.
You know, one kind of replaces the other. But when I'm at home and I'm sitting here with like, you know, my dinosaur shaped chicken nuggets, I'm gonna be like, yo, these chicken nuggets are flame, but this sucks. Like, there's nowhere for me to go. I can't drive it off. You know, I can't walk around the supermarket and be like, man, that movie was so bad. Like, and just think about it. Like, I'm stuck in my house. Every time I look at my TV, even when it's off, I'll be like, that shitty movie played on this TV.
Yeah.
And I paid $20 for it.
So there are a couple things. Before I throw out this one last thing, you know, for Dev Money to jump onto, I just wanted to go ahead and highlight that even though we're using the word rent, what some sites are using, you actually are buying a copy of the movie. So the $20 price point is to purchase said movie. So Bloodshot, the game that we've been talking, I'm stuttering right now. The movie that we've been talking about, you would purchase a ultra high definition version of that movie at the $20 price point is what we're trying to say. Renting is not an option yet.
Okay, so let me correct myself. Yes, you can buy Bloodshot. When I was reading initial reports off of, like, you know, the news and stuff, and they were talking about this change, they're saying, oh, you can rent it for $20, and I was losing my mind.
Right.
So, flip side, if I'm owning Bloodshot for $20, maybe I will jump in, right? I'm like, at least I own it. I'm gonna look at all the different. I think since it's on iTunes, I can do movies anywhere, which is my thing. I love movies anywhere. I can throw that shit on my iPad, like when I travel. Not that I'm doing any traveling right now.
But it's legit. I get you. It's legit.
Yeah. So now I'm a little more like, okay, this may be a thing. But when I initially read that you can rent it for $20, I was like, they are out of their minds.
Right.
They are out of their whole ass minds, because I am not going to rent this movie for $20.
That's why I'm going back to, I think they're testing the waters. You know, I think in order to understand what's happening in the world, right? The way that I interpret things. Now, I know in this show, the calm and fury, Eric is the calm and I'm the fury. So you guys might hear some of the words that I say and be like, nah, he's just pretty angry. So that's why he thinks the way he is. But I like to think from the perspective of a tyrant sometimes, and that helps to clarify a lot of things. So if I see that they only give me the option to buy it at $20, that means that they had the option to allow me to rent it for less than $20. But what they're trying to do is they're trying to capitalize on the people who want to see it right now, which means that they're focused on trying to make as much money right now as opposed to being focused on what's necessary for the consumer, meaning the people who are in quarantine who have nothing else to do. They just want to make that money.
You're correct.
Right?
You are correct. They're definitely trying to get the buyers before the renters, because they're not going to make as much. And I get that. And I mean, for Greaves with Bloodshot, does it look good? No. I mean, it looks okay. I think Bloodshot's going to be in that same realm as like Gamer. Like, I love Gamer as a video piece, you know, from a videographer's perspective. The way it was shot was great. The actors were great. It's not a great movie. And I feel Bloodshot's going to be in that same kind of thing. Like, visually, I'm going to just be like, this is fun to watch. But if I look at it thematically, I'm going to be like, this was garbage. Like, what? You know, it's kind of like Hardcore Henry. You know,
I haven't seen that yet. I haven't seen that yet.
That is one you should watch. Like, visually, you'll just be like, this is insane. This is nuts. And
Mm.
then, story wise, I'm like, it's okay, I guess. Like, it's not bad, but it's not like it's not a thought provoking piece. But visually, it is. It's just fantastic. Like it's
Mm.
Doom Vision. It's all
Right,
shot
right,
first
right,
person, which they did a
right,
great job with.
right.
So yeah, it's in that realm where it's like Hardcore Henry,
Mhm.
Gamer, Bloodshot. I feel is going to be the same way. Where visually, I'm going to be like, I enjoyed this a lot,
Mhm.
but storyline wise, Venom, it's kind of the same thing. It's like visually it was fun, but storyline wise, it's like, what were you guys doing with this?
Yeah, yeah, it was okay. It was okay. And during a second viewing is when a lot of the holes really came through.
Right.
Yeah, I agree.
And yeah, Dave, you're right. Bloodshot isn't a familiar character. It's like if you didn't read Valiant comics, Ninjak, Bloodshot, all those guys, because
Mhm.
they were like third stringer comic book characters.
Mhm.
Um, they won't know. So it's like you're making a comic book movie, but no one really knows about
Well,
the comic book. And to
to
segue,
be fair,
Ninjak,
to be fair,
David.
to be fair, I'm sorry to cut you off, but I am on the opposite end. So like you and Hariel0079 are like next level intelligence in terms of comic books and things of that nature. I think in this particular realm, I fall into the regular people category. So I wanted to see this movie not because it was Bloodshot, which was based off of a comic book. I wanted to see Vin Diesel being a badass. I just wanted to throw that out there just to give some perspective
Sure.
on what you're about to say.
I mean, he has that since Fast and the Furious. I mean, I never really I love Fast and Furious. Let me qualify that. I love Fast and Furious franchise. But Vin Diesel for me will always be the Iron Giant. I'm sorry.
Oh, come
Always be the Iron Giant.
Come on, man.
And then next he'll be Scarpazio in Saving Private Ryan.
What?
Mister, it's a letter for my dad. And he got his ass sniped. He will always be those characters for me, right?
What?
Like I said, I love Fast and Furious, but I mean Iron Giant, that's the stamp, man. Boom. Boom.
Well, anyways,
You choose.
we have gone all over the place. Yo, shout out to Eric for allowing me and Dev Monty to take over the show like this while he makes himself some DiGiorno pizza because it tastes like takeout, but it's made at home. Shout out to Eric.
It's not
But
delivery, it's DiGiorno.
so we've talked about a lot of stuff, right? We've talked about the idea of taking movies that are released into the movie theater, but sending them through some sort of paid service and how that might change the game and what that means. We talked about different actors. We talked about different franchises. We talked about a whole bunch of different things. We even talked about the significance of female characters in male centric roles. So, as we transition to other things, I wanted to just be clear. Anyone in the chat, if you have something that you want to talk about, please feel free to hit some buttons and put that in the chat because this is a very fluid situation. Right now, you're listening to, I guess, Devmani and Angel over here banter back and forth. But if anybody has something that they want to put in, feel free to put that into the chat so that we could talk about it. But as I go back into what Devmani was talking about, we're talking about franchises and movies and money and everything else. I want to use the movie. Bear with me.
Riddick, I agree.
And I wasn't going to talk about Riddick, which I loved, but I'm actually going to talk about a movie called Flash Gordon.
Yo, I love Flash Gordon.
But Flash.
This is why I shouldn't leave.
Defenders of the universe.
Yep. Yo, Brian Blessed. So great.
But here's why I want to bring this up. If you try to find Flash Gordon, it is not on any of the streaming services. You will not find it on Netflix, Hulu, Disney Plus. It's not anywhere. The only way for you to view it is that you have to either rent or buy the music or buy the movie, right? How is this relevant to the conversation that Devmani had said that it doesn't make sense for them to put the tentpole movies into this, hey, this is in the movie theater, feel free to download it digitally, buy it now or watch it now or rent it now. And I agree with that. And I think what also validates the point that Devmani is saying is that there are classic movies that are considered to be cult classics that are also put into that same situation. It is very difficult to stream cult classics for free, such as The Breakfast Club. Okay, I know it's an 80s movie and it's kind of old, but it is considered a classic. So I wonder, cue conspiracy theory here, I wonder if this push to digital media is twofold. One, it is a cheaper thing to produce for the media companies. They don't have to worry about any royalties or negotiations that are done with the movie theaters. And not only that, they're still able to control the movie so that it cannot be consumed for free. And I put that in air quotes because you still play for Netflix and everything else. But they control the media so that you have to buy it, which means that the company still makes money off of this old title. So the artists, the directors, the actors are not being paid for Flash Gordon, but the producers, or dare I say, the company that controls the rights to that media, Flash Gordon, they're the ones who are still getting paid. So I throw this to Devmani and Eric, who I think might actually be back here. Also, Hariel says that Breakfast Club was on Netflix last month. Right. It's on there for short periods, right? So they'll put it on real quick and then they take it off, kind of like a teaser, if you will. So I throw this to you, Devmani, and I throw this to you, Eric, if you're back. Do you think that everything that is going on right now, do you think that it is actually playing into the overall decision of all movie makers to go fully digital so that they can enhance their profit margin without even thinking about the consumer being, the customer who's actually, viewing the movie? Am I crazy? Or do you think there might be some validity to what I'm thinking right now? I'll throw that to you guys.
It's always profit over people. So there's my answer.
Okay. All right.
Yes.
Okay.
That's
But
it.
distill it down to its purest form. It's always going to be profit over people, man. They're going to do whatever they can to make the most profit to walk away. If the viewers of this show tonight take away anything, it's eat the damn rich. Eat them.
Hashtag Joker. Eric, I can't hear you, man. What do you think, Eric? I think you're back.
I said yes. They heard me. You couldn't hear me though. But yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. It's always about money, like Devmani said. They're gonna do whatever they can to get the most money. Already, TV is infinitely better than movies right now, so they're gonna do their best to get whatever they can while they can.
I mean, I think this is like Netflix has already been killing it with their shows, right? They've led the pack. As much as HBO wants to think they have with Game of Thrones, honestly, Netflix has done better in a variety of shows. And I think this is just going to strengthen them. Mm-hmm. So you may want to start, putting some money into stock in Netflix because it's only going up. But this is the time for them to honestly shine, where it's like we have all these shows that you may have not watched yet, and you can binge all this because where are you going? You're staying at home. You ain't got nowhere to go. Especially
during the quarantine. And let's go ahead and put into perspective, right? Let's go ahead and put into perspective Game of Thrones, because that was the #1 show on HBO. That was the reason to get HBO. It was to watch Game of Thrones. After season 8, right? From season 1 through 7, Game of Thrones was a huge part of culture. Everybody had Game of Thrones references, things to buy, foods, drinks, you name it. Season 8 comes out. Season 8 was trash. Who's talking about Game of Thrones right now? Is anybody? No one is talking about Game of Thrones right now, which goes ahead and that validates the point. First off, okay, which has nothing to do with the argument that I'm making right now, that season 8 was trash. Season 8 was Anyway, season 8 was trash, but season 1 through 7 was really good. So I think Devmani has a very valid point here. Okay, because people are watching Netflix because Netflix has a plethora of different shows that are absolutely phenomenal. And one that I watched with my daughter that was great is Stranger Things. What does HBO have right now? They're limited. They're limited. But let me go ahead and ask you guys this before I start saying what I'm thinking, okay? So right now we have Disney Plus, we have Netflix, we have Hulu, right? I don't know, and then AB or CBS has their own thing, like they have a stranglehold on the new Picard series, and, whatever. So let me ask you guys this: do you think that having all of these streaming services is better for the consumer and better for the, I don't know, the medium that we're trying to consume? Or do you think that it's creating difficulties for the medium and the consumer of the medium?
I think it's definitely creating difficulties. You have multiple platforms, multiple price points. All we're doing right now is that we're in a cable model without being a cable model, but we'll get there eventually, right? That was the whole thing with cable. You have all these different companies that were like, all right, well, bundle us together for consumers to watch for one price, and we all take a slice. Then they're all trying to break out and do their own streaming, but I think that they're just going to come back and it'll just be like online cable, since actual physical cable is dying because people are trying to a la carte everything. But when you have so many good shows on different platforms, you know, you're paying $9.99 for Disney, you're paying, you know, $12.99 for Netflix. Like, you're back to having a cable bill. Like, we haven't really escaped what a la carte was supposed to do, was reduce your spending by watching the things that you want to see. You know, so we're right back, you know, into that fold of having a cable bill, except now I'm paying, you know, I don't get a deal on it. You know, before at least it was like, oh, you got your cable and your internet and your phone and, you know, your triple play, and you're paying only like $300 a month instead of $800 a month. But now it's like, here I am. I have my internet because I don't want cable. I'm paying $100 for that. Then I'm paying like another $200 for all these streaming platforms. You know, just so I can watch every single thing I want to watch.
So, Eric, are you still with us right now? Or are you still eating pizza? Okay, I'm going to go ahead and take the silence as he's eating pizza or pooping. We're not really sure. So,
Wow.
That's it. Fun fact. When I was in the service, right? When I was in the service, whenever somebody would ask me about someone, like, hey, where is such and such? 100% of the time I said that person was pooping. 100%. And why would I say that? Is because it made it uncomfortable. I don't know why pooping is uncomfortable for certain people.
Maybe that's an Air Force thing. In the Army, it was like, yeah, they're probably shitting. We're like, oh, cool.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's
like
that
was the decompressed time. That was like, at least in basic, right? That's like the only time you could like actually talk without getting smoked.
Well,
was everyone in the stalls, like
people would get
literally
awkward,
talking shit. I think that's like, where the phrase came from.
They're like, oh, they're in the bathroom. Oh, okay, never mind. I'll get with them. They're like, oh no, bro, just go in there, talk to them. They'll be fine.
Right. Like I said, in the Army, you know, like I said, everyone's in the stalls. That was the best time to talk to anyone because that's the only time you had, you know, unless your drill sergeant finds you and smokes you. No one can smoke you in the bathroom.
So my perspective on all of these services, I think by having all of these services, they are absolutely pushing people to pirate. When there's too much, I think not having any choices just as bad as having too many choices.
Yes.
And in this situation that we're in, each choice has a price point attached to it. So if you want to watch all the latest shows, all the great shows, the things that are people are talking about, that is a huge price point that people are going to have to pay. That would be just as much, if not more than what you would be paying for cable. Although cable does not have what it is that you want. So what I think should happen is that there needs to be a merger between all of these streaming services. This shit is out of control. You know what I'm saying? Like, if I want to watch The Mandalorian, I have Disney Plus. If I don't want Stranger Things, I have to have Netflix. And then Hulu, I'm pretty sure they do some shit that's important to some people, but I haven't found anything important on it. But the point that I'm trying to say is that the more services that you have, right, even though there's supposed to be competition, there's a point of diminishing returns. So having all of these different services is actually creating a level of stress for the consumer, especially those of us who don't have a lot of money and can't have all of these services at the same time. So at that point, pirating seems good. Like, oh yeah, man, I don't need this shit. Or something that's happened to Netflix quite a bit is that people will start sharing their logons. They'll be like, yo, son, you rent this, I'll rent this. We'll share the logons and you can watch whatever. There's always going to be a workaround. I think is if these companies were thinking about the consumers, which they're not, but if they did, then they would try and figure out a way to at least consolidate two services. So as a consumer, I wouldn't mind paying for 2 services, but I absolutely have a problem paying for 3 to 4 different services to consume the products that I want to watch. So I think it's hurting the industry.
Yes.
I mean, it just, at one point, like piracy, I wouldn't say died, but it pretty much tapered off, right? Like
It did. It
early
did.
2000s, we were on BitTorrent and everything else, and it kind of tapered
Yes.
off, like late 2000s, and now I think it's going to come back because there's too much. You have to invest. It's like, well, why should I buy that when I can just download these episodes, hours after they come out? But anyways, I gotta bounce.
Hey,
It's been
Dev
awesome.
Money, thank you so much for hanging out and chit chat, and I really appreciate you, bro.
And
Thank
shout out to your
you
dog for playing
for having
with his
me.
toy while you're
Oh, yeah.
while you're talking.
This little asshole. Greaves still wants to talk about Power Rangers. I'm always down for that. So you need to get her on
Yes.
the show for real when
Hopefully
she's
next
not
time.
working.
Right,
Um,
right.
And do that because I'm always down for some Toko Sentai. And other than that, you guys have a great night.
All
Thanks,
right.
brother. I
Have a good
really
one.
appreciate you, man. Take care of yourself. So Blue
Uh,
Cheese brought up something that I thought was pretty interesting, right? She's like, I do bundles, but like Disney Hulu bundle, but you have to do the commercial plan unless they have updated it, right? So, and then without reading the rest of her stuff, but so Disney and Hulu have been combined, right? But that's at a higher price point. And then on top of that, some of the greater shows or best shows are on Netflix. So not only do you have to buy Disney Plus, but you have to buy Hulu, and then you also have to buy a subscription to Netflix. And then, as I said before, Picard, which is a Star Trek movie, that's only being shown on CBS, which is another thing that you have to pay for. And if you want to see HBO movies, that is another thing you have to pay for. So there becomes a point of diminishing returns where you're just like, bro, I'm tired of this shit. Let me just get with someone and do a BitTorrent and watch what they have on the servers.
It's Plex. That's the future now. Just find somebody with a
Plex.
Plex server. And,
There it
you're
is,
good to go.
Plex. And
But,
then we watch it that way.
Yeah, when you guys mentioned it, late 2000s, when Netflix was like really the only game in town, they were actually getting new content and stuff that wasn't just them, or before they were making their own stuff. There was like a downturn in pirating because it was easy to just be like, okay, $8 a month, I can do that, and then get all these movies streamed on the internet. And then it's little by little, more places. Hulu came out, and then what it came after Hulu. It's just more and more stuff just piled up, and you're just like, I can't deal with all these little $10 a month 5 times. It's the same as paying for cable, as you guys said. But by the way, you can get CBS basically for free because they're so desperate they send you a free month like every other month. But it's ridiculous, and I've turned back to pirating just because it's so hard just to get what I want when I need it. I'll do the trial, and if I can still make a new account, I'll do another trial until they stop me, and then I'll pirate it because I just don't. I'm not going to be paying money to everybody. I'm not going to be paying money to 5 different places when I just want.
Bro,
or
it
need
happens. It happens, and the reason why I brought up the Flash Gordon example is because it's a fun movie. I like watching it, and then I have friends who haven't seen it, so I'll set up like, hey, we're gonna watch this movie, but I can't find it. It's not anywhere across the multiple different streaming services that you have. So it creates this moment like, yo, I'm paying for all of these streaming services, but even through that, I still don't have access to movies that I want because the streaming services, because of whatever legalities they have going on in the background, they don't always have the same catalog of movies.
Yeah.
You know, they're constantly taking on or putting on and taking off movies. And then some places, I'm not going to be talking shit about Amazon, but I'm going to talk shit about Amazon. They artificially fill their catalog offerings with movies that no one even wants to watch from other countries. You know what I'm saying? It's just filled with shit no one wants to see, just to make it seem like they're offering a lot of different movies. So my advice, because I know that the CEOs of Netflix and Hulu and Disney Plus, they're watching this show right now because we're so damn good, right? They're watching right now to be like, I wonder what I can learn about life from these guys here in the Calm and Fury.
Oh yeah, this guy eating
right?
pizza and this other guy yelling.
Right.
It's
Bro,
quality
they're learning.
entertainment here.
They're learning. They're like, we're gonna watch these guys because you're gonna have something worth gold. Here's my advice to those guys: get your shit together. Stop being so greedy, and you guys need to combine. It's that simple. You need to combine. The more that each service starts to change or chase after a certain amount of money, the more likely you are to push people into pirating. It's that simple. It's that simple. If you make it easy for me to consume the media, then I will absolutely pay you money to consume said media. But if you make it difficult for me to consume the same type of media, then I'm going to go other avenues in order to consume what it is that I want. So Flash Gordon is a perfect example because it's on none of the streaming services. So I have to resort to other means in order to watch it. Just saying.
Yep.
Also, Lady Jess said that was a huge bite of pizza that you took. I don't know how to take that.
It was actually smaller than my normal bites. I was trying to be polite on stream. The pizza just looked big.
Oh my god, that shit was kind of crazy, man. So Greaves is right. They started doing what I was talking about, and then
once they started losing licensings, they had to go to original content for sure.
Just because the networks were like, "Yo, son, maybe we could make as much money as Netflix." I got to bring up the metrics for that, but I am 100% positive that Netflix is still making more money than CBS or any of the other people that pulled licenses to things such as Friends. Because I watched that entire series on Netflix so that I could have something to talk about.
I mean, I've watched basically almost every episode, so they're just not on Netflix though. I think that it's coming to HBO now, right?
Yeah.
Or is it Seinfeld? One of the two, if not both, are going to be on HBO.
Yeah, so I don't know, man. I'm not about that. And I like bringing up Friends because it is a popular, well-known series. And at one point, it was available on Netflix. So you would pay for basic Netflix and boom, you would have access to one of the most popular sitcoms of all time, right? But now because of licenses disagreements that were propagated by the not the streaming service, but the broadcasting company that owns the rights to it, they're pulling it off of Netflix, right? Because that specific company believes that they can make more money by creating a whole brand new streaming service on their own and streaming Netflix, or streaming Friends, as opposed to just continuing to allow Netflix to stream it. So greed is really what it boils down to. So I'm curious to see what happens. But when we're talking about Friends, I just want to be clear that Ross is a douchebag. I don't care what anybody says. He's a douchebag. And Rachel was too good for him. And the finale, she should have gone to France. That was bullshit.
Hey, Friends is pretty... I mean, Rachel's pretty bad, too, on her own, right?
I mean, she is. She is pretty terrible. Yeah.
Now this just became a Friends podcast. Maybe we should stop before we
Phoebe is the greatest! I love you, Phoebe!
we're spoiling Friends for everybody after 20 years. When did it go off? It was like
It's
2004
ridiculous.
or something. They were on a break.
They were on a break. Listen, I agreed that they were on a break, and it shouldn't have been a big deal. So it's pretty funny. H2O, happy dude. Thank you very much for hanging out here during the stream. Appreciate you. He says, all I remember is the Friends UFC crossover. Do you remember those episodes, Eric?
I think Randy Couture was on an episode or something.
So they had the UFC crossover because, oh my God, what is the guy behind Marvel? Favreau?
Jon Favreau.
Jon Favreau?
No. That's just not behind Marvel. He does a lot of Marvel movies.
He does the movies, right? But he was actually on Friends as Courtney Cox's boyfriend. Oh my God, I can't remember her name. Not Rachel. Oh my
Monica?
God. Monica!
Why are we talking about this?
So she was Monica's boy. He was Monica's boyfriend, and he decided that he wanted to see. So then that turned into this whole big UFC Friends crossover thing that was actually pretty entertaining to watch, and it was pretty good. So Friends, right? To be real, I'm going to go ahead and be transparent here. I'm going to be transparent. When I first started watching Friends, I didn't understand the humor. I didn't think this shit was funny at all. I was like, this is whack. Why am I watching this shit, man? I don't understand. This shit is whack. But then I kept watching, and I was like, oh, it's a different kind of humor. Like, Friends is a different kind of humor. And then once I realized that it was a different kind of humor, and I took it for what it was, then I started appreciating the humor that was integrated into Friends. And I really liked it. I enjoyed Friends quite a bit. So I would watch it, my daughter would watch it, and then we would talk about different episodes. Like it was great. So, but I still disagree with the ending. I think Rachel should have left to chase her dream as opposed to staying back to be with Ross, who was a piece of shit. I'm just saying. No, am I still cutting out? I'm cutting out.
I don't. It's not you. It's probably me on my side. There was some times you were cutting out, but I didn't hear you cutting out while you were talking just now. Yeah, it happens like occasionally, just like an internet thing. I think it's not that bad.
It's too much. It's too much hype, man. The bit rate can't handle it.
I mean, yeah. That's been a fact since you started streaming.
Oh my God. So, what kind of pizza did you eat, man?
It's a pepperoni pizza, not DiGiorno's. It's a Red Baron, cheaper, but dare I say, slightly better.
Better watch your mouth.
I'm not saying DiGiorno's is bad. It's just really expensive. It's like $8 a pizza. I'm not about that life. I like my less than $5 pizza. Now we're not going down to the level of like a Tombstone. Tombstone can be pretty trash, but that's like the next step up is the Red Baron, and then you got your DiGiorno's, and yeah.
Yo, there you go, ladies and gentlemen. The pizza tier listing via Calm and Fury.
But pizza's pizza. It can all be good if you. It's whatever.
Oh my God. So Greaves put something on here that I think is funny. She says, I can't believe this stuff all happened in their 20s.
Yeah. I was talking about that at work one day. It's like, man, our 20s are just like us being lost. You don't really have to find yourself until maybe your 30s, and then you start like enjoying life, apparently. That's what the 30-year-olds and 40-year-olds say, but I'm about to get there, so we'll find out. 20s have sucked. Definitely, well, I've gone on some adventures, but not like Friends adventures. Like how do these people... It's TV, man.
Well,
TV. White privilege.
Well, let me go ahead and tell you, because you're about to hit your 30s. I just want to let you know that the 30s will suck as well.
I'm just saying it'll be a little bit better, is what I mean. A little bit better. I'm gonna take a bite of pizza.
Nah, man, it's different. Like 20s and 30s, it's all circumstantial. You know what I'm saying? Like a 20-year-old living in New York City is different than a 20-year-old serving in the United States Air Force, which is different than a 20-year-old living in a small city. You know what I mean? So I don't really look at experiences or people's experiences based off of years anymore. Because I've run into some people who are in their 40s and 50s who haven't had nearly the amount of experience that I've had, in my 20s
that's true.
as a military guy. So it's like age doesn't really matter anymore. Things are kind of different. Oh, hold on a second. So Grieve says, please tell Eric, just take those bites on screen. What he just did, the look away, very, very wrong.
I saw that on my side. That's why I just ended up taking a bite on whatever, on screen. It's whatever. I've given up. I'm just too hungry to not eat, so I'm gonna eat here.
So Dave, Hariel 000, I got him stuttering. 0079 says, 30s, you slow down and start acting like grandparents. Dave, I'm gonna need you to not say that in public because I don't agree with that. Because what was I doing in my 30s? I was swimming with sharks. I was riding four-wheelers. I was making my own strawberry jam in foreign countries. So I guess it depends. Depends on what everybody's doing in their 20s and 30s. So life is strange. I think that's what's good about this show too, Calm and Fury, is that Eric is a civilian. He's calm and he has a different perspective. I'm a military guy. I'm the Fury. I'm unnecessarily angry. I did a whole bunch of stuff that now leaves me walking with some boo-boos. So we have some very different perspectives on life.
Hey, I'm a pretty angry guy, just saying. I just perceive or put the perception out that I'm calm. Who wants to talk about online dating, by the way, if we're going to continue this into the night? Oh, my pepperoni. My pepperoni!
Bro, keep eating. We got at least 30 minutes more, and then I got to go eat. But so Blue Cheese wants to bring up online dating. I guess we're going to talk about that real quick, but I wanted to point it out that H2O Happy Dude says, so I'm 34 with chronic back pain, and I'm using a cane to get around the house. So slowing down started early. Bro, it happens to the best of us. I have a good story that I need to talk about where I tore my tendon and I was dating this girl that was like 10 years younger than me. Woo! Woo! It was rough. I was like 31. She was 21. There was a big difference. And that's a story for another day. But H2O, I feel you. So I guess we can get into online dating.
Was that the high-kicking incident?
Yeah. Yeah, it started with the high kick incident. It was terrible. I felt so stupid after it was all said and done. This shit was so funny. So Blue Cheese, you got to be a little more specific. What are we going to be talking about with online? What do you mean? Are we going to be? Is this going to now transition into dating? I don't think Debmani's on the call there, Eric. I'm just throwing that out there.
No, he's not on the call anymore. Why? What's happening?
Oh, because it says on call on the screen. I just
oops. Yeah, that was a while ago. Thanks.
Yeah, so chat, if you guys want to get some perspective from Calm and Fury, please feel free to throw something in there to talk about that you guys might want to hear about.
I'm still not on the online dating bandwagon. I don't believe in it. I can't just come around to do it. It's just, like I load up. I've even tried I have Facebook already on my phone and there's Facebook dating. I can't even make the profile for that. I'm like, this is stupid. I don't want to do this. I want to meet a person in real life. But then now I don't even get to leave the apartment anymore. Who am I gonna meet here? Who am I gonna meet here? Eating pizza on camera. Who's gonna want to date this guy?
Yo, I am 100% positive that somebody thinks you're adorable with your beautiful hair, great smile, and great choice in pizza. You have nothing to worry about, Eric. Nothing.
We'll see. One day. It's PG-13. Just you don't have to get too clean, but you don't have to be too clean. But just be yourself. Don't get crazy. Don't be racist. You can say some curse words.
So when we're talking about online dating, right? Because I did the Tinder thing and the Plenty of Fish and the Bumble and all that stuff First off, there absolutely is an age limit, right? All of those things are specifically designed for people that top out at around age 25. 25, maybe 28. If you hit your 30s, don't do online dating. You're 100% guaranteed to not be successful, and then you're going to end up taking it personal.
Also, don't be short.
Yeah. Oh, and don't be short. So don't be short and don't be old, because you will have zero success on online dating.
Well,
I prefer real life. And I also prefer dating or running into people outside of places like the club, right? Because when you go to the club or you go to the bars, those are situations that are tailor-made for people to be the something other than what they are. But when you run into people like in a library or a forms class or, you know, some sort of other class or the grocery store, at that point you get to see them as people. They're not pretending to be something that they're not. You get to see them being themselves. And I think that's a better way to actually date, because you can start a conversation, you can talk, you can see if you're attracted to the way their voice sounds, the way that they look, the way they smell, you know, stuff like that. Online dating is kind of weird. It really is weird.
yeah, well, I don't know. I feel like I've missed this whole boat, and I'm like lost at sea forever. Everybody's moving to this online thing.
You can do it. Online dating is good as long as you're not... Let me explain how to be successful in online dating. If you want to be successful in online dating, first off, take a picture that doesn't really show what you look like, okay? You want to have the best lighting, the best clothes, and for females, the best makeup. 2, when you put something about me, you don't necessarily put what you really like. So if you love video games, you absolutely do not put that shit in there, okay? So you only identify the stuff that people think will be cool. 3, any pictures that you post, only going to be the flattering pictures. That's it. You only post flattering pictures. That's it. That's all you put.
I don't have flattering pictures.
So you put somebody else's picture and then pretend it's you and be like, man, it must have been a lighting thing when you see him in... That's it.
I'll put pictures of Mark Ruffalo. I got it. I got it. I got my
that's all you
strategy
do.
now.
Yeah, it's so ridiculous. So I don't like the whole online dating, because you create a persona that's not really you, and then you meet them in real life and you're really you, and then it's awkward because you have this expectation, but they're being something else, and then nobody wants to be who they really are, and then it's retarded. So run into people in different situations, talk to them like people, and then that'll be where you have the greatest success.
Sure.
You know what I'm saying?
I'll give it a try.
It's pretty simple. Here's what I say. Here's my dating advice. That's right. And I don't know if I should be valid. I don't know if I should be.
Blue Cheese says she's already has some thoughts on what you've said so far, so I can't imagine what she's gonna think after this.
So I don't know if I have to say like, I'm super successful. I don't know. It's very difficult to give advice without like giving success stories, if that makes sense. But
you're a terrible person. We're gonna be banned off Twitch now.
Right. That's what people say, right? It's like, oh, like shit. Let me be honest with you. Here's how to be successful in dating. Okay. 1, looks matter. I don't care what anybody says to you. Somebody could say it's all about personality. That's bullshit. There is no woman who will fall in love with anyone's personality if they look ugly as shit, right? Because they need to get past the looks first in order to get to your personality. That's just being real, right? So how can you help yourself? 1, take a shower. Take it from me. I used to be the weird, stinky kid who didn't shower. It's very difficult to make friends when you smell bad. So 1, take a shower, use deodorant. 2, have confidence. Accept yourself. If you're a nerd, if you like video games, whatever your thing may be, accept yourself as you are. Like, this is how I am. This is what I offer, and just run with it. Because whenever you pretend to be something else, 100% guarantee that you're going to fail. How do I know this? Because that's what I did, and I failed miserably. So 1, take showers. 2, accept the stuff that you like and be yourself. Okay. 3, do not take rejection as somebody saying that you as a person is a piece of shit and undesirable. I'm gonna throw this at you, Eric, because I'm curious what your
Damn it.
thoughts are. But when I was younger, that's what I used to think. I used to think that if a girl didn't like me, then it didn't mean that she didn't like what I had to offer. That it meant that I was a piece of shit and they just didn't like everything, and I wasn't good enough for anyone to like. But I'm wondering what your thoughts on that with rejection and dating and everything else. Like, what advice do you have?
I have no advice. The thing about rejection is, like, I wholeheartedly agree on that. That rejection can be, like, you need to get past the rejection. Transparency. I take everything to heart. It's like to bring it back to nerd talk. It's like gaming. When you lose in a game, you like dissect it. Like, why did I lose? What's wrong? This is sounding bad. And then I'm like, well, I hate to sound like one of those, what do they call them? What do they call them on the internet? The guys who always like, why don't girls like me? I'm a good guy, blah, blah, blah. And that can lead down to, like, a bad path. I mean, I don't know. It's hard to, like, not fall into that category when you think about it. When you try to, like, get over rejection, I think. So you kind of just have to be cool about it. Don't let it affect you. Laugh it off. Just be like, oh, well, that's a good story, I can tell. I fell down the stairs trying to ask this girl out, and she said no. Well, I'm going to tell all my friends about it and hope they laugh about it too. Stuff like that. I don't know. Still something I try to work on. And the problem right now, I think, with, like, trying to, it's kind of like seeping into, like, just friendships with people. Like you try to make friends online with these streamers and stuff, and then you're like, they just have, like, a completely different mentality, and you're like, well, is there something wrong with me? Am I not a good person to be a good friend with? I don't know. Because people are just going to leave me hanging all the time, try to make business partnerships of some sort, and, like, get left hanging, even though I thought we were cool the other day. We were playing games all day, telling stories about life and stuff. I don't know. It's weird. People are weird nowadays, and it's hard to get a grasp on them. I'm still trying to figure it out.
It's a little more difficult when you talk about streaming, when you put that up, because when you're talking about cross-promotional interactions, there are some people who will interact in this space only if they have something to gain, right?
Yeah.
So
100%.
The Common Fury came about because Eric and I are actually friends in real life, and we enjoy the time that we spend and the banter, right? So it's not necessarily about, hey, I'm going to take advantage of Eric to be more successful, or Eric's going to take advantage of me to be more successful. It's like, yo, we're just kind of hanging out. The problem is, in this space, there aren't a lot of other people who are streaming who are like that. There are a lot of streamers who are out there who are only focused on doing what's necessary to be successful, right? So at that point, it gets a little more difficult. But that type of rejection is different. Like, it's easier for me to
get rejected by a girl you're trying to, like, go out on a date with,
Right.
because, like, it's a one-time thing. But these are people, like, you've already spent time with, and then all of a sudden it's like you're getting ghosted or whatever. By the way, were you rejected and you ate cans of ravioli? Curious question. Hariel brought it up in the chat.
Look, Dave's talking trash, but he is correct. I was rejected because I did eat some weird stuff. So he's not lying. He's not lying. Like, all right. So I guess I have to have some transparency here, right? Because I wasn't always this bald head, beautiful brown, glistening, medium tight t-shirts, entertaining type dude, right? I used to be this, like, weird, smelly, afro having, skinny, eating weird food type kid, right? But yeah, so there was a point where I thought it was cool that if I had hamburgers with Jello on it, that people would see me doing crazy stuff and they'd be like, yo, this guy's mad cool, I'm going to be his friend. Turns out that does not make you friends. It just makes people think you're weird. I'm going to throw that out there. And then I would do a whole bunch of other stuff. So I spent a lot of energy trying to be something I wasn't. Like I would memorize the lyrics to songs so that I can regurgitate them in school and people would think I was cool. Turns out that's not cool either because I was like memorizing rap songs from like early 80s and we're in the 90s. So everybody just thought I was a loser.
Nobody listens to that. I feel like
It was terrible.
I feel like I did the same stuff in terms of like old stuff. I remember I worked at a movie theater, and a friend of mine who's still friends with me to this day. This was like 10 years ago or whatever, more than 10 years ago.
Yeah.
And they were like doing rap battles or whatever, or like freestyle rapping on each other. And just like they're like, "Okay, Eric, jump in." I'm like, "Oh, the air is great." I don't know, I can't rap right now, but you know what I mean. I wasn't rapping about like, I wasn't going off on people. I was just rapping at whatever came to mind. And they're like, "Yo, that's dumb. Why are you rapping about that?" I'm like, maybe I should never rap again.
I bet you took it serious, right?
Yeah, I did.
I took that personally, yeah.
I've never tried to freestyle ever since. That was 10 years ago.
So there was, it's funny. That was actually one of the ways that I was actually able to be cool in New York. So I started off making beats on a table. So I was able to bang on a table and make beats, and then other guys were able to freestyle over it, right? So even though I was this weird, lanky, smelly kid, since I was able to make these dope beats on the table, and then also beatboxing, stuff like that, and they were able to freestyle over it, then they were like, okay, so this will allow this kid to hang out with me. You know what I'm saying? It was kind of strange, but what I have learned throughout life and the information that I'm trying to give people, especially since Blue Cheese is talking about dating, is one, be yourself. Because whatever you pretend to be in the beginning of a relationship, you have to pretend to be that thing for the entirety of that relationship. And that's a lot of work. Ain't nobody got that type of energy. Just be who you are. If they like you, they like you. If they don't, they don't. 2, be comfortable with being alone. And correct me if I'm wrong, Eric, but I think part of the problem is that a lot of people don't like to be alone. So they're willing to take time and be with someone who treats them like shit rather than being alone and waiting until they run into someone who treats them well. Is that true or false, Eric? What do you think about that?
I have seen that occur in life. Yes, people will make that choice to be unavailable to feel available. I don't know. That was a terrible way to say that, but yeah, they try to like fill that void so they don't have to be alone because like whether it be like depression or something. Being alone is a scary thing for a lot of people.
There you go.
Yeah.
There you go. So if you're scared to be alone, then that means that you will be willing to take something that is less than what you deserve. So 1, be yourself. 2, be willing to be alone and understand your own value, and then you will be able to find someone who is worth the time that you are willing to spend with them, right? And then 3, just have fun with the whole situation. Just because somebody rejects you, it doesn't mean that you as a person aren't worthy. It just means that you do not have whatever it is at the time. So when I was growing up, just throwing this out, when I was growing up in a predominantly black area. And during that time, right, I was in the inner city. So the women there, they were looking for guys who were into hip hop, who had great style, who might be, into the gang life and fighting all the time and all that jazz. And that's the type of guy that they were looking at. And what I was like the video game nerd, the movie buff who would do martial arts and watch like Chinese movies. But, I didn't know the slang. I didn't wear the style. So I wasn't considered to be attractive because of what they were looking for. But that didn't mean that I wasn't attractive. And then when I grew up, as I got older and I had more confidence because I appreciated who I am as a person, the same things that used to get me rejected before by a different type of people are now something that's sought after by another type of people. So your value shouldn't be predicated upon whether or not you're accepted by the people around you. Okay. Because that changes. You have to appreciate and accept who you are as a person. And then those who appreciate your value, you will eventually find them or they will find you. But in the meantime, you have to appreciate just being alone because you value your time enough to not waste it with people who aren't worth your time. That's how I live my life.
But you got grandma.
I know. I know. Grandma be talking some shit. It's hilarious. Yo, true story. Grandma's like, hey, I don't want you to be getting fat. Don't be eating all this food. Right? And then she's like, hey, you don't have enough food on your plate. You need to eat more food. You know what I'm saying? Like, Grandma, you're making me fat, but it's okay. I love you.
Oh, man. The other half of the pizza's calling out to me. Speaking of being fat.
What's the chat saying? I totally admit that.
Hariel's talking about being alone gives you reflection, adds growth to yourself or for yourself.
Oh yeah.
Blue Cheese was talking about she totally admits to just not letting stuff slide because you're like it's better than starting over or being alone.
Yeah, no, don't ever do that. You have to be willing to be alone. Some people look at dating as a game, right? I guess there's different ways to look at it. You can look at it as a game, and the game would be the winners and the losers, right? That's one way to look at it. Another way to look at it at dating is the experience of things. So if I go back to the winners and losers, then the winner always says, well, I want this person. So if you're a guy, you're like, yo, I want this chick on my shoulder. So I could be like, yes, son, this is my girl. To be clear, women do the same thing. Women like having arm candy too. Don't be fooled. It's the same. So when you have people who are like that, where it's just a game, it's not about coming together and having conversations and figuring each other out. It's like, yo, this is what I like. This is what I want. I need to win. Everything's an argument that they have to win. On the opposite end, it's the experience. The experience of a relationship. And that's something that can go into friendships or romantic relationships, right? Because even if you have a friendship, it's still an experience, right? For instance, Eric didn't know that he would be hanging out with this loud brown guy that does random shit unnecessarily. He didn't know what he was getting into when he decided to hang out with me. But now he knows.
That is true. I never in my life imagined I'd be friends with Angel.
It's an experience.
Ow.
So, but that's the word, what I'm trying to say. So if you approach dating as an experience, you meet new people, you try and understand who they are, and you look at their perspectives. You find out what they like, what they don't like. And then you try to express to them what you like and what you don't like, and you have conversations. Well, then it becomes something different. So even in a relationship that might be short, can still be incredibly powerful. But also by thinking of it as an experience, it'll make it easier for you guys to have a relationship that expands years. So for me, a lot of the difficult that I ran into, military. I was constantly moving and had to go places. So shit happens. Sifa, what does Sifa say? It's just being around Angel experience.
Facts.
You're welcome.
Truth. Oh, goodness.
That shit is funny. But there's so much. Yo, we talked about so many things in this stream. This is ridiculous. How long have we been streaming, Eric? I don't even know.
I can look. I don't want to look. That's it's probably like 4
3
hours.
hours. 4 hours.
It just hit 4 hours.
Oh my gosh. That's a long conversation about random stuff. We're all over the place.
Yeah, I'm going to have fun editing this one when I get around to it eventually.
So guys, if you are just chasing after women based off of the way they look, you are guaranteed to fail. Women, if you are just chasing after a man based off of what you can get from him, you are guaranteed to fail. And if you are trying to chase after somebody but you don't take a shower, you're absolutely gonna.
Also, smell good. according
Smell
to-
good.
And you get some new deodorant.
Maybe that should be a video or something like that. You know, top 10 tips to attract a mate. 1, smell good. You know what I'm saying? I don't know.
I mean, you could add that to your dancing instructional video. That's still pretty funny on the on Twitch. The 2-step. Just the.
You know what I'm saying? Look, dancing is an integral part of the mating situation. So I said that one time. Humans also do mating dances. They have mating calls, right? I don't know how many people would think about this, but listen, humans have mating rituals as well, right? Some people do, like, I'm going to go to the bar and I'm going to buy the woman a drink and then I'm going to start a conversation. That's a mating ritual. Some people are like, yo, I'm going to go to the club and I'm going to start dancing and I'm a dance battle this chick. That's a mating thing. Sometimes some people are like, I'm going to wear my best outfit and I'm going to go to Starbucks. I'm going to get a coffee. I'm going to sit down at a table with a random woman who's reading a book and have a conversation. That's a mating ritual. Sometimes you're going to be the instructor in the class. You're going to look at a person who's smiling a lot and you're going to be like, hey, beautiful woman with a beautiful smile. Maybe we should go travel around someplace. Mating ritual.
You can go like this with your hands.
Bro, did you really bring it up?
That's it. It's a 2-step routine.
What? Wow.
Get that snap in there. Get the snap in there.
You can do that dance to any music in the world.
Damn, yo, I
all you
look
need.
so different
2-step.
without having a beard.
You can 2-step.
Yes,
Damn, son.
I was
2-step fast.
I was a
You
little
can 2-step slow.
shell shocked there.
You can do the half step.
What does CFED say?
Oh shit, keep going.
Hey, so back on your relationship thing, when I grew up, everyone was definitely looking for arm candy.
That's it.
It was hard trying to find
it.
someone who was loyal but now all those same people are pregnant with their 3rd kid and 3rd baby daddy. Ooh. That's gangster.
Before you delve into that, Jamal just hopped in my chat saying, "Dance battle? You mean bump and grind?"
Oh, Jamal, don't get me started talking about when I came to see him up in Ohio and we went to the club and we took over the club and we were attacked by a group of MILFs. Don't even get me started, Jamal. Don't get me started.
Alrighty, but I while you're going into the CFED thing, let me read it so I can figure out what's going on. But
Okay.
jump in.
So what's interesting about what CFED said? Now, I want to be clear that I'm not going to be talking disparagingly about single mothers or single fathers or baby mamas and baby daddies and all that jazz. You know, circumstances. Everything happens. Everything is circumstantial. But what is significant about what CFED says is that when you're only chasing after a person because of the way they look or what you can gain from them, then once you've achieved that objective, then that person no longer holds any value, which means that you are not valuing the person to begin with. Case in point, there are men, I shouldn't say that, there are grown boys who will chase after grown girls because they look good and other men want them. So their entire goal is to just sleep with them. And that's it. There are grown girls. What? My audio is choppy. There are grown girls who chase grown boys just to sleep with them and maybe even try and lock them down with a baby. That shit happens. That's the truth of the matter. That shit just happens. The point is, when you don't value yourself, when you don't value the person that you are pursuing, then you are setting yourself up for failure. Straight up. So whenever I go to conventions and I would do my public speaking stuff, or when I was in the military and I was talking to the young men, and they would ask me on advice, life advice, and things of that nature, I would always say that if you were going out to date someone, the very first thing that you need to do is you need to respect the woman as a woman. Don't look at them as property. Don't look at them as a challenge. Don't look at them as something that you just need to get. You need to respect them as a woman, and you need to appreciate them for whatever it is that they offer that you find attractive. If you don't find them attractive for their mind, for their humor, for something other than the way that their booty looks when they're dancing or some other dumb shit like that, if you don't appreciate them as a person and what they offer as a person, then you need to move on. Because looks fade, and what you may fall in love with, their physical, whatever, that shit's going to go away. But if you appreciate their humor, if you appreciate their perspective, if you appreciate the way they treat people, that's stuff that's going to stay with them regardless of how old they become. And then the same thing as you as a person. So some guys would be like, hey, when I was in the military, I'd be like, hey, Sergeant, do you have any advice? Or when I was doing my convention thing, I'd be like, yo, Director of Awesome, you must be successful. What do you have? What do you say? And they would be like, listen. And I would tell them all the time, I'd be like, first off, you need to make sure that you offer something than a good-looking body. You need to have some humor. You need to have some perspective. You need to have some philosophy, some shit like that. When you offer more than just a physical, then that increases the possibility of you being successful and finding a relationship that's more fulfilling. But that's all predicated upon the truth that you need to enjoy being alone and appreciate your own company, so that you do not reduce your own standards to be with someone who's going to treat you like shit just because you're worried about being alone. Bam. Moving forward.
Alrighty.
I would have paid to see you say that to a group of young Marines. Oh, shit. What did I say? I don't even know what I just said.
What do you mean you don't know what you just said?
I said a lot. I said a lot in a short amount of time.
What does Chris Gold offer? Yar26 actually asked us a question before the Chris Gold thing. I don't, but Jamal, that's a good question. We got, wait, what? Okay. How do you men feel if a woman asks you out on a date? Do you feel it takes away your masculinity? And I say to that, no, I welcome it. Please, women, ask me out. Please. I will take any offers, maybe. I will field any offers. But yeah, no, I don't care. It goes back to like the strong woman thing we were talking about earlier. We all love a good strong woman. And if you're confident enough to ask a guy out, more power to you.
So I guess Jar26, if you run into a man who feels like his masculinity has been lessened as a result of a woman asking him out on a date, then he is not a man.
Yeah, you got your answer. You got your answer whether this man is worth, or this guy is worth your effort, time and effort.
Yeah, he's not worth your effort at all. But when a woman asks you out, right? Because that's happened to me in the past, where a woman has asked me out. It is difficult because of society. So just to do a side note, Eric, correct me if I'm wrong here, but what she's asking is a question, but she's also pointing out some stereotypes that we have in our society, stating that if a woman asks a man out, then that must mean that she's not virtuous or feminine or something else, because she's being too aggressive, and like a man should be offended by that or some shit like that, but it is perfectly okay for a woman to ask a man out. Absolutely okay. And men will appreciate a woman who knows what she wants. A man loves a woman who knows what she wants. So if a woman is confident enough to ask you out on a date because she thinks you're attractive, that's very flattering, and that actually makes things a lot easier. So when that would happen to me, like, hey, you want to go out on a date? I'm like, yeah, actually, I would love that. And then we would just go from there back and forth. And then if I felt the need, like, hey, I need to start asserting dominance or whatever, then I would go ahead and do that in other areas. I'd be like, hey, I really appreciate you asking me out. How about this? This is what I have planned. What do you think about this? And then roll from that point on. But if a strong woman asks out a confident man, things are going to be great. But if you have a strong woman who asks out a grown boy then that's where the conflict ensues. No, that's fine. Has any guy, Eric, anyone in the chat ever hung out with a woman and you ask him, "Hey, what would you like to eat?"
I mean, I ask guys that and they can't answer the question. So I mean, you just come on. There's people on both sides who can't make up their mind when it comes to eating. Just some people need other people to make the decision for them, unfortunately.
Some
And then they don't
people
like
like
it
that.
anyway.
That's a whole conversation. The sub dom thing, that's a whole conversation that we can have on a plus 18 late at night stream.
We're about to get
But
there.
yeah, some people like them to make decisions for them. That is absolutely true. Ooh, Eric, I'm gonna have you answer this one first because this is a loaded question. Okay, so Nene Malo asks you, what if a woman asks you to marry them? How do you feel about it?
You know, because I would say I wouldn't be a fan of that because I have a whole thing planned out. I'm one of those weird guys who has like a whole thing planned out. I'm not going to reveal it here, just in case one day someone finds this and it's spoiled. But I have like a whole event planned out for this, and I don't want that to be stolen. So no, I want to be the one to do it. But you can do it. If, depending on the guy, with the situation, whatever, it's cool. It doesn't matter. We're 2020. It's cool for guys and gals to ask to get married, and it doesn't matter who did it. It's as long as you both love each other, and yeah, that's all you need. All you need is love, as the Beatles said.
I would like to say that there is nothing that I can add to the response. But what I will say is that I would be super uncomfortable because I have commitment issues.
And now, when I say event too, it's not like an event like at Disneyland where you like do it in front of a bunch of people. No, it's just like a intimate one-on-one moment. I have it all planned out, kind of. But yeah, I don't want that taken away from me. So in my case, no. But for everybody else, it's cool. But if she did it, I would be like, "Oh, dang, you got me," and I'd probably be accepting and be cool with it. Now, of course, I would be.
There was absolutely nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. I like what Eric said. It's cool. I like that. There's nothing wrong with that.
You know,
Greed
you love
says
each other.
tradition is a killer.
Yeah, traditions are. I mean, even in cultural wise, traditions just kind of like throw these monkey wrenches into love as anything. Like you got to have arranged marriages and stuff like that. Just by tradition, people are forced into these situations, and then they're unhappy, or they have to find a way to be happy. So that's an unfortunate thing, but you know, they still find a way to be happy. I mean, I don't know. What do you think on that? Got a questioning. That's
No. I agree with you on that. I do. I agree with you. Like tradition and cultural norms, that's basically by peer pressure who died a long time ago. That's basically what it is.
Yeah, Grease, that was the extreme example. I apologize, but I was just like taking it as bad as it can be. Tradition can be a killer, but like obviously in the smaller degree, guys have to ask girls out. Guys have to propose. Those smaller traditional things, they just put up walls and make things more complicated than they need to.
Yeah, like here's a good one. I've never had a woman open the door. What's wrong with that, huh? Where's the equality? Open the door for me, chick. Just saying. Equality.
I've only had women slam doors in my face now.
Oh my gosh, Eric. Yeah, that's fun. Yeah.
No,
But, I'm whatever.
I'm pretty sure a woman's held the door open for me. I just didn't care. I was just someone holding a door open for me. I do the same for anybody else. It's like,
There's nothing wrong with that. Like I am a firm believer in chivalry and being a gentleman, but those actions also make me feel good, which is why I want to do them. So I feel good when I open the door for a woman, and I'm like, here you go, ladies first. Like that makes me feel good because I feel like I'm being a gentleman. Stuff like that. Is it required? Well, no, especially in this new age. Like there's this whole feminist movement where men and women they want to say men and women are equal. So they're like, don't open the door for me. That's rape. I read that in a magazine once, and I was like, "That's
What?
some dumb shit right there." Yeah, I don't know. She was going off on a tangent. There was a whole article full of dumb shit. But the point is, don't hold the door for me. That's reinforcing the patriarchy. You know what I mean? Don't call me ma'am. La, 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 la. Shut up. Okay. My thing is, I believe that there are differences, right? I'm going to treat someone with respect, and this is what I like to do because this is tradition. And then based off of the relationship that I create with the person, then, we'll make some changes. But I, as a person, I enjoy being a gentleman. I enjoy being romantic. I've seen it in some of my favorite movies. It makes me feel good to do that. And then I'll modify it based off of what's happened with the person that I'm dating. Pretty simple, It's okay. Some women like roses. It's cool. Some women like to get into a fist fight. It depends on what you like. It depends on what you like. Whatever. Oh shit, that's pretty funny. Yeah, that was a good question though. That's mad uncomfortable.
What are we even saying?
Any more questions? Like we're over here chit chatting, having a good time, man. Energy. Eric has a bunch of energy because he just ate a whole pizza. So
I don't know about that.
We should be good.
I still want more pizza. I gotta go get the rest of my pizza eventually. I was waiting for a place where you'd go on a tangent so I can go run over and get it, but I don't think that's happening.
We could talk about some things, man. So listen, we talked about online dating. We talked about in real life dating. Shit, I don't know what else we could talk about. We could talk about maybe dating foreigners. I don't know. Is that a thing that people want to talk about? Do we want to talk about trying to date as a gamer? Do we want to talk about the economic implications of the coronavirus upon the gaming industry? Do we want to talk about the difference between reviewers, like contractor reviewers versus user reviews? I don't know.
Isn't your grandma gonna get mad at you if you don't eat?
I should be okay for a little bit longer.
Okay,
She'll come
just
in
making
here.
sure.
Yeah, I
come in
told her
here.
many times. I was like, Grandma, just come in. Grandma, just come in. It's your house. Whatever. Just come in the room. You're fine. I'm streaming.
Tear the
You're good.
green screen down.
Yeah, whatever, Grandma. It's your house.
Unplug the internet.
It's a respect
Grandma,
thing.
no.
It's a respect thing. I respect my grandma very much. I respect her and her practice. So, shit. Let me see. I don't want to talk about dating. If my marriage ever ended, I'm never dating again and moving into the woods and being a witch. So let's go ahead and talk about the financial implications of becoming a witch in the woods. Okay. Oh shit. Dating is difficult. Dating can be difficult. I guess Eric, if you want to grab some pizza, here's a nice tangent.
Yeah, I
Talk
think
about
I was
dating.
thinking that.
Yeah.
All right, I'll throw it to Angel.
Thank you very much, Eric. I appreciate you throwing things to me. I go ahead and entertain the people here. All right. Dating. I don't know how we're focused on this, but we'll go ahead and talk dating, right? So dating is incredibly awkward. Here's why, right? Because one of my biggest issues, women want quality gentlemen, but would not want their man to treat them anyone else that way. Well, that's true too. And that has to do with, I should probably talk about that. That has to do with confidence and things of that nature. So damn, I guess I'll hit Nene Malo's comment first because you guys can read that in the chat. So he says, one of the biggest issues with a lot of women out there is that the women talk about wanting a gentleman, but they don't want their man to treat anyone else that way. And that is true, but it isn't. They want you to be respectful and treat everyone else good because they want to be proud of you and be like, yeah, bitches, that's my man. You know what I'm saying? I know you want him, but that's my man. Like, you know what I'm saying? But at the same time, they want to feel special. So there has to be like a differentiation between how you treat them and how you treat everyone else around you guys, because people just want to feel special. There's nothing wrong with that. There really is nothing wrong with that. People want to feel special within a relationship, and that comes to you and the conversation with whoever you're allowed, figure out what it is that they need in order for them to feel important. And that's the conversation that you need to have. So that's just how it is. So one time I was dating a woman. We were both dancers. We were both very good dancers. And we were both very sensual dancers. That's actually how we noticed each other, right? You see somebody dancing, you're like, oh shit, that person looks legit. That person looks delicious. I want to dance with them, right? So we ended up getting together, whatever. And then we had to come to an agreement because it would spark a level of jealousy whenever we would see each other dancing that same sexy way that we would dance with each other, in private. And I don't, like we would dance in the dance, but if you would see someone dancing that way with someone else, then it would ultimately mitigate your perceived significance of what you had with that person. So we just came to a conclusion like, all right, we'll dance this way with each other, and with everyone else, we'll just dance and have fun. It won't be as sexy. So sometimes you have to come to whatever. Somebody wants to feel sexy because everybody's insecure about something. You know what I'm saying? Let me see. Dating is very difficult, especially for single women with 2 kids. That is correct. There are a lot of men out there who don't mind dating women with children because they love, like, single mothers have a certain way about them. The way that they want to take care of themselves or need to take care of themselves, the way that they take care of the people around them. Some men love that stuff and they want to be a part of a family, right? That's true. Some other men want to have their freedom because they have commitment issues or whatever. So they want to enjoy you, but then they have some concerns about the children because maybe when they were younger, they grew up and they had stepdads that treated them like shit. There's a lot that goes into it. So Yar is correct. It is very difficult being a single mother with multiple children dating out there, especially in this world where everybody wants right now and then they want to post that shit on Instagram. Oh, C-Fed. I'm sure you'll find a guy who falls in love with kids and you paint them. C-Fed. She absolutely will, because Yara is an amazing woman. That is an absolute fact. That absolutely will happen. Angel, were you doing the forbidden dance, Lambada? Yes. It was this was bachata. So bachata dancing. For those people out there who don't know what bachata dancing is, it's a very sensual Spanish dancing that has turns, but it's more about moving side to side and moving your partner with you and moving together. So you take 2 people, you put them close together and they look like one unit. It's incredibly sensual. So that's what I was doing. That's really what it was. So anyways, I know I was talking about something before I went on this tangent, but dating is very difficult. It's like a game, right? It's like a game. People look at it as a game, but they pretend that it's not a game, right? So, but in this game of dating, nobody wants you to be honest. If you're honest, you're considered a creep or fuck boy or a whore, all these other words that have a negative connotation for people who are just clearly expressing what they want. What everybody wants from you is they want you to pretend that you don't really want what you want, but they want you to want what they want, even though you want what you want. And then you have to do what they want to get what you want so that they can pretend that they didn't give you what they wanted, but they got what they wanted before they gave you what you want. You see how stupid that sounds? It is so stupid. Here's an example. If you go up to a woman and say, hey, I think you are a very attractive woman. I would like to have dinner, have some drinks, and then I would like to go home and have sex with you. If you said that when you first meet somebody, 100% rejection every time. Well, I shouldn't say 100%. There are some women out there who'd be like, I appreciate you being so honest. But 80% of the time, guaranteed to be rejected. And they're going to look at you and be like, oh, you piece of shit. You only want one thing. And then they're going to put something on Twitter and they're going to talk about you. And then everybody's going to give them 1,000 likes because woman empowerment, whatever, is bullshit. Let's be honest, okay? Men and women want the same shit. And then if we go even further than that, procreation is necessary for the advancement of the species. Okay? So let's go ahead and take that shit off the table. Because sex is not a question of if. Sex is a question of when and with whom. Okay? Let's be real. Let's be real. So the game, if you look at the game, right, you have to go in there and be able to express what it is that you want, but you have to express it in a way that makes sense to them to make that person not feel that they are giving you something too quick. Game. It's so stupid. So a man has to go up and be like, hey, I think you're very attractive. Can we get together sometime and then go do something stupid? Whatever. Let's go do something. Right? And then the woman would be like, yeah, I mean, you actually appreciate me for more than what I'm able to give you. Like, conversation, blah, 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 blah. And then by the second date, boom, now that you've gone ahead and met the first step of the checklist, was to do something that didn't necessarily lead to the sex. Well, now you guys can have sex because you didn't do it on the first date. Let me go ahead and be honest to everyone out there. If you are that type of person who sets limits on what you guys can do on the first date because of social norms or whatever it is, 100% of the time you're going to achieve failure. Because you are pretending to be something that you are not, and other people who are pretending to be something that they are not, you guys are going to find each other, and you're going to create this relationship that is based off of nothing that's not even real, and then it's going to fall, and then everybody's going to be like, oh shit, I don't know why we failed. I don't know what happened. He seemed to be something different in the beginning, or he's going to be like, man, she was so different until we started getting serious, blah, 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 blah. Shut the shit up. Let's be real. In order to achieve success, you have to be completely honest with what you want, what your intentions are, and you have to be willing and accepting of the other person to just go ahead and be like, no, that's not what I want, and then walk away. If you can roll into every interaction and be like, hey, this is what I'm looking at, this is what I want, and be willing to deal with whatever the person says, that's how you achieve success in dating. Age doesn't matter. Income doesn't matter. Social status doesn't matter. What matters is the confidence that you have in what it is that you want and your ability to convey what it is that you want to the other person and their ability to be receptive. Pretty simple. Pretty simple stuff. Let's go to the chat. Or Eric, who should be back right now.
Yeah. Chat, what you got? I just heard a lot of explosive combustion on my side. There's a lot of anger at certain points. I was concerned for what you guys were doing.
She said, I think that's because you don't want to be with someone who just wants to have sex and thinks they can just buy you dinner to have sex, wanting to avoid a one-night stand, you know? Let me see. I mean, it's true. I'm going to talk on that here in a minute. I don't know what Danny Malo says. Okay, so if a girl is upfront with you, I love to have sex and want to have it all the time. Is a guy going to take that the wrong way? Of you're easy or a slut? Those are both very good points. Let's go ahead and talk on it. Eric, would you like to handle that first? Go ahead, Eric. I will let you start that first.
No, I thought it was funny that you were like, don't worry about the social norms, and if you have sex on the first date, blah 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 blah. And then it's like, well, if I as a woman say, yeah, we can have sex. I love sex. And does that make me sound like a slut or easy? And now you're like, oh, let me backtrack that a little. Let me backpedal a little bit. And but
I absolutely am not going to backpedal. Here's why. So, if you just to use the words that Blue Cheese said, you're a slut, right? I don't like those words. I don't like these things that identify people because I think it diminishes the significance of a person, right? Because everyone enjoys great sex, right? Everybody does. So for us to throw terms on someone else because of their actions and then try and say that they're not as a person based off of that, I think that's wrong. I think it's really wrong because I've met people who are prudes or pieces of shit, horrible people. And then I've met people who sleep with hundreds of people who are wonderful, compassionate human beings. So that shit doesn't matter to me. So let me back up. If someone is like that, if someone is promiscuous, they are going to be promiscuous whether they tell you up front or they pretend that they're not through the entirety of a relationship, right? The person is who they are. It is what it is. It all comes down to whether or not they're willing to live out a lie and then maintain the consistency of that lie for the duration of the experience, right? If you are dealing with a confident man or you are dealing with a confident woman, then the question that you're asking me right now is unnecessary. The fact that you are asking me that question and it is a concern, then that means that you are interacting with people who are not confident within themselves. And since they are not confident within themselves, then that means that they're going to place that upon you. So if you were coming at somebody and you were like, and you're a female, for instance, you're like, hey, this is what I want. This is what I expect. And then that person that you're dealing with all of a sudden is like, yo, man, I don't want to deal with that. Blah, blah, blah. And then they start thinking of things to try and tear you down. Then that means they themselves are not confident. So if a woman in this situation was to come up to me and say, hey, Angel, I enjoy sex. I enjoy having it all the time. And I would really like to sleep with you. Then I would be like, that sounds great. I am okay with that. However, I want to have a conversation first to make sure that you and I have a connection on an intellectual level. Because sex is fleeting. We can have it for like an hour or so. You know what I'm saying? Or most men it's like 7 minutes, but whatever. Self-promotion, hashtag. But the point that I'm trying to make is that's fleeting. That's just a moment. For a confident man, they're going to be looking for something deeper than that. Can I talk to you? Can we have a conversation? Are you confident enough to tell me what your beliefs are? Am I confident and comfortable enough to tell you what mine are? So the conversation would go someplace else, and it would be easier to have a deeper conversation once we're able to take off that thing that nobody wants to talk about. We take that off the table so we can talk about the other things and move our relationship forward. So any guy who says that a woman who has sex on the first date is a whore, is a slut, or whatever, that guy is useless. Don't talk to that person anymore. They have nothing to offer you because they don't understand what life really is. None. Any woman who says that a woman who has sex on the first date is a slut, is a whore, whatever, stop talking to them because they have nothing to offer. Because that means that they're living in a box, which means there are a lot of other things that would happen in a relationship that they would give you shitty advice about. Has nothing to do. Sexual nature does not matter. So I hope I answered the question. What's it? Pierce on Sticks. Hey guys, what's going on, Pierce? Let me see. What does CFED said? As a grown-ass man, people have sex. If someone loves getting it on, it's none of my damn business unless they are doing it with me. I mean, that's true. It really doesn't matter. I don't care. Like, I don't care.
People are people. Let them live their lives. Don't.
Yeah, it doesn't matter, man. The sexual nature of a person is not indicative of whether or not a person is a good human being. I want to be very clear. There are a lot of people that you run into who are super prude, who are pieces of shit. I'm just being honest. What it really comes down to is how is that person as a person? Do they speak to the waitress and waiters with respect? Do they show respect to the elderly in public? Do they speak to respect with people who they can get nothing from? How do they treat their friends? How do they treat their siblings? How do they treat their parents? That's a true representation of a person, not what they do in bed. Whatever, man. Some people like missionary 100%. Other people like to tie people up and hang from the ceiling and do, I don't know, play video games while screaming like a monkey. I don't fucking, people are crazy. People are crazy. We're going on a tangent. We're getting spun up. Stay with me. Jump on the train. We're about to come into things are getting kind of weird. The last stop on the ride. But the point that I'm trying to say is don't worry about that stuff. Life is okay. Hariel, sex is the guy answer. What are you getting out of it? I have no idea what you mean by that question. Are you talking about the woman or are you talking about the guy?
Jamal
I don't-
says
I
he's
don't-
gonna try that. Playing video games and screaming like a monkey while having someone tied up. It's an
Bro.
interesting. It's an interesting one.
Things happen. Things happen. Anything that you've thought of that's weird, somebody has already done it and gone. I'm just saying. The internet's a strange place, but when it comes to relationships, the last thing you should be thinking of is sex. I know that sounds counterintuitive, but that's the last thing you should be thinking of, because sex is an inevitability of a relationship. What is most important is whether or not you can have a conversation with that person. You know what I'm saying? Because there's going to come a time where you can't. You're just going to be sitting there. And then what are you going to do? Have a conversation. What are their interests? What are your interests? Do you feel comfortable with this person expressing your viewpoints on things? Do you feel comfortable with that person expressing theirs? Do you want to go out in public and do random things like take a walk, try new foods, ride a scooter in a foreign country where the speedometer is broken and the rear view mirrors don't work, the side mirrors are not. These are the things that I'm talking about. That's oddly specific, but dance with me, okay? We're going to get where we need to be. The point that I'm trying to say is there needs to be much more than that. There has to be a lot more than that. Let me see. It is a statement I said to you when Cindy was trying to get back together with you. Sex is the guy answer. What are you getting out of it? Oh, that's deep. But well, yeah, there's definitely more. There's more to that. So like, how many people out there who are watching right now in the chat, but how many people, if I was to ask you, what is your partner's favorite food? What is your partner's favorite sound?
You better know these things.
What is your partner's favorite scent? What don't they like? What are they scared of? What is their wildest dream? Like, if they could be a superhero, what would they choose to be? What makes them sad? What makes them happy? Ladies and gentlemen, these are the questions that you should be able to answer. I'm just saying. Anyway, what are your thoughts on that, Eric?
I'm lost at this point. Yeah, you should know the answer to those questions. If you're in a real relationship,
Yes. Yes.
you should know.
Yes.
You should have a book on the person in your mind, knowing everything about them. And if you
Yes.
don't know, you do your darnest throughout your entire relationship trying to figure out who they are and what they are.
Yes. It's very simple. If you find somebody who's just as weird as you, then you've met the jack, and you're good. But if you find yourself trying to work hard to constantly impress whoever you're with, then it's a problem. You should be able to play Mega Man 11 while your significant other sits in a chair in the corner knitting some random hat that you're going to wear when it gets cold outside. You know what I'm saying? That's the type of life that you want. And set some shit on fire from time to time.
I don't know about that second one.
Yo, so I went to go visit Jamal. It was a lot of fun, man. We went out there, we were playing games, and then they had like a fire. Like they had a fire in a what are those things? Barrel, whatever.
Like on the street,
know-
a fire in the
No,
barrel?
not like poor fire, but
But like it
everybody
was like that, yeah. But it was like a beach,
Yeah.
not a beach fire, but like I don't know, like a bonfire mini contained
Yeah,
in
yeah,
a thing, yeah.
yeah. So we were all just chilling in the backyard around this fire, just setting shit on fire, just talking. It was nice. It was nice. Everybody was just chilling. It was a good time. It's many years ago, so my plan is to do much more traveling. 2020 does not look good for travel. 2021, I think I'll be in a better place so I can start visiting people and having fun because it's about the memories, you know? Anyways, shout out to Nintendo. Kept me out of the gangs. That's why I'm alive today.
Yeah, I definitely need to travel more in next year, if there's even traveling by then. If there's traveling by this year, I'll try to go somewhere, but we'll see.
So that's where would you want to go? Like, what's your top place to go, Eric?
Well, top place to go outside of the U.S. is Japan. I'd love to visit at least once in my life.
All right.
That might not be on the in the plans for like within the next year or so, but once I get some more money, get my money straight, pay this car off, then I can start thinking about something like that. Get that planned and have an adventure, hopefully with somebody, not alone. But even if it is alone, it's still an enjoyable experience to get out there and do something different that you haven't done.
That's right. Preach, brother. You never know. You never know who you run into during your travel. I have some great stories. Great stories. You know, a lot of people choose Japan. What is it about Japan that attracts you so much that you're like, yo, that's where I want to go?
Oh, I think it's just like if you're talking about people that we talk to, Japan is like so important for us to visit just because of like our culture as gamers, as watching anime, just like so much influence comes from Japan. It's just kind of one of those things you gotta go pay your tribute, go pay respects in the motherland.
Right.
I mean, you just said right now, Nintendo kept you off the streets. You got to go pay respects to Nintendo out there. Go find Shigeru Miyamoto. Be like, yo, man, you saved my life. He'd be like, just like that just confused Japanese man on the street, just like,
like he'd been looking at me like, sure. You know? Yeah, I know. I've been to Japan 4 times. I actually have a couple buddies who've been to Japan. Hariel, who's in the chat, has been to Japan. I don't know who else in the chat has been to Japan, but it is a phenomenal country. Beautiful. I think you would love it, especially Akihabara, because there's a bunch of arcades there, and there's a lot of digital history in Akihabara. But I haven't been outside of Tokyo, though. I'm going to go back to Japan and just travel outside of Tokyo. That's my plan in the future.
Yeah, I would like to
It's a
see
wonderful
some of like
place
the
to be.
older stuff as well, in terms of like
Yeah.
the structures and stuff outside of just like the main cities. Just get out there, get to explore as much as I can. It's definitely something I would have to like plan out, like over however many days I'm there. Just like hit up here, hit up there, hit up the castles, do that, stuff like that. I don't know. It seems like there wouldn't be enough time.
No, there's a wonderful plan. And actually, you're right. There's never enough time. There's never enough time. But you have to make the trip, though. So Japan, okay. Okay, so Eric wants to go to Japan. Nenimalo says, I want to go to Greece. Obviously, Nenimalo, I'm going to ask you, why do you want to go? I've actually never been to Greece. And Yar26 says, I want to go to Egypt and ride a camel. So I haven't been to Egypt, but I actually rode a camel in Jamaica. and I fed it plants. It was so much fun. They were like a wonderful, dirty, weird, powerful, stinky beast. But when I was in the Middle East in Kuwait, we didn't ride them at the time because I was doing patrols, and so I didn't get to ride them. But I got to see them in the wild, and that was kind of crazy to see big ass camels just running around. They're very kind of intimidating. They're huge. They're huge animals, and they look like they have an attitude too when you look at them, like they're judging you.
It's those eyes.
Yeah.
They kind of always like half cocked, just like just looking at you while they're just chewing.
That might be it. They're judging you.
I don't think
Yeah,
I've
if there's
ever ridden a
anyone
camel
else in the
either.
chat, let me know where you guys want to go, where you have been. That'd be something good to talk on. But yeah, so right now I've been to 27 different countries, and a lot of the travel, places I wanted to go because I want experience. But My situation is different because, for those of you who don't know, I have a daughter. I have one daughter. So some of the traveling that I did was so that I could have some stories to share with her to try and inspire her to be a better version of herself. So there are some countries that I went to just so that I can have the story. But I think travel is probably one of the most powerful things that a person can do because it helps you open up your mind and to see the world that you're living in right now for what it is rather than what you're told it should be or it is. I don't know. It is what it is. But my number one spot was also Japan. I wanted to go to Japan for two reasons. One, video games. So Eric and I are on the same page. And then two was for martial arts. Because that's where a lot of the karate came from. Was Japanese karate. So I would read the Japanese philosophy. I would practice the Japanese karate. And then I wanted to go to Japan and marry a Japanese woman and settle down and have half Japanese kids. And then fight someone to the death with a samurai sword. I don't know. I had a weird fantasy.
I would love to get a katana, but I have no idea how I'd get it back home. Just like, I definitely couldn't put it in my suitcase or anything. I'd probably have to send it.
I won't put it on my carry-on, but maybe my stowaway luggage would be fine.
And then I can walk around with it here in Texas since it's open carry for swords.
Shit, shout out to Texas. Texas is wild, man. Texas is wild. I miss Texas. Good people in Texas. Good people. Good people. Well, I don't know. I guess that's it. I don't know. We talked about a lot of stuff today. It's like we're just kind of chilling, relaxing with no music.
We're definitely slowing down here. I ate too much pizza. My tummy hurts.
I'm about to step outside and have some lentil soup and chicken made by Chef Grandma. It's going to be delicious.
I'll enjoy it for everyone.
Yeah, I will. I enjoy getting fluffy. It's just going to make me a better cuddler. That's what
And that's what I gotta do. I gotta work out while we're stuck at home right now.
I should, but I don't want to. I just want to play video games and chat. That's it.
I'm trying to find stuff that'll trick me into working out. Like I was thinking of doing there's like a dance workout that teaches you how to do dance moves. I'm like, that'd be fun. Learn some dance moves, but also exercise in the process. Then there's those 10 push-ups challenge on Instagram. Like nobody challenged me to do 10 push-ups, but I still did them anyway.
Yeah, no, don't feel bad. I had somebody challenge me to do 10 push-ups, and I was like, 10 push-ups is beneath me, bro. Why are you just challenging me to do 10? I feel a little insulted.
But isn't that more push-ups than you've done in any recent history or any recent time?
Listen, my mind thinks I can do 100. Okay, we're not going to talk about what my body knows it can do. We're just focusing on what I think I can do. All right? But you ain't wrong. You're not wrong because I'm retired. Jerk.
Dang it. Yeah, I was the same boat. Like I was like, you know what? Nobody's gonna challenge me. I'm gonna do 10 push-ups. First one, shit. Okay, well, got it out, got the other 9 out. I'm like, okay, that kind of sucked. It was only 10. Good thing nobody challenged me. So I just have to make a video of it.
Now I gotta try and do 10 push-ups. That's what I'm gonna do as soon as I get off.
I need to do.
But I'm only gonna do it in my underwear though to make it hard. You know what I'm saying? Gotta increase the difficulty level.
Wouldn't wearing more clothes make it harder?
No, absolutely. But in montage videos in the 80s, it's less clothes you wear, and the more baby lotion you have on, the more badass you are.
That is true. Yeah. Any Rocky montage will let you know, show you that for sure.
Oh shit. Well, ladies and germs, we talked about a lot today. We talked about possibly doing like a video game club type thing where everybody would play the same video game and we would talk about it. At which point I talked about a group that I'm in, so that might be something we'll explore later. We talked about emulators, ROMs, whether they hurt or help the industry. I mean, that was a good one. We spent a lot of time talking about the Joker. the movie The Joker, which was we talked about its impact on us as people, society, whether it should have a sequel and whatnot. And Eric went off on a tangent, and then from there we
What?
got Devmani in.
I don't recall this at all.
We talked about Power Rangers, and then we
Strong
like
women,
femininity,
stuff like
and
that.
how strong women are incredibly sexy, and there is no one who will hate a strong woman in a leading role. Anyone who says that that's a problem is a douchebag. Men love strong women in strong roles. They just need to be written well.
Well, I mean,
and
there
I
are
think-
guys who are scared of women, but that's another thing
Well, that's
for another
'cause-
time.
It's because they're douche nozzles. That's why. Got issues.
Yes.
And then we had our thoughts about Doom. Eric
yeah.
has already beaten it.
you need to
I have
beat
not
it.
because I got stuck in an area that hurt my feelings. So I die like 5 times. I'm gonna go play Destiny.
I'm gonna need you to. We need to put you on Chris Gold probation. You can't play any other game until you beat Doom. I think Jamal would be in agreement with that.
You know what? I think I will, because which I guess leads us to the next question, which is what we're going to be playing next, because that's usually what Eric brings up. It's like, hey, what are you playing now? What you're going to play next?
Yeah,
So,
this is the Angel show. He's got to lead it today.
shit. I guess I'll start. Right now I'm playing Doom. I'm bouncing between Doom and Destiny 2, but I'm at a point in Doom that has me stuck because I'm putting too much thought into how to try and beat a specific enemy. I'm getting mollywopped, so I have to finish up Doom. But after that, I'm going to be playing Bloodstained, because I was hooked up with the game by Greaves. Man, she hooked me up. I liked the game. She liked what she saw, so I'm actually going to be playing the game, and I'm going to make sure everybody knows that I'm only able to play it because she allowed that to be possible. So that's going to be the next game that I'm going to be playing, Bloodstained on PS4. Shout out to Greaves for hooking me up with the game. And for those of you who like Symphony of the Night, the assistant producer on Symphony of the Night was the main director on Bloodstained. So you guys are going to enjoy it. And I'm kind of entertaining, so take that as you will. So, Eric,
Well,
what have you played? What did you beat? What are you going to be playing next?
Well, I don't have to worry about Doom because I beat it.
Ah!
Although I might revisit it because I want to play through, not like this week, but I want to play through Doom 1 and Doom 2 on there. Those are the secrets in the game. I mean,
Right.
you kind of assume Doom 1 was when you like investigate around. Did you see that? Wandering around the ship, the Fortress of Doom or whatever? I guess
No,
not.
I don't know about that.
What have you been doing on this game, man? You haven't beaten it? You haven't been exploring the Fortress of Doom?
No, I haven't been exploring because I was just trying to go through it, and then I lost time.
Well, there's like a computer in like the hub world thing, and it's like as you're playing through the game, it's like loading Doom 1, and once you finish the game, it'll like unlock it, and then Doom 2 you can unlock with a code, and then but yeah, you have to figure that out on your own. No, that's not true. You're not gonna figure it out. Just look it up. But yeah, then you have Doom 1 and Doom 2 on the computer, and yeah, you can have extended hours playing the original Doom and Doom 2, which is basically this Doom 2016 and Doom Eternal are basically remakes of those. Kind of, but not really, but kind of. This week I'm going to try to finish Ori. I'm going to pay attention to Angel whenever he starts Bloodstained, so I can start Bloodstained and we can talk about it. And that's probably it. So yeah, I guess I'll take over here. You got Angel over here, Trindominus on twitch.tv/Trindominus. You got me, mixer.com/YourFace, twitch.tv/YourFace. I am YourFace. That was Trindominus. I don't have any music to play us out, but let's throw this on. Thank you guys for stopping by, hanging out. We did 5 whole hours. I don't know how we did
it. Oh my gosh. We started off not knowing what to talk about, and we're 5 hours later?
Yes, I blame me being hungry and leaving for pizza for that to happen. Yeah, thank you guys for hanging out for 5 whole hours. If you managed to make it through all that, I very much appreciate it. Angel very much appreciates it. We'll be back next week, and you heard what we're doing this week. So check us out on the Twitch or the Mixer. You have a good night. We'll see you next time. Goodbye.
Laters.
Ooh. They can
That
still
was
hear
good, bro.
you.